Hello, hello. Welcome to my channel. I'm going to be playing MegaBonk. One thing I did forget to do is... Got him. I forgot to update the game I was playing on OBS. I think it said I was playing Schedule 1, which was last stream. I know. But I'm going to be playing Game of the Year, MegaBonk. Boop. Hello. Meow. Oh yeah, look at the cat. Look at that cat. Meow. Meow. Oh wait, I'm covering the cat. What's funny is I was playing this earlier for like the past hour and I didn't notice the cat. Before I have it projected on a wall, it's like 10 feet. And so the cat's only like a foot tall. That's a good cat though. Well, I also just watched the video on the history of Christmas. And what's funny is that the all the illustrations were done by AI. And so it was just funny to watch it and be like, hey, why does that horse have two heads? It showed a horse and you see the front of the horse, and then when it scans back or pans back to the back of the horse, there's another head. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Two-headed horse. So back in the day, horses used to have two heads, and then they evolved to only have one. Also, evolution's fake. A cat's butt smells like cat food. Classic meme. Bum, bum, bum. This whole time. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is nice just having as a background. What else did I watch? I watched that. The Summer I Turned Pretty. What was it? In one Discord, Caroline Kwan, she was playing the Before Sunset series. Or not series, trilogy. And I watched the first two. And man, I've wanted to watch it for a while, but then I forgot about the third. Well, she didn't clarify whether she was going to show the third one on stream, because technically the first two she was allowed to stream because they were on YouTube for free, but the third one wasn't, and so I'm not sure how she streamed it, but it wasn't on the VOD, or there was no VOD, so I'm guessing she owned it and streamed it, and just if you don't stream it from YouTube, I don't think you can show it on streams, or you're not allowed to keep the VOD or something like that. But I have the movie, so I can still watch it. So, but yeah, but I also want to go back and rewatch the movies because there's a lot of connections in between all the films, a lot of small nuances and details. But yeah, it's a really good film. But the first two were really good. But except the first one or the second one was surprisingly short. Like I swear the movie was just ramping up and then it ends, and I'm like, what happened? But yeah, I am excited to watch the third film. Ooh. What else did I watch? I was gonna watch Evangelion. I haven't watched it. It's not on. I was just watching stuff on Prime, but I'm gonna watch stuff on Netflix. And Evangelion's on Netflix. I haven't seen it in like 20 years. I watched it 20 years ago. The last time I watched it. That'd be interesting to watch again. Yeah, it's before sunset, before sunrise, after midnight. I think this is the first one, Before Sunset. Wait, didn't I play the trailer on... Did I play the trailer? I think I played the trailer on stream. Maybe not. Shh. Or did I? What was it? When I did play Obi-Wan and Darth Maul, I had to cut that out of my VOD because I upload all my VODs to YouTube, but I had to clip that out. Oops. I also didn't upload my last VOD, which I should probably do. Bum 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 bum. To be fair, it was a weekend. Weekends are supposed to be chill, but I just keep wondering, like, whether I should stream on weekends or not. Yeah. Why? Because that's when everyone's available. It kind of makes sense. Oh no. Yeah, I've just been queuing a bunch of movies on Amazon. Like I watched Vox Machina. I was on season 2 and I watched more of season 2. And yeah, I have some YouTube videos queued up, so I'm just gonna be watching YouTube videos before we go on to play the game of the year, MegaBonk. Look at this hair. I thought this was a great. I keep thinking I have gray hairs, but my hair's just shiny. I did have gray hairs, but then they just fall out and they don't grow back. I work so hard. I work so hard for gray hair. Never lasts. Yeah. Guess what? I'm gonna be streaming all week. Bum bum bum. Wait, is it even Monday for you yet? What's today? Well, for me it's Sunday. I think it's already Monday over there. Hey, mega Christmas time. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, it's morning for you. Yeah. Yeah, so it is currently 7:06 p.m. 4 a.m. Such an early riser. Nice. So yeah, what was it? Well, because I haven't been watching any films, but then I realized I actually like film. Oh, I realized that. It's just hard for me to give myself permission to do things. Oh yeah, I got this from Japan. My friend gave it to me. Nice. That's like in 12 hours. Oh no. Well, I'll be on for like what time is it? I'll be on for like 5 hours? 4 hours? 5 hours? Playing Game of the Year. And then I might start Clair Obscur, if not tomorrow, then the next day. What was it? Well, because I can run the game at 1080p, but I like playing in 4K. So I might just get NVIDIA Now, and then just, you pretty much just stream the game. And then with NVIDIA Now, I can have it at max settings, because you get like a 5080. I'm in an area that has 5080s, so then I'll get the 5080. But, it's better than spending $1,000. Also, it doesn't fit in my PC, so. Nice. Schedule 1. Also, yeah, Schedule 1, I unlocked the I didn't unlock it, but I can buy the docks. Yeah, I just couldn't get the people. I wanted to claim all the territory, but they weren't attacking, so yeah. Time to upgrade into the docks. And if we play 4 players, it'll be amazing. The only thing, I know you have that underground area. The only thing underground area, it's like, it's kind of out of the way for everything. You're gonna pick up medicine at 4 in the morning? Goated. What else did I watch? Oh yeah, Vox Machina. I'm watching season 2. I watched 1 episode of Psych, and then what else did I watch? Might have been it. I watched the movie. It was called Bliss. It's with Selma Hayek and Luke Wilson. Owen Wilson. Nice. But yeah, Bliss. It was an interesting movie. The movie's about drug addiction, so it was interesting to watch because I didn't know what it was about. I was just like, okay, this looks interesting. I'm gonna watch it, and yeah, it's about drug addiction. Yeah, but you kind of don't really know where it's going. Is that a spoiler? Kind of a spoiler. I don't like spoiling stuff. Like, what was it? I was watching this one person stream Stormfall. Or did I mention this already? I pretty much mentioned how, like, what was it? I'm like, oh, Leon, because what was it? The new Resident Evil 9's coming out, and you're gonna play Leon as the main character. And I mentioned, I'm like, Leon's not a cop. And they're like, oh, you need to play the second one. I'm like, no. I'm like, if you know the lore, I'm like, you know what he does. And I'm like, okay. I spoiled stuff. Also, even in Resident Evil 2, it was literally his first day. So I'm like, he technically wasn't even a cop yet. It was his first day. Rookie cop. Yeah, I love that game. RE2, I used to speedrun that game. I think my fastest time was 2 hours and 16 minutes. For the second playthrough. For the first playthrough, I think it was 1 hour and 46 minutes. Which isn't that fast, because people do it way faster than that. But yeah, but when you speedrun, all you do is you just run past all the zombies. You run past all the zombies. if you know where the healing is, then sometimes you let the zombies bite you because it's actually easier to let them bite you. I remember one spot, I think no matter what, there's a spider that will bite you. And if he poisons you, then it's good game. Like, you're just going to die from the poison. But if he doesn't poison you, because he doesn't always poison you, then right after you go past him, there's a heal on the ground you can heal. At least I don't think you can pass it. Is that how Minecraft is? Waka 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 waka. That's Pac-Man. Oh yeah. Give me the ear. Bum. Bum. Yeah. Yeah. Come here. Here we go. I had to pin a message. What else? What else did I watch? There were some older, like, 90s anime movies, or 90s style. But then Amazon took them down, so I was like, yeah, whatever. Because I'll just keep a long list of stuff on my Prime. But I also forget about it because I don't watch a lot of stuff. Yeah. Oops. Ugh. What was it? But yeah, I watched the second part of Batman Begins, or what was it, The Dark Knight Returns? And yeah. I was like, oh yeah, I got a projector, and I'm like, this is why I got it. Watching stuff on a 10-foot screen, like, with surround sound, it's the way. It's also nice watching stuff on this, because this is a 48-inch OLED. But then to get like the home theater experience, or like the full theater experience, is really nice. I'm done. Let's see. So yeah, I'm gonna be watching some YouTube videos. I already have stuff queued up. If you want me to watch anything, just post it in chat. Merry Christmas. So the videos are America outlawed the affordable home, secret plan for the future, hardware prices going up, Pebble Flow review, Greed destroyed computers forever, Hideo Kojima. This is about NVIDIA now, and this is my watch history. What? And this is beautiful music. Now I'll put this at the end, and then eventually we'll circle back to it. You will. Yeah, we'll see. Also, seeing as this video is 25 minutes, I don't want to watch a 25-minute video. 1.75x. Always. So, how America outlawed the affordable home. Dun, dun, dun.
This is the size of the median home built in America today, about 2,200 square feet. And this is the size 80 years ago, only 1,100 square feet. Seems like a success story, right? But there's a problem. Nobody can afford this, because as homes have gotten bigger, they've also gotten more expensive, faster than wages and wealth have grown. So why are these being built, and what happened to the starter homes we used to build? I dove into almost 200 years of housing history, zoning policy, building codes, mortgage rules, and realized that this is essentially illegal to build today. That sounds insane because it is, but it's true. In some places, people literally sat down and wrote laws that said you cannot build small, affordable homes. But the problem is a lot bigger than that. Over the last century and a half, we made a series of choices aimed at making homes more attainable, safer, and better. A series of choices that denied people what they needed, repeatedly sold them lies that broke our country over and over again, and did nothing to resolve the underlying problems. Through a combination of malice and mistakes, we have sleepwalked into a catastrophic housing crisis, and nobody seems to realize how we got here and what we have to do to fix it. People need security. They need homes to build a future, to build a country, to coexist peacefully, and to trust each other. This issue couldn't be more important. So that's what we're going to dig into. This is why homes have gotten so big and so expensive.
Yeah, they used to build manufactured homes back in the 70s. 60s, 70s.
For a long time, houses in America didn't
like if you played Fallout, that's what the houses are. Oh, I had the volume low.
And mid-1800s, the median home size remained relatively flat, about 850 square feet. The country was growing faster than its population, keeping land cheap. At the same time, limited to no regulation of construction kept costs low. Yet home ownership didn't skyrocket, and home sizes didn't balloon because people were relatively poor. Houses remained relatively expensive, and very few people had access to loans and lending. But then, something happened. The Industrial Revolution arrived and transformed American cities. Almost overnight, they filled with factories and millions of laborers from all over the country and all over the world. Hastily built apartments soon filled major industrial cities, cramming millions into every spare corner and crevice. In addition to blowing up demand and costs for the limited land in cities, this rapid urbanization and overcrowding brought crime, disease, and urban fires. In response, cities like New York began adopting rules to regulate home building. First came building codes, standards of construction quality and fire safety to improve dangerous living conditions. Then came zoning plans, restrictions on building height, density, and where you could build what. These were unprecedented moves, but lawmakers argued that they were essential to mitigating danger and overcrowding. Yet, zoning, by limiting the number of possible homes in a plot of land, and codes, by placing more demands on construction, both threatened to push up housing prices. However, by 1920, the median home actually got bigger, now 1,000 square feet, and at $80,000 in today's money was fairly affordable too. This was all thanks to a few major changes. First,
I like how you adjusted the price for inflation.
Transformed the outskirts of cities into practical places to live, countering urbanization land cost pressures. And second, industrialization reduced construction costs, countering the increased expense of compliance with new zoning and code regulations. And to top it all off, access to institutional finance spread, enabling millions more to take out modest home loans. These covered only up to 50% of the home's value, meaning you had to have cash to pay half the home's price up front, and had to pay off the remainder quickly, within about 5 years. These had been the go-to home loans for ages, but they were becoming much more common.
Yeah, imagine that.
Far more attainable.
Being able to pay off a house in 5 years. Most people do 20, now they're doing 30 a year.
Responses to urban crowding could have caused supply shortage and blown down housing costs, but technology and modest financing averted that catastrophe. The question now was, what happens if zoning gets even more restrictive? Codes get more.
Yeah, he's probably not going to mention fractional banking in the Federal Reserve. That's what caused a huge issue with our financial system.
Chase inflating prices with ever more generous financing. This is crucial to explaining today's housing crisis. But for now, this disastrous situation had not yet come due. In the 1920s, housing was booming. In fact, it was booming so big that people started trading packages of mortgages on the stock exchange, gambling on the American housing market. But the boom didn't last long. Have you ever been somewhere, at the airport, in a coffee shop, or just away from home, and been sidelined by that sinking feeling that you forgot to do something on your computer or left a crucial file on your desktop? AnyDesk can help. It's a free remote desktop software that allows you to connect to
AnyDesk.
It has direct file transfer. AnyDesk.com/spectacles to download AnyDesk for free today.
Use that link if you want AnyDesk.
Thank you, AnyDesk. So the 1920s were in a housing boom, but in 1929, the boom became a bust.
In the shadow of Wall Street, shack towns for homeless drifters symbolized a national illness.
The Great Depression. The economy collapsed, and people suddenly got a lot poorer. Houses stopped getting built.
Give us backdoor access to your computer.
And homelessness skyrocketed. In response,
Hey, you see that house?
Houses stopped getting built. Millions
666 cold fever.
And homelessness skyrocketed. In response, America elected FDR, and to get roofs back over American
FDR.
heads, a new 80-20 mortgage. Insured by the federal government, these loans meant only 20% of a home's value had to be paid up front, and the remaining 80 could be repaid over 10 to 15 years at a fixed interest rate set at time of purchase. This was revolutionary. Where before $20,000 could afford maybe a $40,000 home, now that same $20,000 could afford a home costing $80,000 or $100,000, courtesy of FDR. By the way, he also made gambling on mortgages illegal. That will be important later on. But for now, these were the seeds of another housing boom. Cheap land thanks to new transportation technologies, cheap industrialized construction, and cheap money widely available, as long as you weren't black. So by 1950, the median home grew again to 1,100.
I like I threw that in. As long as you're not black. Because, yeah, if you're black, you couldn't get any of this.
Upsize came as a result of transformative technological advances. This was different. Industrialization continued, but from 1920 to 1950, the progress was nowhere near as revolutionary as what came before. Instead, this was the result of changes in financing. Homes weren't growing based on real changes in what was affordable, but in seismic shifts in the kinds of loans being handed out, thanks to government insurance. That, folks, is called a bubble. And it's about to get a lot bigger.
Across the United States, new homes are springing up by the thousands for our rapidly growing population.
Because at the same time, the lending rules got even more relaxed. 80-20 became 90-10, and repayment schedules stretched to 30 years. This was the key to the post-war housing boom that gave us the truly massive suburbs America knows all too well, like Lakewood, California. Here, industrialized construction, automobiles, highways, and near-guaranteed sales thanks to incredibly cheap financing made a massive housing project a no-brainer. Here, they built 17,000 homes in 3 years on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The median cost of a home in today's dollars was $100,000. Seems like a dream. But it didn't last. Because right about this same time, Los Angeles County implemented new zoning rules that set minimum lot sizes at 5,000 square feet and restricted huge areas to single-family construction. And LA wasn't alone. Between 1940 and 1970, minimum lot size rules and single-family zoning exploded across the country. This is really important, because if lots had to be a certain size and could only hold one unit of housing, that increased the minimum cost of a home. No matter how small you built, the land expense stayed the same, so to make money, builds had to get bigger to justify higher sale prices to turn a profit. This price floor effectively outlawed cheaper homes, which was actually the point. It helped places like Lakewood, which was 99% white in 1960, stop poor minorities from buying homes in their neighborhoods, effectively creating
99%.
System. By 1970, the median home climbed to 1,500 square feet, with the price following suit, reaching $140,000. This was the dangerous scenario foreshadowed in the 1920s. Zoning was getting more restrictive, prices were climbing, but crisis was still averted, or covered up, by increasingly generous financing, subsidizing increasingly unaffordable homes. Building codes, too, were about to get much worse. Thanks to suburbs, highways, and cars, cities like Los Angeles were increasingly choked in smog. Awareness was growing that construction and home building were causing huge environmental damage, so activists formed groups.
It was all the factories.
To protect the environment, and in 1970, they secured what seemed like big wins.
I didn't want to add to the smoke.
California Governor Ronald Reagan signed the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, requiring environmental impact reviews to make sure government buildings.
He's got to make all the tiny little houses.
Damaging the environment. Then the California Supreme Court decided that actually just about every building in the state had to complete these studies, which could be lengthy and expensive. Similar rules soon spread nationwide. At the same time, increased home safety and energy efficiency standards made building codes all over the country increasingly complex and expensive to comply with. Though these seemed like wins for the environment, they were in fact disastrous. Each of these decisions merely piled on costs to home building, incentivizing even bigger and more expensive homes to recoup those costs, which again could only be achieved via suburban development. No reforms were made to minimum lot sizes or single-family zoning, the real drivers of environmental damage. When we needed density and affordability, we instead got sprawl and inflated costs. By 1980, the median new home was about 1,600 square feet, yet the price tag in today's dollars, thanks to all these new rules, jumped to over $200,000. You may be thinking, how was the average American's budget keeping pace? Well, it wasn't really. By the 1980s, incomes weren't keeping pace, but instead of addressing these cost drivers, Congress and now President Reagan had a different idea. In 1982, they matched FDR's ambition, introducing the adjustable rate mortgage. These had low interest rates when taken on, but the lenders could increase them with time. As Reagan said when he signed the bill,
all in all, I think we hit the jackpot.
Lenders, buyers, and builders agreed. Buyers were excited by 0% interest for 3 years. Lenders were excited to sell buyers on 0% interest before cranking rates up 3 years in. And builders were excited for the unsustainably elaborate construction this all paid for. Then in 1999, Bill Clinton repealed FDR's rules on mortgage securitization. So people started trading packages of mortgages on the stock exchange again, just like they were doing right before the Great Depression.
Today, what we're doing is modernizing the financial services industry, tearing down these antiquated walls and granting banks significant new authority.
By 2000, the median home being built was 2,000 square feet, double the size in 1920, and the price more than tripled since then, reaching $230,000 in today's money. Now, let's take stock here. Regulations and zoning rules made building codes more onerous, long environmental reviews more common.
There was also a recession in the 80s,
while restricting where builders could build and what kinds of
which
housing.
he did mention.
All of this basically made it illegal to build small or dense multifamily projects. In turn, everything got more expensive. Then, when buyers started to feel the squeeze, instead of taking steps to stop the runaway train, the government decided to authorize easier credit, shoveling more coal in the fire. Oh, and then they went and repealed regulations on stock trading that were invented in response to the biggest stock market crash in history. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Spoiler alert, everything!
In the last 6 months, Americans have seen their investment shrink, their property values plummet, and the country edge closer towards a recession.
In 2006, people who bought their homes on those adjustable rate mortgages were running out of their ability to pay. The default rate started to climb. By 2007, it was clear the housing bubble was finally bursting. The next year, it reached a full-blown crisis. And thanks to Clinton's mortgage trading, when the housing market went down, it took the whole damn American economy with it, and the rest of the world's too. Unsurprisingly, this catastrophe absolutely wrecked the home construction industry. Housing production plummeted. In the aftermath of the crisis, Congress enacted new regulations on the financial sector, justifiably aiming to prevent the mismanagement that precipitated the crisis. Yet this too had consequences, as finance sources for house building dried up. Home construction hasn't come close to pre-2007 levels since. The underlying problems that had led to the crisis went unaddressed. Builders kept chasing profits that would outpace zoning, code, and permitting restrictions, and now they were also just building fewer homes, so prices were beginning to climb even faster as supply tightened. So the median house size and price just kept climbing. By 2010, it reached 2,300 square feet and $270,000. And then COVID happened.
The patients keep coming, and it's not just the elderly, it's the young too, and they're all struggling.
On its own, this actually brought a brief dip in home prices as the economy shut down, spending tightened, and demand shrank. But as the pandemic waned and spending resurged, the global economy was slow to spin back up, breaking supply chains and driving up inflation, especially in vital construction materials. Home prices went right back up. Even worse, this inflation pushed the U.S. Federal Reserve to raise interest rates to reduce lending, spending, and further inflation. This, by design, drove up rates on all kinds of loans, including mortgages, forcing prospective buyers out of the market. Thanks to this suppressed demand, already lagging post-2008 home construction rates.
Yeah, you can't go back on the housing prices because people leverage their assets, and using their housing as an asset, it is difficult to go back.
Again, including essential construction materials. Altogether, the median new home today is 2,200 square feet. So it's actually shrunk a bit since 2010, but the price hasn't. It's gone insane. Over $400,000. Less house, fewer options, more money. The median age of a first-time homebuyer has risen to 40. In 1950, it was 25. Priced out of home ownership, people like me, and probably you, are overcrowded in the rental market, which has itself become ridiculously expensive, thanks to the surging demand and limited supply on account of the same zoning restrictions, building codes, and material costs that have destroyed the housing market. Moreover, these cost drivers aren't just being ignored, they are actively encouraged. Trump
so we don't have scarcity anymore.
Single-family zoning, while lately he's proposed
There's an abundance of housing.
Great idea. That'll solve it. So, where do we go from here?
Yeah.
Well, if this history...
I know they started doing 40. I'm guessing that's just a joke. Unless they really start doing 50, I don't think they did, though.
With environmental reviews, streamline compliance with safety and energy codes, free up investment to build more homes, and quit the stupid inflationary tariffs. In short, we have to make building cheaper, and we have to build. Luckily, in some places, we're making some progress. California, the capital of sprawl and skyrocketing housing costs, has passed a whole slate of pro-housing measures to loosen zoning restrictions and ease the permitting process, like Senate Bill 9 passed in 2021. SB 9 allowed property owners to split
Some
lots
revelations,
zoned for
people.
single-family homes and to build duplexes on those lots, in theory quadrupling the number of units that can be built in areas that were once highly restricted. Yet out of millions of qualifying lots in California, only a few hundred owners have taken advantage of the new rules, because communities all over the state have invented all kinds of new complexities in their own zoning rules, building codes, and environmental review processes to protect their home values and make implementing SB 9 nearly impossible. This happened because so many housing regulations are fragmented across municipalities. But that doesn't just impede reform efforts, it also just generally increases housing construction costs, because it's hard to achieve economies of scale when you need to change your building practices to match the arcane requirements of each city and apartheid-esque suburban enclave you want to build in. Compare this to countries like Sweden or Japan, where codes are more uniform. Typical construction happens far more frequently and far more cheaply, while off-site mass production of modular prefabricated housing also makes up a significant chunk of both of those countries' markets. In Sweden, over 80%, allowing for far greater scale in production, helping to keep costs.
Yeah, that's one thing that's growing, off-site building.
Imported construction materials.
So you'll likely see a lot of off-site building being done in the US.
Looking at the long sweep of this history, a mix of good and bad intentions have landed us with a financial system around housing that's encouraged predatory lending and induced borrowers to step well outside their budgets, putting the entire housing market on shaky footing. But on the flip side, reforms, inflation, and raised rates since 2008 and COVID, which tightened the money supply, haven't helped. They've only made homeownership less attainable. It seems like a catch-22. Either easy money subsidizes runaway costs.
All you need is dirt blocks. What's funny is that's what concrete is.
It's a result of home costs artificially inflated by bad zoning, bad codes, and bad trade policies. If we fix this cost disease first, then we can stop chasing runaway prices with irresponsible financing schemes. Then we can start putting budget-friendly roofs over American heads like we used to. But of course, as with all things in politics, it's one thing to understand the problem, to know the solution, and quite another to actually get that done. Local or national, one major problem, as writers like Ezra Klein have pointed out, is that even with the very best reforms, home building is a slow process, and bringing down prices will take years at best.
Yeah, you have to know construction to be able to fix this problem. If you don't know construction, you can't fix this problem.
Invested in the status quo to exploit our divisions and seize on slow progress to reverse changes before they bear fruit. But difficulty is no excuse for inaction. For the vast majority of Americans, the single largest line item in their monthly budget is going to be rent or mortgage. And that's important because a lot of folks, we here at Spectacles included, have spent years puzzling over why people, especially young people, are losing faith in the democratic system. It's inconceivable that the skyrocketing cost of shelter and the dwindling hope of homeownership have nothing to do with it. Politics is merely the vehicle for our collective attempt to build the good life, and people cannot trust a political system that routinely rug pulls their basic, most fundamental needs. People need homes where they build lives, families, and futures, not mansions that require an unsustainable down payment at an adjustable interest rate. Yet over the course of a century, we built a system that denied people what they needed, sold them lies that have repeatedly broken our country time and time again.
50-year loan. Adjustable rate. Don't get an adjustable rate.
To say that when liberal democracy in the United States is in a profound crisis, this might be the most important issue to resolve if we're to restore even a semblance of faith in that system. This video was a beast. Turns out 200 years of housing market history is complicated. We couldn't cover every single detail, but we did our best. We hope this human-centric production style, free of AI slop, and these 3D printed models...
There's no AI slop? I'm out of here.
If you believe in what we do and want to help make more stories that matter to democracy, consider patronizing our sponsor by downloading AnyDesk for free, grabbing some of our merch like this coffee mug, newly launched super cozy sweatshirts, or posters like this one, or by dropping a tip down below, sharing this video.
I like his background. Got a boat. How'd you get that boat in there? You have to build it while it's in there. And he's got a light bulb, typewriter. Should I put a typewriter in the background? Books. This guy reads. 3D printed props. That's one thing that can grow. What was it? Micro manufacturing. Because with 3D printers, if you know what you're doing, there's a lot of products you can make. Because again, you don't have to make big product. Well, depending on what 3D printer you have, you can make smaller products. And then with, like, if it's just flat, like you can, with one print, you can make 100 of a product, depending on how big your printer is. Books. I do have books, but I have them all at the bottom. Yeah, I can reach it. So if you want to learn about business, then read this book. Can you see it? My Personal MBA. It'll teach you everything about business. It'll teach you a ground basis for everything about business if you want to be financially literate. Which everyone should be. That's fair. The thing is, not everyone has to know everything. But some people do have to know finance. Some people have to know construction. People need psychologists. It's good to just know what you're good at and work with that. Yeah, but if you do want to learn about business, it's kind of useful, especially if, like, if you want to, that's the thing, if you don't know about business, it's easy to take advantage of people, which, yeah. So it's good to know some business, because otherwise you could take advantage of. Yeah, or just have people for that. Like having a lawyer. You know how useful having a lawyer is? Where's it at? There was one video I watched. It was this one.
Man, some of y'all are out here paying
So they are making affordable housing, but I'm like, is this good enough?
over $900 a month for a car
This is in San Antonio where it's super hot.
with a payment of around $872 a month. Yes,
That's also useful.
not a shed, not a studio, a full 2-bed, 2-bath right here on the far east side of San
Also, when I was listening to this, I'm like, why is there gunshots in the background? But those are nail guns. I was like, oh, okay. Because they're still building.
Right, you're stepping straight into your kitchen and dining.
So this is technically affordable.
Open,
It's a really small place. It was better than nothing. So
perfect for anyone looking to keep.
I wonder if people will start moving to San Antonio to get a home like this.
So this is your first full bedroom.
Like, it's really
One
tiny,
window, a
but
small closet,
better than
it's
nothing.
Nice and cozy, and right here in the back, you've got your first full bathroom, stand-up shower, toilet, and this is also where your stackable washer and dryer would go. Everything is efficient, and there's no wasted space at all. Now, as we head upstairs, there's a couple of things I wanted to hit on. This builder is offering a 4.5% fixed interest rate plus closing costs.
4.5.
And this home is 850 total square feet. This is a super efficient layout, and honestly, the value here is insane.
Which 850 is not very big.
Upstairs, you walk
My
right
last
into
apartment
the
was
loft
600 square feet,
you can use as a
which still isn't
second
very big
bedroom,
either.
An office, a gaming setup, whatever you need. And then in the back, you've got your second full bathroom right here, which is identical to the one downstairs. Another stand-up shower.
Small water heater.
The water heater is tucked right next to it. Coming down this hallway, you've got these 2 closet-looking doors. That's going to be your AC system, and then that leads right into your primary bedroom. This room also has one window, but since it's on the second floor, it looks out over the front of the home, so the view is definitely better up here. And then you have your small closet,
Yeah, they're just building a bunch of tiny houses.
setup, and just everything that you need. Now, let's
I watched another video like this. It's essentially the same thing. But man, these are small places, but
one more time.
better than never owning a home.
Perfect home for anyone wanting to stop renting.
But it's also in San Antonio, so I'm like, okay, I'm not sure exactly where it is, but out there it gets super hot. So,
Now, stepping out and going towards the backyard, let's look at this.
and that's one kind of weird thing. To go to the backyard, you have to go around the house, which I guess is okay. But it'd be nice to be able to go to your backyard, like just because it's more seamless to be able to go to your backyard from the back of your house.
Builders offering a 4.5% fixed interest rate, closing costs covered, and your
But that's kind of one thing I thought that was weird about this place.
around only
There's a beer bottle.
$72 a month. You can't beat that, especially not in this market. If you want to see this one in person, or you're relocating to San Antonio or the surrounding
Yeah, so I'm not sure why they didn't put a door here.
get you taken care of.
Unless you end up building something out here, but I don't know.
Peace.
That's the thing, there's enough space to actually build something in the back. But I don't know the zoning laws out there. Yeah. But look how close, because again, this is probably only like 10 feet, which means the next person's like 10 feet next to you. There's no windows. There's no windows on the sides. And you just have the big front window. Don't remember if there's a window in the back. But yeah, because San Antonio, the weather's not nice. Like, living out here, it's nice, but out there, I'm like, it's scorching. Ta-da. Boop. That's the thing. People are just going to buy what they can. The thing is, there isn't a housing shortage. So what ended up happening is they construct a bunch of luxury homes, condos. And so there's a surplus of luxury condos that nobody can afford. And so that's what's out in the market right now. But I'm like, well, you're like, this is a person's starter condo, but it's $750,000. And I'm like, okay, who's going to be able to afford these? Very few people. And so now they're just sitting there. And then, what was it? BlackRock just ended up buying them and then flipping them for more. And then I'm like, okay, it just made things worse. Whatever. Sam Altman.
Reaction to an interviewer who's
14 minutes.
friendly to big tech, and I'll explain in a second.
How can a company with 13 billion in revenues make 1.4 trillion of spend commitments? And you've heard the criticism,
First of
Sam.
all, we're doing well more revenue than that. Second of all, Brad, if you want to sell your shares, I'll find you a buyer.
Yeah.
I just, enough.
Yeah, student with no money. Oh, you want $200,000 of student debt? Here you go.
On AI infrastructure over the next 8 years, despite only bringing in around $13 billion a year in recurring revenue, less than 1% of what they're promising to spend. I'm no money genius, and I'm personally terrible at budgeting, but that doesn't seem great. Most of the supposed growth in the American economy in 2025 was caused by investment in AI. That's all part of the
NVIDIA.
promise being made by the industry, led by Sam Altman. Now, once a certain level of machine learning intelligence is reached, all of our problems will be solved.
The housing crisis, cancer, poverty, climate change, mental health, democracy, universal basic income, care, a bunch of diseases, breast cancer, and that one, and heart disease.
Helping you try to accomplish your goals and be your best.
Very high quality healthcare, important new scientific discoveries. The marginal cost of energy are going to trend rapidly towards zero. The more equal world.
Universal extreme wealth for everybody.
In exchange for all that, Altman's asking all of society to put all of our eggs, our data, our economy, our water and resources, everything, into one basket. His. He's offering us one massive, just trust me, bro. So should we trust Altman? Should we accept his deal? Is it even our choice? Altman isn't a technologist or scientist. He's an investor and deal maker, and really good at it, supposedly. But his whole career is a series of just trust me, bro moments. So let's examine the deal Altman is offering all of us. Should we believe Sam Altman's promises? And what's the cost to the rest of us if those promises turn out to be lies? So let's go back and look closer at Altman's early days in the tech industry. Altman's first big deal was selling his first company, Looped, a service for locating your friends. That's something that inherently needs lots of users to work, or else you're just locating yourself.
The operative idea seems to be ubiquity. I mean, get it out there in more ways than you can possibly imagine. And ubiquity.
But the whole time, Loop refused to say how many users they had. Altman just insisted there were, quote, way more users than any other similar service. It turns out, though, that towards the end, Loop only had 500 users. When Reuters reported this, Altman insisted it was 100 times more than that, and that he'd provide evidence. He never did. Just trust me, bro. Loop sold to the Green Dot Corporation, who shut it down immediately and never used any of the tech. Green Dot investors allege it was a dirty deal done to enrich Sequoia Capital, a VC firm with a stake in Looped, and 2 board members at Green Dot who helped approve the deal. Altman left Green Dot as soon as he was legally able, walking away with millions for building an app that no longer existed in any form. And luckily for Altman, someone saw something in him. Peter Thiel. Thiel, who once said that Altman should be treated as, quote, more of a messiah figure, gave Altman millions to start his own VC firm, Hydrazine Capital. And that's not all the capital Altman controlled. He was also hired as president of Y Combinator, or YC, an influential venture capital firm and startup incubator, where Loop got its original funding.
I think the president of YC is sort of the unofficial leader of the startup movement.
And Altman personally traded on that influence. The New Yorker reports that up to 75% of Hydrazine's capital was invested in YC companies. Altman used his inside view to get a cut of YC's power, despite Altman promising he didn't cross-invest in YC companies. That's 2 big lies so far: the user base of Loops that needed users to exist, and his investments. In 2015, Altman led YC into the investment you likely most know him for.
He's sort of a semi-company, semi-nonprofit doing AI safety research.
OpenAI was launched as the supposed nonprofit OpenAI Foundation, with a charter with a lot of lofty goals, a primary fiduciary duty to humanity, and avoiding enabling uses of AI or AGI that
Secret plan for your future.
While acting to minimize conflict of interest among our employees and stakeholders. The evidence that they do that?
I think the whole point is he's going to try and explain what he's going to do with all the money, but we'll see.
OpenAI's primary financial
But he's first showing at how Sam Altman's not reliable, I guess.
And Elon Musk, and tech companies like Amazon Web Services and Infosys.
We wanted to build this with humanity's best interest at heart.
But in exchange, OpenAI is asking for a lot, putting all of society's eggs in one basket, if you will. They want electricity, water, infrastructure, capital, your data, your writing, your art, and for humanity to adjust to job loss, deepfakes, and everything else. All in exchange for some future promise of technology that fixes everything. So can we trust him with all of this? Let's look at some of his biggest statements and promises to show how they tie to all the eggs in the basket. Altman insists he doesn't own any of OpenAI, and he barely takes his salary.
I paid enough for health insurance. I have no equity in OpenAI. I'm doing this because I love it.
But he doesn't hide that he's already rich, trying to do a rich guy using money for good Batman thing.
That Batman, such a wonderful person. I don't deserve it.
But we millionaires decided that you do.
But let's look at how this is part of his honesty problem. And it ties into the eggs in the basket, because Altman is invested in all the stuff necessary to build OpenAI. One of the eggs OpenAI needs is a ton of data. You can't build a large language model without examples of language and content. And one source of that data is Reddit. Altman owns a big share of the social networking site and was on its board until 2022. Reddit got its start in the same inaugural Y Combinator class as Looped. Here's Altman standing next to Reddit co-founder Aaron Swartz in 2005. Swartz died by suicide in 2013 after being criminally charged for reproducing academic articles online and breaking copyright law. In 2015, Altman made a deal with Reddit, allowing OpenAI to, quote, basically aggressively scrape everything posted on the site to feed into OpenAI's tech. Reddit co-founder Alex Ohanian felt in his bones the deal was wrong. It's a less noble version of what Reddit co-founder Aaron Swartz was targeted by law enforcement for. Swartz wanted to open the knowledge up to everyone. Altman wanted to put it in his product. In 2014, Altman promised that he and other investors would give 10% of Reddit's value back to the Reddit community. That never happened due to regulatory issues. But just like Reddit's data going to OpenAI, a look at the areas Altman's wealth is invested in show a deep connection to other needs of the organization. He's invested in AI networking equipment companies, thermal battery companies, and even companies mining the rare earth metals that server farms require. And once it's all built, Altman will profit off the problems AI creates. We're going to focus on 3: rising energy demands and costs, misuse like fraud and deepfakes, and job loss and economic collapse. Altman says again and again that OpenAI needs more power. The, quote, audacious long-term goal is to build 250 gigawatts of capacity by 2033. That much compute requires much electricity as 1.5 billion people, the equivalent of the entire population of India. But Altman has a solution. Since they first met in the early 2000s, Peter Thiel and Sam Altman have had a shared interest, investing in nuclear power, which isn't inherently bad, of course. Nuclear can be an extremely efficient and clean form of energy.
Yeah, they're building a nuclear power plant in
invested in Helion and Oklo. Helion is working to build the first ever
in Seattle.
fusion power plant, a type of energy creation that
or not Seattle, sorry, in Washington.
And Oklo is building microreactors, literally truck-sized nuclear reactors, which is a bit concerning.
The small nuclear reactors are pretty cool. That was a good idea.
Make the cost of mistakes really low, and then make a lot of mistakes.
But for now, Oklo hasn't figured their reactors out yet, and are just using gas to keep up with the promises they made.
Nuclear startup Oklo and natural gas firm Liberty Energy today announcing a partnership to provide energy to large-scale customers.
Altman is also invested in multiple companies offering protection against AI bad actors, identity verification to prevent deepfakes, and even companies offering insurance for losses due to AI scams and hacking. That's like Batman not making any money off of crime fighting, but then selling Batmobile drove into my house insurance, while also running the Uber for henchmen startup that the Riddler uses and selling the Joker white makeup. One other big promise Altman makes is that when the AI he sees as inevitable makes many jobs obsolete, it'll create so much wealth that it can be shared with everyone, just like his smaller scale Reddit promise that turned out to be bullshit. And in 2024, he announced a product that'd supposedly offer that shared abundance.
WorldCoin.
WorldCoin is a technology company and cryptocurrency funded by all the usual suspects of techno-fascism. WorldCoin's backers say it can be a way to give out some form of universal basic income when AI starts replacing jobs.
I think this idea that we have a global currency that is outside of the control of any government is a super logical and important step on the tech tree.
But it also sells itself as a solution to identity verification problems created by AI. They want to use these orbs as a method of trusted identity check, and you don't get your universal basic income until you scan your eyes into the orb. And like many of Altman's other projects, from Looped to ChatGPT, it requires universal adoption to be of any business use. A currency and identification system are pretty useless if other people don't use them. So again, Altman is making an offer. Give us your identity, and we'll give you
money's been...
It's a classic Altman deal. I'll fix everything.
Ever since people turned in their gold
like
for dollars, money has become imaginary.
Well, we'll get to that. In 2019, OpenAI gave up any pretense of being nonprofit and started a for-profit
club.
Then spun the for-profit out into its own entity in 2024. That for-profit organization has none of the same legal responsibilities as the nonprofit did, and brought in new investors like Microsoft, which invested $13 billion, which OpenAI largely spent.
Well, one thing I like about Star Trek is they did away with money and they use credits instead. Everything's a credit system. So they use credits and they barter.
Government and Larry Ellison's Oracle.
How about the $20 you owe me? Well, I only got 10, so here's 10, I owe you 10. Nice. Hey, Mo, you owe me 20. Well, here's 10, I'll owe you 10. You owe me 20, here's 10, I owe you 10. Here's 10, I owe you. Here's 10, I owe you. Here's 10, I owe you. Good, now we're all even.
Yeah.
The entire economy is tied to the success of Altman's project.
We might screw it up. Like, this is the bet that we're making. We're taking a risk along with that.
Who is the we taking the bet? Here's OpenAI's CFO.
Banks, private equity, maybe even governmental, the ways governments can come to bear.
Meaning like a federal subsidy or something?
Meaning like just first of all, the backstop, the guarantee that allows the financing to happen.
Through all of that stammering, the CFO of OpenAI is making a clear point. The government, your tax dollars, are responsible for saving the AI project. That's more eggs in the basket. And that basket is based on the promises of Sam Altman, who, as we've illustrated, lies and breaks promises a lot. So if we really look at the basket, maybe we shouldn't have been putting all those eggs in there. And it gets worse. While we were editing this video, news broke that OpenAI is seeking a $750 billion valuation and is in talks with Amazon for a $10 billion investment. That's money that OpenAI would spend on Amazon infrastructure. So I'm gonna need more eggs. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video and want to support more of our
He dropped his eggs.
journalism, please don't forget to like and subscribe. And if there are more stories like this one you want to see us cover, reach out to us at stories@perfectunion.us.
I don't like this channel because it kind of just mentioned, yeah, he's been dishonest, but again, what's he gonna do with the money? And yeah, we kind of are putting all our eggs in one basket, but it's really Nvidia. The basket is Nvidia. Because again, people have to, like, the only way this will actually work is if people actually invest into it and then put the work into it to make it work. It won't just magically work. So, Linus Tech Tips. Oh, I should have been reading the comments. Whatever. This is why hardware prices are going up.
Computers keep getting more expensive.
Also, I forgot to increase it.
That right there, that's an NVIDIA GPU. Can we talk about NVIDIA, please? Because I'm dying to talk about NVIDIA. NVIDIA has got the GPU market cornered, and they're charging like it. But they're a fabless chip company. Their fabs, they don't exist. See, they get their chips.
It's crazy.
TSMC, Taiwan, right there. They have the only fabs, and they're charging like it. But guys, you think it stops there? Oh, we ain't even near the top. See, ASML, they don't have the fabs, but they have the machines to make the fabs, to make the chips. And those machines, they're $200 million. There's no competition. No competition all the way to the top. What do you say about that?
I mean, yeah, that's a problem.
You're damn right it is. And what do you say about our sponsor? Here's the less mannequin. Here's the less mannequin, more thorough version. Over the last 20 years, NVIDIA's market share of discrete GPUs has climbed to 92%. Now, that alone doesn't make them a literal monopoly, but what it does do is it allows them to act like one. I mean, think about it. AMD has fallen to a measly 7%, and Intel only just broke the 1% barrier after 3 painful years in the market. So who's going to stop them? Nobody. So thanks, at least in part, to their dominant position in the market, NVIDIA has dramatically ratcheted up their pricing over the years.
Well, just because Intel wasn't able to fulfill what they promised with the factories in Arizona, and so I'm guessing eventually it's going to get taken over by NVIDIA. NVIDIA, TSMC, yeah,
pushing
just how it goes.
GPUs from just $500
You have to produce.
to $2,000 today, with premium variants that cost much more than even
Oh, and AMD.
No wonder then that consumers are resentful, even angry about it. Not angry enough to buy a Radeon, mind you, but angry enough to complain online. And I get it. We've become hooked on ever cheaper technology, even in the face of high inflation. But as it turns out, there's actually more of a reason for NVIDIA's pricing than just their desire for.
So TSMC is invested in the warehouses, not the warehouses, the factories in Arizona.
Even Intel, who does own fabs, doesn't manufacture cutting-edge GPUs in their fabs. In fact, all three of the players in the GPU space source from a single company called Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, or TSMC. They also aren't a literal monopoly. Samsung and others have done their best to keep up over the years, but like NVIDIA, they have outcompeted their competition to the point where they are the only viable fabricator for the cutting-edge chips that power the latest gaming GPUs and AI accelerators. That's not because nobody else could build them. Intel, for instance, has access to the very same equipment that TSMC does. But semiconductor manufacturing is not about access to the equipment, or even about the ability to build one chip. It's about the ability and the knowledge to build millions of chips and to do it economically. So the process control has to be darn near perfect. Too many defects, and even if you could build it in-house, it might actually be cheaper to outsource the production, even if it goes to a competitor. But how did TSMC?
Yeah, because we've been outsourcing for a long time. But the whole point of building the factories in Arizona is that we're no longer going to have to outsource.
For fabless chip companies around the world, which gives them the volume of business they need to continually reinvest and even outcompete vertically integrated companies like Intel and AMD, who used to own their own fabs, but now are just.
But that's going to take years to build.
TSMC also bet
They started building. They started producing chips, I think, last year. Was it this year? I forget.
Technology that is, to put it mildly, pretty incredible.
This summer? I think it was this summer.
And uses extreme ultraviolet light, an incredibly short wavelength that doesn't.
But to the point where it's scalable, that's going to take years.
High-powered lasers and then forcing its electrons into higher energy states. That light passes through a photomask, which you could think of as kind of like a high-tech stencil, with cutouts so fine that they're measured in nanometers. Those cutouts form a chip's pattern. This patterned light is passed between highly specialized mirrors called Bragg's reflectors that shrink the design down before finally etching or printing it onto our silicon wafer. All of this takes place hundreds or thousands of times per chip under complete vacuum, because even any air in the chamber would absorb that UV light. Now, longer wavelengths like deep ultraviolet or DUV, they're much easier to work with, but they simply won't pass through cutouts that small, which makes it impossible to pack in all of the transistors that you need for the highest performance processors. That's the tech in a nutshell, but if you want some more detail, you can check out our video on EUV lithography equipment. TSMC's mastery of EUV has given them a dominant market share in the semiconductor manufacturing space overall, with a portfolio that, maybe more importantly, includes basically every single cutting-edge chip on the planet. And while
that's
their pricing is shrouded in secrecy, what little we do know is that it has only gone up over time, and that's a trend that is widely expected to continue. So then,
well, because if you ever wonder why like politicians and such are doing certain things, if you know how businesses are being run, then you understand why why people are making decisions.
Wants an EUV lithography machine. They need to dig about $200 million out of their couch cushions and hand that over to ASML.
Wow.
Why ASML? Well, at risk of sounding a bit like a broken record here, because they're the only ones who make them. This time, the monopoly is a literal one, not a de facto one. And EUV equipment has made ASML so valuable that the mere suggestion that it could move its growth outside of its headquarters in the Netherlands for better infrastructure and talent acquisition
Netherlands?
The government to spend $2.7 billion in infrastructure to keep them in the country. It's also given ASML extreme latitude when it comes to pricing. Its new high-NA EUV lithography fab, which is capable of producing an even smaller wavelength for even denser chips, will apparently cost $400 million, double the cost of the current low-NA EUV. Even TSMC is balking at that price and has said, you know what? We'll grab a few for R&D purposes, but for now, I think we're going to stick with the old systems for our 1.4 nanometer chips. With that said, it's not like they're going to be able to put off buying the new hotness forever, and when it's time to pull the trigger, they won't be buying just one. Production facilities need many fabs, cost billions of dollars, and take years to ramp up production, so it actually kind of makes sense that the new chips cost more than the old ones. But that's not the only thing putting pressure on consumer pricing. The big thing is that at every level, there's a complete lack of competition to put pressure on these major players to keep prices low. And the worst part is that it didn't have to be this way. EUV was kind of a joint venture with Intel, who invested in ASML for EUV development back in 2012. But then, Team Blue grew skeptical of EUV, got cold feet, and divested from ASML when it started cutting assets in a series of cell phones during that time. And before that time. And more recently, man, Intel, sometimes you really are the smartest nincompoops in the entire industry. And the really
Intel, I was banking on Intel do well, and yeah. I don't know what happened.
Where the very silicon wafers, like the big discs that they make chips.
I heard that with a lot of like tech companies in the U.S. It's just a bunch of older white guys who now don't know what they're doing.
Delicious AI money pie. You guessed right. Now, competition in cutting-edge chips is coming, but not in a way that's guaranteed to benefit consumers, at least not consumers outside of China. Chinese fabs are ramping up new facilities that use creative approaches to, ostensibly, make competitive products without EUV technology. This matters because Western sanctions make it difficult for them to purchase ASML's cutting-edge machines. The other thing is that even if
they could have been if they didn't have the one-child policy.
Telling where the rest of the industry will be by the time they're pumping out chips at scale. Closer to home for many of our viewers, Intel is investing heavily in ASMC's new high-NA EUV fabs, but any payoff from that is going to be a long way away. And realistically, until a certain bubble pops, we're likely to be stuck with the skyrocketing prices that it has created. But hey, at least now you know where your headache's coming from. Maybe from too many segments. To our sponsor.
What segue? It's a segue. Okay. He Linus. So more than likely, India's gonna end up being #1. But yeah, so one thing that's people don't really talk about that's happening is we're hitting the point where we're not gonna want better technology. There's a certain part where we're like, oh, we need something better. We need something better. But then eventually we're like, okay, this is actually good enough, and I don't want anything else. Like, where was it at? Was it in here? The newest like Z Fold. Where did I put it? I watched it yesterday. I don't watch very many videos. Was it a short? The Dark Knight Returns. I had set this up. That was right here. I don't know if I watched this on stream or not. I guess I can play this one. Do.
In the room.
I'll just play it now. That's done. I didn't read the comments. But we're hitting the point where people aren't going to want better technology. Why is it not in English?
Of a multi-folding smartphone. This is the Samsung Galaxy Z trifold. And it might sound crazy, like there's already so many comments that I've seen about how this looks ridiculous and pointless and looks like a gimmick and all that.
That's audio tracks.
But now that I've used this phone, this is a device that's actually starting to make foldables make sense to me. Hear me out. So this is the shape of most other foldables we've seen. It looks, like a single phone when it's closed, and then you open it up.
We're hitting the point where we're not going to need better devices.
Which is super cool.
We're not going to need better graphics cards.
It opens not once,
like after
but twice
the
to give you a
what was
massive
it?
10-inch tablet basically that can fit in your pocket.
After
And the difference
1690, what more would we need?
might not sound like much. Hold your jokes.
Because even like higher frame rates, our eyes can't see any more higher frame rates. There's no more.
Now this is technically not.
There's not going to be higher demand for graphics cards after that.
This is the Huawei Mate.
Gaming wise,
I made a video about back in 2024. This one though folded like a Z. So what you have here is this super large display that's folded over the outside. So
yeah, because consumerism isn't endless.
Or a dual pane, or all the way open as this trifold with a huge screen. And it's always on the outside exposed to the elements. So this Samsung trifold is a little different. It folds a little more like the letter U. So there's a cover display on the outside, or you can flip it over and fully unfold everything to reveal a second interior display, which is the one that folds twice.
Which it's going to be weird to live in an age where you start to see technology hitting its peak and people not wanting better products.
But clearly better in some other ways. I have a lot of thoughts. But let's just get the specs out of the way first.
But yeah,
so
it's coming.
8 Elite for Galaxy inside, so it's technically not the absolute latest and greatest 8 Elite Gen 5, but it seems like they've been working on this phone for long enough that this is the most recent flagship chip they could use, and it's obviously only a year old, so still a really great chip. 16 gigs of RAM and 512 gigs of storage. Then there's the triple cameras on the back. They're essentially the same ones as the Z Fold 7, so a flagship grade 200 megapixel primary camera, but then some pretty mid other cameras, a 10 megapixel 3x zoom and a 12 megapixel ultra wide. The cover display up front is also essentially the same as the Z Fold 7, 6.5 inches, 21 by 9, 120 hertz, and 2600 nits. The biggest difference, of course, is how much phone you're holding when you use it in single screen mode, because you can see all of that metal and those hinges. This phone is a heftier 12.9 millimeters thick, and it's also over 300 grams, so it feels like it's about 50% more phone you're holding than the regular Fold. Now, looks crazy on camera and looks crazy on paper. Those are big numbers. But holding this phone and using it, it's not sleek by any means, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't feel that ridiculous. For some perspective, this is actually thinner than the Z Fold 1, and the Z Fold 2, and the Z Fold 3, and the Z Fold 4, and the Z Fold 5. Something to think about. Either way, it does mean, while using this phone closed, it is a little bit clunky. The bezels are pretty thin and all, but this is obviously not why you're getting this phone. You're getting this phone because you can unfold everything, and you end up with this massive tablet-sized 10-inch display. So now when it's open, this tablet is 3.9 millimeters thin at its thinnest point, which is over here on the left, and 4.2 millimeters at its thickest point. So it feels really thin and easy to hold, and suddenly 309 grams is not so heavy after all. And I think context, again, helps so much with this. Most 10-inch tablets are around 500 grams, so they're heavier than this. But also, most roughly 10-inch tablets, including Samsung's own.
Yeah, I can show a video of the Z Flow 13.
Not this one.
Which is pretty much all the computer you're ever going to want.
Super ridiculously thin form factor, and it's also split into 3 separate columns. So this one totals 5,600 milliamp hours, which technically, yes, is the largest ever in any Samsung folding phone, but it's also definitely on the small side for something with a 10-inch tablet-sized screen, if that makes sense. I feel like I've hammered this home so many times this year, but silicon carbon battery? Maybe the next gen. It just feels like the perfect phone for that, obviously, being super thin like this. But it is also still, it's actually the fastest charging foldable Samsung's ever made. It's 45-watt charging now, with a charger
45 watt
in the box. So that's pretty nice. And they also kept 15-watt wireless charging along with the IP48 rating from the Z Fold 7. So the specs are pretty solid, sure. But the reason I'm saying that this phone is making foldables make sense now is
if you have
because
a
the
new
screen that
phone,
get
you don't actually need a computer
this
anymore.
widescreen 10-inch tablet,
Especially if you have that
is a
tablet.
massive difference from all the regular folds. Yeah, I think this really says it all.
Because it has
This
enough
is a
power to do
full-screen
most of what
video
you
on
need.
a regular slab phone. We're all used to this, right? Now, this is the same full screen video on the inside screen.
That's one thing I like about the Steam Deck.
Screen technically, it's an
Because like with Proton and being able to emulate Windows, it's going to make it to the point where you're not going to need to have a regular computer anymore.
This is the same.
I mean, quick. In the next couple of years, you're not going to need Windows.
How much better that is? That's the main theme here for why this is worth exploring. This widescreen aspect ratio thing. In this case, it's 16 by 11, and it just really this is worth exploring.
I like that because it shows literally it's like the same size. Even if you unfold it because of the 4x3 or 4x5 or whatever, it doesn't make it any bigger. But this does. Like 16 by 10. I forgot.
In this case, it's 16 by 11.
16 by
and
11.
It really makes for a way more expansive canvas. Full screen videos, also full screen games feel really nice.
And so yeah, you're not going to need a computer. People aren't going to need computers anymore.
Nice things I noticed while playing with this large horizontal display. The Files app lets you see multiple columns at once, so you can fit a whole 3 layers of the file system deep and see it all. The YouTube app also looks really nice, basically because it's just the tablet YouTube app, so you can scroll related videos or read comments while the video still plays in a pretty big window. Web browsing is also just better from having a sheer ton of real estate.
And he's going to show the best way to use it. I even think
regular apps.
Oh no, that was a Linux video.
Social media apps in portrait mode.
But there is a video of someone using an S23 or something and just doing everything on that.
You can do 3 apps side by side. They all just have way more.
The thing is just getting there.
Being compressed and tiny. Oh, and this just happens to be the only Samsung phone that they'll let you run Samsung Dex on its own. So without being connected to a monitor, it will do the multi-window and multiple spaces with different setups with a connected mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, so this is what you do.
Connected to a monitor, you can have it act.
Like, look how good that is. You have 2 screens, and I have a Type-C monitor, so I can do this. I just plug in my monitor, and everything has USB ports on it. All I do is plug it in. It has sound. It's got a camera on it. Got the keyboard and mouse on it, and it's got 2 extra USB ports for whatever. But what's cool is second display.
Second screen, which is smart. I also got to say, I've only spent a little bit of time with this phone, but I do feel like you can see that it is very well considered. Like, I can almost feel like the different variations and versions that they went through to get to this point. Like, for example, opening the phone, you always pull from the same spot. They made the bottom leaf of this trifold just a little bit longer than the other 2, so it actually sticks out a little bit. And
that's pretty smart.
To just grab that little lip to open it up. And then the strength of the magnets that hold it together are really nice and solid. And then you pull the lip, it opens. Then the leftmost hinge also springs nicely open because there's a lot of nice force to it. It all just feels very solid.
Well, you also don't want to be on a small screen for too long. It's really bad on your eyes. Like, I'll tell people not to doom scroll on Instagram because being on a small screen is going to make you go blind.
So that's too bad.
Really bad for your eyes.
Then, you know, you can only fold it a certain way. Left side first, then right side, which wraps around it. So if you try to fold the right side first, it gives you this little message and vibrates and tells you, no, don't do that. That's not how you fold this phone. Also, without a case, I noticed that just like the Fold 7, this is one of the biggest rockers on a table the world has ever seen.
Whoa.
But alongside that charger, this phone also comes with a case that basically fixes that. So what's the catch? There's got to be a reason why not everyone's doing this. There has to be downsides, right? Well, yes, but there's not that many. Like, the middle screen is the obvious one.
Nice.
This is going to be the most delicate part of the phone, having a display that not only folds twice.
Yeah, I think I used my phone for like maybe 30 minutes.
And with 2 different radii. Like, you can obviously see these creases if you're looking for them.
Unless I'm playing music for my phone.
That the crease on the left is a little bit smaller than the crease on the right because it is a tighter curve radius when you fold it up versus folding the right side around the left side. I also obviously don't have any long-term data on using this phone, but I would consider this a first-gen device when thinking about durability and how that might go. I mean, it's nice that it is fully protected on the inside, but it's going to be a delicate screen. It's also not the brightest in the world. So the outside screen is full 2600 nits. The inside is only 1600. So kind of limits like the outdoor use and super high brightness stuff. Stuff that I guess I expect with first gen. You could also totally say that the thickness and weight while using it closed is a con because obviously it's worse than normal folds today. But then again,
like even my laptop, it's got USB-C. Plug it in.
Can actually get. I mean, they still have to get a decent battery.
Well, because I have another PC set up in my other room. Yeah.
This is starting to feel pretty close to the dimensional limit of a trifold setup. So it will be interesting
Trifold.
to see, how they evolve it from here and what a second generation actually looks like. But then, of course, the elephant in the room, price. Obviously, I mean, this is
after 14 inches. Honestly, I think the biggest you'll want is a 14-inch screen. After that, you're golden.
Hinges as a regular fold. It's like 50% more screen and then also 50% more thickness and 50%.
So I wonder if they'll just slowly just keep making it bigger and bigger.
50% more price. Now, Samsung in the US has not given me an official cost for what this is going to retail for here, but I bought this one.
Yeah, a lot of my friends who work from home, they all have work laptops.
This cost the equivalent.
And they don't have their own laptop because they got the work laptop.
US there. So I'm just doing the math. I expect it to probably be in the same range, $2,500 to $3,000 here, which is a lot. It's pricey. It's the top of the range, but also maybe not insane. You know, I think my take is for the right person who knows what they're getting into, this can be worth it. I really think this would be a nice, fun phone to use and daily for having a legit 10-inch display, a tablet in your pocket wherever you go. Like, that's such a game breaker. And it's interesting now to see different approaches to the trifold thing with the Z that folds to the outside. And sometimes the ability to use half open is kind of interesting, but again, it's just the square when I just feel like the rectangle huge thing is...
Yeah, the reason I bought an Ultrabook was because I needed it for work. Because I would have to do meetings, and so that's why I needed
the
it.
same company that is ridiculously slow moving and chill and conservative on their Galaxy S phones. Like, they don't want to change too much. They don't want to rock the boat or do anything crazy. But they'll also try this completely insane trifold thing and just throw stuff at the wall to see if it sticks. And maybe it'll stick. I think people are going to get this phone and are going to really like it. Obviously, the asterisk still is durability. We'll see.
Yeah, there's durability. Also, it's a high cost. It's going to take a while. For people don't want to pay $2,300 for a phone.
Now, at 7 days from when I'm publishing this video. So if you're still gift shopping and haven't found anything great, you need to pay attention, because Ridge, the sponsor of this video, wants you to know that their biggest sale of the year is still going on with up to 47% off almost everything on their site.
What?
So if you're not sure where to
It's crazy. Case manufacturer's about to hire a whole design team. This is what a foldable is supposed to be, a little tablet in your pocket. Yeah. Yeah, because having like the regular fold, I was like, that's cool, but like I have a folding phone. I don't even use it. Dun-dun. Yeah, well, just compared to Apple products, Samsung, yeah, Apple is better. Like, if you see the newest iPhone Air, if you watch the jerry rig videos, the newest iPhone Air, it's like a super skinny phone, and yeah, it has a smaller battery. That's what made it smaller. But what was it? It's a super durable phone. If you get that phone, you're not gonna break it, because he had to like put it on like a press just to break it. Concept future phones. Yeah. They used to show phones like this back in the day. The biggest issue is durability. Like, I do notice a lot of people returning these phones, or you'll see them on like eBay after a year because they're breaking. Yeah, but Apple just makes good products. That's one thing I like about Apple. Even though sometimes they're slow to adopt, like, where's their folding phone? Give it time so they do it right and don't have to like build something where you buy, like, for example, this is going to cost like $2,300, and if it only lasts you like a year, you're like, oh, I got these dead pixels. Oh, my screen cracked. That's what happened with a lot of these phones. You get dust inside of the mechanisms, and then it ends up breaking the screen. But then in the jerry rig video, with the newest Pixel, he did do that. And then even though there was a bunch of sand and stuff, like he does the extreme test, it still didn't break the hinge or anything. Before, if you got any kind of dust in there, your screen would like pull and like split, and then the whole screen would not work anymore. In like the first and second generation. But yeah, the newest Fold didn't have that issue. Excited to buy this refurbished in 4 years. Not getting the hot new phone first is a recession indicator. I think it is cool, but yeah, it's really use case. Actually seeing this coming to fruition 15 years later. Yeah. Triple the screen, triple the price. My wallet folded harder when I saw the price. Astonishing how far our phones have come. I'm a DevOps engineer. My first foldable Pixel 10 Pro. Game changer. Our releases, quick debugging no longer require me to get off the couch and get back up to my office. I can read logs, make minor merge request edits, poke around AWS from my phone. I can't imagine how awesome this would be. I can see a future where AR goggles, plus foldable, and you can do 90% of your job. Yeah, using the phone as a keyboard. Eventually, you can just have a digital key, or virtual keyboard. And I know they have ones where it's like a laser, and then can see where your fingers are. Those are pretty cool. Someone who travels 10 months a year and travels with a ton of equipment, including a laptop, phone, and tablet, waiting for a good trifold phone to come along so that I can stop carrying my tablet everywhere. This feels like those phones are actually getting somewhere. Honestly, I'd still get the tablet though, because a 14-inch tablet and like a laptop is pretty nice. Because I have a 13-inch laptop, but 14-inch is pretty good. Because I remember when I would work on this, my eyes would get tired. But it also doesn't have an OLED display. I bought it just for work, and I'm like, I shouldn't be working long hours on this. Where I can act as a second screen is insane. HP 8470p. Yeah, my last HP was it 6119 WM, I think. It was a classic. I was able to game on it because I had an APU. Yeah. And yeah, with mine, the battery, yeah, they don't last forever. The batteries go bad. I can still use it though, but it has to be plugged in. And yeah, I never put an SSD in mine. But if I did, because again, like, even this computer, like, it's older, but as soon as I put an SSD in it, everything was just fast. And I was like, man, what a difference putting newer tech. Even when I remember I had like one of my first PCs, I forgot where I got the PC. A friend gave it to me. Oh yeah, a friend gave it to me because they were throwing it out. And it was a slow PC, but I had a newer graphics card and I put it in that PC and it made the PC significantly faster just by adding a GPU. Because the GPU was really doing all the work. It was doing all the heavy lifting. Even going from like DDR4 to DDR5, like the whole like, oh, it's so expensive. I'm like, well, as long as you have a good GPU, like you're going to be fine. Z fold in horizontal mode rather than portrait. That's fair. Yeah, he had it in horizontal mode. But thing is, I guess, would you want to rotate it? Because it moves the placement of the speakers. Dun dun dun. Big oil. I still have my Fold 3. Most definitely will be upgrading to this. Where's Jerry? Shout out to brands that bring these kinds of things to market. It was not 2025, not 2024. Caught me off guard. Got him. Dun dun dun. What are they gonna do? Exist again? No. Yeah, I have extra computers. I have backup computers just in case. In case of what? I don't know. Just have them. Bum bum bum. You were supposed to turn the Z Fold to landscape mode to make the video bigger. Just like you did with the trifold and normal phone. The thing is, he didn't do that with the trifold. But he did that with the normal phone. The trifold, all you do is open it. The normal phone, yeah, you turn it. Pretty funny. One video I did see, it was about, what was it? They're using AI to plant trees. And at first I thought it was Blackwell AI. Because it was like a line, and I was like, is that Blackwell? But no, they're just replanting trees along Africa to stop the Sahara Desert from spreading. Kind of goated. Just like, what was it? The Amazon rainforest? It was man-made. It didn't naturally grow. People planted it. Where's it at? Here it is. Where do these videos come from?
The tablet. And this might sound a bit crazy, but the tablet we have.
This is an all-in-one tablet device that is a little bit of a mix of everything. You've got a tablet, you've got a laptop, and also kind of a desktop gaming PC if you equip it with some additional accessories.
Yeah, so this PC is really all you'll ever need in a laptop.
For me personally, I usually have to spec it quite high because I am what you would call a content creator. I need a PC that can edit videos while I travel, so usually it needs a beast CPU, but also a dedicated GPU for obviously rendering out all that stuff on the timelines in DaVinci Resolve, and then a little bit of gaming, of course, when I'm on the go. Now, usually my go-to laptops are things like the Zephyrus G14 or even the G16. They're super thin, lightweight, got the aluminium design, OLED display as well, so you've got very good color accuracy.
I think there's a video where they mention the sound, and it's not that loud.
Facilitate the exact same thing. The brand new Z13 Flow is incredibly high spec. You've got a 180 hertz display.
There's a video where they do a sound test. But compared to like my computer, yeah, it's loud. But it's because it's such a, there's nowhere to hide the noise.
Taking at various different events, very
also, my PC, the fans are on top, blowing up.
keynotes
yeah.
with people talking about lots of different percentages.
You don't
and
really hear it.
numbers. Now, it's a very interesting form factor with the Z13 Flow. You've got this ultra portable gaming tablet that has a detachable keyboard and also a kickstand. This kickstand allows a lot of flexibility with the orientation of the device. So you can have it like a traditional laptop, but you could also rotate the device and have it
Subnautica.
flip over on itself. It takes up a tiny amount of surface
I'm sure it
insane
has
when we were
terrible
using
battery
this on the
life.
plane.
If you're gaming, I'm sure it does. If you're gaming and you
Xbox controller, we could
have it
essentially
at max, what was it,
Flow as a
TDP, then yeah,
display, whilst also
you're gonna want to use it plugged in.
taking up too much space. But inside of this system is one of the latest.
Well, because I think it goes up to 120 TDP.
And the specific model I've got of the Z13 Flow is spec'd with 32 gigabytes of RAM. This is a lot of horsepower.
Pretty much back in the day, people would have like those gigantic Alienwares, but you really don't need that anymore. You can just have this.
And also, when the device is low on battery, it will show that it's charging like a red flashing light. That's quite cool. Now, when it comes to this AMD CPU that's inside of the tablet, I guess it's kind of a little bit like
That's kind of cool. The back
consoles that have got these AMD Ryzen processors inside of them, and you'd think that could never run a game in a million years, but somehow you can play Spider-Man or something crazy on your little ROG Ally X. It's kind of the same thing here on this tablet. There'd be certain games that you would never in a million years think would work. Indiana Jones is one of them, the latest one. Spider-Man, of course, is another great one. All of these games play flawlessly on the tablet.
Look at it run.
If you want extra performance,
So you're able to run it at 1440p in high settings, which is pretty good.
CES as well. This is the brand new Asus ROG XG Mobile. This is
But something like this is good for people who travel. If you're like, if he's a content creator and you're traveling around the world, you don't want to bring a fat tablet, a fat computer with you. To have something like this with that much power is ideal.
With the eGPU, have a desktop equivalent graphics card. This is running via Thunderbolt 5, unlike older Z13 style devices.
There was a bottleneck with the Thunderbolt 5
on them, which made it a little bit inconvenient. So you could also use any brand eGPU if you already got one. But this is quite an exciting proposition. I've never really thought about this, but I run multiple devices. I usually have an insane gaming PC that I use for my core editing and also gaming back at home. And then when I travel, I have something a little bit more lighter weight, but powerful enough to get the job done. But if this means I could use something like the Z13 Flow for everything, so I have one laptop or tablet that I can travel with, but then come home and dock it and it turns into my desktop PC, that's really interesting and a concept that could be leveraged very well. Because a lot of the times when you're working across multiple different devices, you can completely forget to sync files up. So you rack up to Las Vegas like we are right now, and then you forgot to upload a certain file onto your cloud server or something, and it's on
that's
your
fair.
desktop PC at home, and it just makes your life very difficult and frustrating. Now, this is just one of the super cool devices that Asus has dropped here at CES 2025. Along with the ROG Z13 Flow, there has been some update and refreshes to the ROG Strix G16 and G18 for 2025. And my personal favorite laptop from last year, the Zephyrus G14 and G16, has had an update and refresh for 2025. Looks pretty much identical to the old one. I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But internally, it's obviously got the latest NVIDIA and also some offerings from Intel and AMD. And also some new exciting gaming monitors that I think we'll probably check out in some upcoming videos. Now, if you want to learn more about the latest NVIDIA RTX GPU series, you should check out this video next, because if you like this, you'll like that.
What can we do? Play on it. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Came here for the gaming test. Bro's already yapping about the product. Where's the gaming test? They're right. He didn't really show a gaming test. Gaming test. False advertising. Yeah. So this came out at the beginning. Yeah, this came out at the beginning of the year. They're already going to be making a second iteration. I just wonder how much better that'll be. Doesn't have Thunderbolt 5, only USB 4. Yeah, it doesn't have Thunderbolt 5. When he said that, I was like, I don't remember it having Thunderbolt 5. So yeah, it doesn't have support for Thunderbolt 5. It has USB 4. So that's where the bottleneck was. And I think he mentioned because it's AMD that it's not supported properly. But yeah. It's AMD forbid everyone from ever mentioning the FPS people had in games. That's fair. Games run well, but without numbers, you really can't compare. The thing is, they run well enough to be playable. Full in-depth battery test. Terrible battery. Oh yeah. Well, because I know some systems have proprietary connections. Yeah, I know Thunderbolt 5 should be the standard. Yeah, we'll see. And they're supposed to create a new connection instead of having like HDMI 8 and what was it, DisplayPort. They're going to be making a new connection. Powerful for Premiere Pro and After Effects. It is. The thing is, it's because it's a laptop. It's not going to compare to like a full gaming rig like PC. But to have it on the go, like this is enough power for most people. Not reliable. Mine did not last 6 months. Changed keyboard twice. A few months. Decided to work only when laid flat. Unresponsive. Frustrating. The 13 owners had this issue. And, so I guess the keyboards go bad. Maybe having it in your bag and it getting pressed on or something breaks it. Yeah. Yeah, NVIDIA is the way. Also because all the money's going to NVIDIA. Like, they should have the best. And, if only I knew someone who worked there. Wing. Also, yeah, I think I'm going to be testing out NVIDIA now on next week. It's the start of the week. This week. Or not NVIDIA now. I keep calling it NVIDIA now. GeForce now. It used to have a different... It used to be called NVIDIA now. Or it had a name like that with NVIDIA. And now it's called GeForce now. Yeah, so this is ETA Prime, and he's testing it with the graphics card. AI Max Plus, Ultra Ray Tracing. Yeah, it's for people who are traveling. Otherwise, like, if you do most work from your house, just get a PC. But if you are a content creator and you are traveling, then you would want something with an AI Max. Well, if you're like a strong guy like me, like you don't need a small PC. But if you're like a smaller, like a weak woman, like and you're like 5 feet tall, you're gonna want something light when you're traveling. You're not gonna want a 10-pound laptop. Got him. Dang, where's the meme? Someone sent me a video or a meme where it was like, oh, this is your girlfriend with makeup, and then this is your girlfriend without makeup. And so the first picture was a girl, an AI girlfriend, and then her without makeup, it was just a bunch of computer parts disassembled, which I just thought was funny. The GeForce experience. Whoa. 206 FPS. Groundbreaking.
Have here, which is actually a 2-in-1 from ASUS, is
10
the
minutes.
all-new ROG.
We're gonna speed this up.
13, and it's powered by the AMD Ryzen AI Max Plus 395. And with this setup here, I've been able to play absolutely everything at 4K maxed out.
Oculus connection?
As you can see here, we're using a USB 4 dock connected to the Flow Z13 with that RTX 5090 from Zotac. And at first, I wasn't sure what to expect when it comes to performance because after all, we are limiting that 5090 over USB.
Blackwell is the way.
But this thing has been absolutely amazing. I'm using the
cool background.
GeForce RTX Amp Extreme
Zotac
edition here. Personally, love the color scheme they've got going on. And when it comes to the dock, I've actually got an AU Star dock that I've upgraded to a 650 watt power supply, and we can draw 600 watts from it with this card here. And again, we're going to be pairing this up with the ASUS ROG Flow Z13. And by itself, this thing performs great. It's got the most powerful iGPU on the market, the Radeon 8060S. I've done several videos. If you're interested in checking those out, I'll leave links in the description. But we're about to take it to the next level with the RTX.
So how much bandwidth does your girlfriend have? She's got a 10 gigabit connection. Oh, you got an old model.
Ryzen AI Max Plus 395 with the built-in Radeon 8060S iGPU.
Mine does 200 gigabits per second.
This thing's a great performer. I've done several videos. We've tested at 65 watts and even up to 90. It's
32
the best
gigabytes.
iGPU on the market, most powerful that we've seen. But since we've got USB 4 here in dock mode, I can connect something like this. But with this chip here,
look at all those cores.
32 threads. And just by itself on the CPU side of things, this is one of the best performing mobile chips on the market. The ROG Flow Z13 that I have.
The thing is, not all the cores are equal because some of them are efficiency cores.
To the 8060 SiGPU, but of course we're not going to be using that because we've got that RTX 5090 connected.
USFP
gigs of DDR7.
DDR7.
If I open up GPU-Z, I'll show you what we've got going on with this dock.
Back in my day, we had DDR1.
We're running at PCIe X4 4.0. Usually with these USB 4 or Thunderbolt 4 docks, we're at X4 3.0. But obviously, this card is PCIe X16 5.0. It's going to run much faster in a desktop setup like that. But so far, I've actually been seeing some really good performance. And to give you an idea, This dock can provide adequate power. We'll go ahead and run. The GPU, just with Furmark running, is pulling 600 watts here. We've got a 650 watt power supply. I personally don't think the power
so
supply
much
is gonna
power.
last long, but just seeing that it can
man.
provide 600 watts here, it's pretty awesome. I mean,
The
we're
beast.
maxing this thing out.
Yeah.
And the last thing here, with the Max Plus 395, we're going to be running up to around 80 watts. From Armory Crate, we've got a few modes, but I usually use manual mode. And we're going to go up to, yeah, we'll just go max this thing out. So we can get the maximum performance. Actually, we're not going to have
Yeah,
a
my
boost.
PC at
We're gonna do
max,
up to 80.
full load, uses less than 400 watts.
As soon as we apply this, we can get 80 watts to the CPU on this thing. I'm pretty excited to show you how this thing performs. So we're going to jump into some gaming, and then we'll take a look at some benchmarks, and then obviously...
Yeah, so the use case is for someone who travels.
The first game I wanted to
But I guess as a backup, it would be good, I guess.
game capture when we get into
Or if you're doing
benchmarks
like
and
what's it called? If you're doing van life and you want a game and not take up a lot of space,
this is running
because again, like especially the Japanese, they don't have a lot of space. They're not going to buy a gigantic PC. They don't have the space, and so for them, something like this would be good for them.
We've got 16 cores, 32 threads. It's that Max Plus 395.
Well, you don't travel with the 5090. The 5090 you would just keep at home.
What's really holding us back here is that...
But you could also buy a box for it if you really wanted to. If you did want to travel with this, you got to put it in a box.
Checking out some 3D Mark benchmarks. Steel Nomad with the 5090 connected, we got a total score of 13,744, FPS of 137.44. Just to give you an idea of the performance uplift, on the Radeon 8060S iGPU, we got a total score of 2,150. And an FPS of 21.5, which for an iGPU is a really great score, but we're working with a 5090 here. I also ran Time Spy with the 5090, 21,917, just on the built-in Radeon 8060S, 11,161. And it does look like being connected over USB 4 is cutting us down big time over there on that 5090, because the graphics score looks low for what we've got. But obviously, we are adding more GPU performance, and these are synthetic, so now it's time to move over to some more real-world
Processor is not recognized. This is also an older video.
At least one fighting game in, so I went with Mortal Kombat 1, and to tell you the truth, I've actually never ran this game like this. We're at ultra-high settings with ray tracing on, no DLSS,
Yeah, it's got limitations.
anything like that for it. Got a couple dips down to 59, but that's normal, you know, when you first start up a stage in this game on basically...
Where I was watching one video, and the person was using I think a 5070, and because of the bottleneck, they were actually getting better with the integrated graphics than with the 5070. But this is with the 5090, which, yeah, it's raw horsepower-wise, it'll still give you better frame rates.
Ray tracing on, and by Extreme Plus, I mean, when you go to Extreme settings here, there
Dang,
are
it's going
more
fast.
that you can actually turn up.
250.
So the Extreme preset here really isn't maxed out until you go in and set them manually. But either way, we've got this game maxed out at 4K. We're over 90
Tokyo
FPS
drifting.
on average.
Oh, I should play it again. The only reason I deleted Forza is because I needed hard drive space.
Doom Eternal, I know it's an older
But
one,
I can also just install my other hard drive. I have an extra hard drive, it's just sitting in a drawer.
We're at a true 4K here with everything up as high as it can go. I knew going into this that we'd see some great performance.
Game of the year. If you play Doom Eternal, man, it's such a good game. I just like the power scaling of the character over the 3 games. Because I skipped 2016 initially and played Doom Eternal, and I'm like, man, you were just so much more strong, like so much stronger. In Doom 3, you're just like kind of a regular guy, but yeah.
4K epic. I mean,
The Fortnite.
Here. I did go down to 1440 just to see what would happen, and we're seeing around the same kind of frame rate there. So it just kind of goes to show you USB 4 is that real bottleneck here with this system.
Oh yeah, I'm really my 4K gaming. That's all. That's also why I bought this TV. I'm like, 4K 120. It's 4K 120 hertz.
And finally, we've got Cyberpunk
OLED.
2077 4K
OLED.
ray tracing overdrive, and with this preset, DLSS is set to auto automatically. We're gonna leave it right there because I know we are limited a bit here by the connection we've got. But yeah, I mean, not too bad. I could definitely see this getting a lot more over PCIe X16. I'm not complaining right now. I mean, it's running pretty well. We're over 60. Ray tracing overdrive does look great, especially at night. When it's raining, obviously a lot of the videos you see, it's raining, everything looks wet. But with this setup here, we're seeing an average of 72
What are you doing?
FPS. Now, there's a lot
That's
more
better.
that you can get out of this with a 5000.
I honestly love doing that. You just throw a grenade.
Multi-frame generation from NVIDIA, and we're going to go ahead and enable it.
Oh, yeah.
I do need to reboot the game, but we're going to leave it at ray tracing overdrive and
The
just
thing
turn
is,
the
like,
frame gen off.
there's videos where it proves that over like 100 FPS, you can't. Most people won't be able to see the difference.
Average with no frame gen. I've got the DLSS.
So over
frame gen
100
set to
FPS,
X4
that's
right
kind
now.
of it.
Looks great like
120
this, and
hertz,
with this newer
100
frame gen
FPS.
technology, it's
That's
something
really
that
all
I
you
like to
need.
use on lower-end
Unless you're
systems.
competitive
Of course,
gaming,
if you look at the little
which
details
most people
while you're
aren't.
moving and everything
So
like
yeah.
that, you might see some glitches here and there. But when you're playing the game and having fun, nothing like that's really noticeable, at least to me. I don't mind using frame
Yeah.
gen.
So I'm actually running this at 60 hertz. I don't have one. I don't even have 120 hertz on.
USB 4.
Should I turn it on? I guess. It doesn't really matter though.
So overall, yeah, this definitely works out. Would I recommend running out to buy a Flow Z13 and an RTX 5090 specifically for a setup like this? Of course not. I would go with something much lower end if you needed an eGPU with this. But if you don't mind playing at 10,
Yeah, my 27-inch monitor is 4K 60 hertz, and it's not an OLED. I think it's IPS.
Videos. I'll
Yeah.
leave links for those in the description. But you know, since I had these parts, I
Look at all that memory.
and yeah, I mean, it does work. Is it worth doing? Probably not. But that's going to wrap it up for this video.
No.
If there's anything
The thing is, this isn't worth doing, but it's just fun to see what you can do with the technology.
Let me know in the comments below. Like always, thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Yeah, the essentials. Thanks for watching. February 23rd. And so, yeah, I'm sure you can start seeing, you should be able to find this laptop for cheaper now. Or I'm sure some people who got kind of tired or who knows are selling on eBay now. $8,000 gaming tablet setup. Yeah. Well, because they do have like external like displays you can buy too. Yeah. This thing doesn't turn itself off or anything. Because it's made by LG. This is an LGC one. So beautiful. But it does do pixel refresh when you turn it off. So if you do use it, like if I do use it all day and I go to turn it off, it'll you can't turn it back on for like 10 minutes. You can, but then it'll tell you that it's doing a pixel refresh. It doesn't. I think it does it like once a week or something. And then over time it will get dimmer and dimmer. But people who have done like long tests on screens like this, like where they just have it on all day, these TVs have the lowest failure rate. Because usually what goes bad on a TV is the, what was it? On the LEDs or the LCDs, it's the display array. I think that's what it's called. I forget what it's called. But it's what produces the light. Because if any parts of the array go out, and what was it? If any part goes out, then it'll take out a large section of the screen, which could cause the entire screen to fail. And it's not worth fixing. But, oh wait, why are we reading these comments? Yeah, IPS is good. Like the other screen, I remember when I plugged the what's it called? The PS5 into it. I'm like, dang, this thing looks amazing. Because my friend, he was using it for research, and then when he moved, he sold it to me because he was like, well, it was gonna cost like $100 to ship it, and so he's like, here you go. He sold it to me for cheap, and I was like, thanks. And then I kind of used it, and then I ended up using this. I ended up getting this instead, and then I just have that as extra. So if ever this fails, I have an extra screen. What? Why do you have extra stuff? Redundancy. It was in my IT books.
Here, I'm at Pebble's headquarters in Fremont, California.
Pebbles.
And I'm super excited because we are the first ones to be invited by Pebble to take out their production version of their new all-electric
37 minutes.
the Pebble Flow. We're going to be taking this out camping for a few days to bring you a detailed review of the experience in this video, but back in 2023, we published our first
I
detailed
probably won't play the whole video.
In 2024, we brought you a demonstration of some of its powertrain features.
This is supposed to be a smart RV.
Pebble Flow with CEO Bing Ray Yang. So if you want background information about the company or full specifications and features, then you can find links to those videos in the description below. This video is being published in December of 2025, and Pebble has already started delivery of their production Pebble Flows to their paying customers. For full disclosure, Pebble is paying the travel expenses related to this production.
I don't know if this one did it, but there's a cooler RV. It opens up on the sides, so it becomes 3 times bigger, and that's legit. That's something that's really small and it grows. Like the whole thing pops out, not just the small pop outs. But really, is it cost effective? Is it scalable?
morning, we met up with Pebble's marketing and PR team, who showed us what we would need to know while camping.
But what's cool about this one, I saw one video. It's got batteries in it, so it doesn't reduce your mileage when using it.
Once the hitch ball was a few feet from the trailer tongue, I hit the magic hitch button.
But I think it, what was it? I'm not sure what happens when the battery dies though, because you got to charge it.
I held a button to slowly retract the wheel. Connected the chains.
Yeah, the things with smart stuff, the cost for repairing it goes up. Unless people learn how to fix these things, then that's a problem.
And the 45 kilowatt-hour battery pack.
People deciding what to invest in the future.
Up to 98%, and that means that it would get us close to the about 325 miles of EPA estimated range if it's charged at 100% if we weren't towing something, but we are towing the Pebble Flow. So one great thing about the Pebble Flow is that it has a dual motor system and a battery pack to be able to help
dual motor system.
with that range when we're towing. All right, so let's take a look at the Pebble Flow state of charge. Up in the top right corner, it says it's at 90%. And with it being a 45 kilowatt-hour battery, that would mean that we have about 40 kilowatt-hours of energy to use. And there are different trip modes for the Pebble Flow, and today we are going to be using the Easy Tow. So that mode turns on the dual propulsion motors and regenerative braking so that we can maximize the efficiency on this trip. The last thing before I take off is that we have made sure that the trailer mode is on, and the trailer profile, in this case, as the Pebble Flow is listed here, shows that this has a trailer.
Yeah, in 10 years, you got to replace all the batteries.
16 by 8 by 8, and we know that this is about a 26-foot trailer. Now, with that information, the Cybertruck is projecting mileage to be about 156
It's crazy this video is in 4K, and it looks terrible for me. Whatever though.
The trailer braking, the trailer brake boost. It also has adaptive regenerative braking on, amongst the other settings here. So let's hit the road. All right, so it is a beautiful day out here. It's 63 degrees. There's no wind, so the conditions are really nice. And the speed limit for a trailer is about 55 miles per hour in most places, and I'm traveling at about 60 miles per hour. Back in the Pebble Flow, the screens are telling us that the solar panels are bringing in about 600 watts, and the motors have been helping us with up to
600 watts.
Power, and the regenerative braking has also been kicking in and has given us about 2 kilowatts. And I just decelerated to get off on this exit, and the Pebble Flow reported a recuperation rate of over 7 kilowatts. This particular Cybertruck is equipped with a full self-driving technology, but when you're towing a trailer, then you can't use it, but you are able to use the adaptive cruise control. So I have that turned on, and I've set my setting to 7 as far as the car length goes. So
wait, she's in California?
A good distance between the vehicles in front of me, and it's slowing down and speeding up with traffic. Generally speaking, it's not a lot of weight that I feel behind me that I'm pulling when this Easy Tow is on. So over the course of this drive, the Cybertruck is averaging 440 watt-hours per mile. And actually, we've had a Cybertruck for about 2 years, and over the lifetime of the miles that we've driven, which is about 15,000 miles, it averages about the same without towing anything. And with 33 miles left on this trip, the Pebble Flow is showing about 70% state of charge remaining.
Oh yeah. Well, that's also why I had to buy new phones, because I'm like, okay, you buy something new, but then in a year, it just greatly drops in price.
Several meals in the Pebble Flow and got back on the road to get to the campsite before dark. Let's have a look at the final efficiency data for our trip to the campsite. We traveled 95 miles and we used 44 kilowatt-hours from the Cybertruck, which works out to 2.15 miles per kilowatt-hour or 465 watt-hours per mile. We also used 20
Carmel by the river.
Conservatively, we can round up to say that our consumption was about 70 kilowatt-hours per 100 miles or 700 watt-hours per mile fully considered. As the sun set, we arrived at our campsite and disconnected the Pebble Flow out front. I used the iPad app to raise the wheel jack, steered into place, and plugged into single-phase 30-amp shore power. That process took about 3 minutes. All right, so now let's use the Instacam. So now what is happening is
that is one thing I do like about it, that it does that. But you can also buy an attachment. You attach it to the front, and then you can control it with that.
Right now the stabilizers are down set and the stairs are coming out, and that is the last.
Is this mathing for you?
So that took like only a minute or two, so it was very quick. Now the last.
That's the thing. I'm a nerd, so I watch a lot of videos like this, especially with calculations, because I just like knowing what's being developed.
Efficiency and drag, so it removes that wind up and over the trailer, but it blocks this window on the inside of the
I just keep wondering, I'm like, who's eventually going to win?
Put it down, so that is down here in the app.
That's kind of what everyone's waiting for. All this technology is coming out, but which one's the best one that everyone is going to want to invest into? And then all of a sudden you start seeing everyone with it.
It's getting late. We're going to move our groceries in and we're going to get some rest. We put away the groceries and emptied our suitcases. There was much more storage space than we expected or needed for this trip. We noticed the dinnerware situation was a bit chaotic. An integrated set or organized system which keeps items in place might be a cool package to offer. I got started making dinner and noticed the total system draw was about 2.3 kilowatts with climate control, induction stove, and microwave oven going. Even while cooking, we were netting a few hundred watts from the commonplace single-phase 3.6 kilowatt shore power. With dinner complete, it was time to sleep and get ready.
I think that was just their iPad. I think you can do it all from the phone too.
So far, so I want to go through some of the things that I've experienced and provide some insights for opportunities for improvement so far that I've seen, and also the things that I really enjoy about the Pebble so far. Now, I'm holding this iPad because this allows me to control all of the features of the Pebble Flow and also monitor some of the details about state of charge and the tanks and all that. So I'll probably point out some of the statistics and figures on this iPad as we move through this whole experience. So let's start off with the exterior. Now, I thought that the automated magic hitch process was absolutely amazing and it worked flawlessly, but there are a couple other things that I would like to see automated in that process, and that is, for one, the tongue wheel. I wish that it would be included in that process to get it in its position while taking off, and also the aero box. I wish that would automatically deploy with it and raise up to cover that window and provide that nice aerodynamic profile. So it might only save a couple minutes every single time, but I think that's the beauty of these systems that they offer here, is that it makes it automated and very simple for the user. Although all the controls for the Flow are accessed through the iPad, there is a physical button on the front of the exterior of the trailer to activate or deactivate the parking brake, and another to retract the tongue wheel. So you might have noticed too that there are cameras, and that one helped us out when it was using the magic hitch system to get it onto the hitch ball, but it has
yeah.
exterior cameras total. Now,
what was it? I have friends who like are older, and they mention how like they know about how cars get stolen that have the chips in them.
The vehicle in the system with the remote control, and also for security purposes in the future, and hopefully with an over-the-air update they'll be able to provide those. Now this glass here is really great for visibility when you're sitting in the dinette area. I love that, and with this aero box. It was really nice that it came up and covered most of that window when you were driving because it protects it from any debris from the road kicking up. The next thing is this exterior storage, and it opens up to provide a really long tunnel that has tons of space, and it has lights in there so you can still see at nighttime, and a couple of outlets to be able to plug things in and recharge. And the cool thing about this is that you have access in the dinette area to be able to get into that tunnel area for storage. So if you want to bring things in from there, you can. Now we're using the storage for the supply hose and for the portable cable to be able to recharge the Pebble Flow or other devices and adapters. There's also some camping chairs in there, but I feel like you could fit a lot in here. Even if you wanted to put some blow-up paddle boards or maybe even electric skateboard, you could.
Yeah, watch the video. A guy was laying in there. It's not the biggest, but
Now they're using an all-terrain
it's not bad.
tire, and they say that this is a truck tire, but it is a single axle, a 3.5-ton axle to be specific, so it's very robust, but it is slightly concerning that there is only a single axle, and usually with a setup like this with this much weight, you would have a dual axle. Now the commenters
Well, the way she's doing it, it's okay. The one I watched was a much shorter video.
Which means half of the friction in comparison to the dual axle setup. And then
What's like?
next thing is space. A second axle and a pair of wheel wells means that it would take up some more of that interior space, or even maybe functionality with the tanks or even the battery pack.
I just want to see the inside.
Pump air into it, and also has slime so that you can patch it up if it's an easy fix. Now, roadside assistance program. While we're on the topic of warranties, the Flow's general warranty
Where's the inside?
But the DC pins down on the bottom, this can also accept up to 50 kilowatts on a fast charger. So if you're going to a public charger, or up to 160 pounds. So I would definitely be able to bring a couple e-bikes with me. I also like that they have included
Oh, here it is.
when the space will be occupied. All right, so let's head inside. First, we're going to start off in the dinette area. Now, this area can fold down so that you can have two people sleep up here, and I fit nicely.
And yeah, I'm sure they definitely sponsored this video.
Now, this table folds down, and you can unlock it from underneath, and then you can actually move the table back and forth, which just gives you a lot better ingress and egress. A couple other things that I like about this area is that it has this skylight. All of this is smart glass, so right now it's opaque, but with the push of a button, you can make it clear. There's an outlet here underneath the dinette, and I wish this one had USB ports built into it like some of the others.
And I do like seeing tech that's been like talked about actually being implemented.
Includes this ambient light that wraps around the entire vehicle. You can see it all through the headliner, and it actually wraps around down on the floor as well. Now up here, I have noticed that it could have probably done a little bit better with the quality of it, but nonetheless, I love the effect that it has and that you can...
Yeah, there's like separation on the edges.
As you can see, there's a lot of lighting in this vehicle, but one place that it doesn't have enough lighting, in my opinion, is right above the sink here. Now, there is a light on the vent here above the cooktop and around this countertop area, but when it gets dark outside and there's no light coming in from this window and you want to do your dishes after cooking, it is dark and it's a little hard to see. So I would probably just buy some cheap under cabinet lighting that I can stick on right above here from Amazon, but at $175,000, I feel like it should come with it. Another thing about the lighting is that there is a switch to turn the lights off when you're in bed right over here on the other side of the cabinet, and when you press that light,
Or you can buy something that doesn't have all these smart features for like 25,000, 28,000.
so imagine that you have people sleeping in here and one of you
It's kind of like a showcase of what you can make.
all of the lights come on. So it'd be really nice if they had another switch that had maybe the ambient lighting that turned on or more.
But again, it's not like an established company, so it's kind of hard to like say, hey, yeah, I would invest in this.
Queen size bed to sleep in here. And what's great about that
Hey, you left the
is
computer
you
there.
have a space for people to sleep in the back, and you also have a separate space up front on the dinette for people to be working if one person wants to be able to go to sleep. Another great thing about this space is when you have the bed folded down, the wall is a great surface for you to project onto, so you can watch movies and things like that if you want. I really like this space in the kitchen. It has a really
That
big
wasn't a movie.
countertop. I don't like what the material is made out of because it's hard to keep clean. I would rather it be like a quartz or something similar to it.
It's pretty
but
gimmicky.
right now it doesn't feel very premium. I like this.
But for people like, because there are people who like glamping, this is more so you're glamping than anything. That's cool.
This needs a 120 volt outlet to be able to plug into, and there's no exterior outlet to be able to plug in and cook outside on the Pebble Flow. The interior of the RV measures 21 feet long, 7 feet wide, and 6 foot.
I do like that it's modular. If you want to put it outside, you can.
Two large closets up front, one with a bar to hang items.
There are some RVs that have an outside kitchen that folds out, which I really like. So if you wanted to cook outside, you literally open a drawer and it's your whole entire kitchen.
Above the bed area provided useful storage. Overall, the Flow felt spacious and like I had more than enough headroom, which is nice for someone like me at a height of 5 foot 11 inches tall and over 6 foot wearing these boots. The flooring is made out of a durable material that looks similar to my Rivian's Chili Witch. I expect it to be easy to clean. The Flow comes with a full-sized fridge with a small freezer, which we found spacious and met our needs for the short trip. The all-in-one microwave oven with convection cooking
The
and air frying
essentials.
features worked great with the ability to adjust wattage. Now, as far as this bathroom
Water
goes,
usage, energy, shower.
of the medicine cabinet. It has a lot of storage in here, and it has the mirror off the front, but it sticks about 3 inches or so off the wall here.
Best features.
And it's positioned right above the sink where I need to get in and wash my face. It makes it really challenging. I kind of have to move my head in a certain position just to try not to spill water all over the place. So I wish that they would remove this storage system and maybe move it over here where you don't need to put your head so that you still have the storage, and then just place a mirror in front of there so it's more
That is a really small
Additional
sink.
storage is available beneath the sink. The shower feels spacious enough, and I appreciate the built-in seat. The curtain edge is magnetic to seal the water.
Yeah, she's
The
tall.
toilet
She's
contains
5'11".
an macerator, which can prolong black
Taller than
heat
me.
expand by breaking down solids. Smart glass enables privacy when enabled and creates a more open feeling in the living spaces when
And to open your fridge, watch this 2-minute ad.
plugged in, so it can be always charging. But this is kind of the brain.
I need my insulin. Watch this 2-minute ad.
Control all the different features of it. So right now we are in camp mode, and that's where you can make adjustments for whether that's your interior lighting, your stairs popping out, your unlocking and locking.
Your milk is brought to you by
A
Amazon.
lot of the energy coming in and out of the pebble flow, and you can also monitor the tank levels. So you can see the status up at the top: 53% for freshwater, 21% in the gray tank, and 10% filled in the black tank. And you can also change your source from city to the tank, and you can empty out your tanks from here as well, or use the auto feature. And there's also a heater for the tanks and pipes if you want to turn those on and off if you're in colder climates.
We parked at 7:30 p.m. on Monday and departed at 11 a.m. on
Oh,
Wednesday.
okay, that was it. The rest is just water usage, blah, blah, beep, 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 boo. I don't care about it. You don't. Energy consumption during the summer, shower experience, auto dump system experience, leaving the campsite, towing experience, on-road efficiency summary. Top 3 best features. Cool. I just want to see what it'll look like on the inside. All right, I just mainly want to show what it'll look like on the inside. Gotta make dinner. Wait. Oh, firmware update. I still won't turn on. No Wi-Fi? Up. My robot won't be able to make dinner for me. What I do like is that since it has the solar panels, the fridge will always be powered. Because they use 12-volt systems. So this video is Greed Destroyed Computers Forever. Forever. Actually, let's watch this video. RAM Crisis. He's cramming videos in between? Oh, yeah.
RAM crisis in 60 seconds or less. It's AI, but it's also a lot messier. The best AI
It's AI.
chips use HBM, memory that's faster and more profitable than other types. With demand exploding, manufacturers are shifting production away from standard consumer memory and chase that AI money. Micron is even shutting down its 30-year-old consumer memory brand, Crucial.
No.
It's a bold strategy,
That's crazy.
and it's gonna pay off for it, because tightening supply on standard RAM also lets them force prices up after years of rock bottom margins, and that is triggering the final phase. Panic! Seeing prices jump, laptop makers and data centers are panic buying inventory, which sends prices even higher. The result, the big three are reporting their strongest margins in years, while consumer RAM prices are doubling. Hopefully you don't desperately need RAM anytime soon, but if you do, maybe it's time to check eBay. Explaining the RAM crisis in 60
Maybe it's time to check eBay. That's what I mentioned earlier. It's already gone up. Oh no, it's all over. The thing is, they're also pushing all these numbers. They're pushing all this at the end so that the fourth quarter review, that's what they care about. They want good margins for the fourth quarter because that's what matters. The first quarter, yearly, it doesn't matter. People care the least about it. Also, it benefits them to see a low quarterly value, like CEO-wise, or CFO, any of the chief leaders in a business. It looks better on paper for them to have a poor quarterly sales, and then at the end of the year to be like, oh, look what we did in the fourth quarter. Because again, they have to answer to shareholders, which is kind of a problem. So it's actually, in a way, it's just kind of it's manipulated. Market manipulation? Oh. I don't know. But that's what CEOs do because they get bonuses doing that. They'd be like, oh, look at how much of a difference I made in this company. Oh, yeah. That's the thing. You can also just not have to buy anything. Or just wait a few years. Oh, wait. I was going to play this video. So there's Hideo, terrible news. I go back to my watch history. Oh, yeah. Dun, dun, dun. And then we're going to bonk. Whoa!
Warner Brothers Discovery,
This
which
hour?
owns like Harry Potter and DC Comics and freaking Game of Thrones. And this deal is estimated at
38 minutes.
$82.7 billion.
I clicked the wrong
Is that
one.
a good deal? I don't freaking know. But what is hilarious is this amount of money, one of the biggest acquisitions in all of entertainment history. This amount of money is still less.
Crime
Nvidia,
always
Oracle,
pays.
And OpenAI are just passing around in a circle, playing hot potato with $100 billion. Part of that $100 billion that goes around there is actually funded by us by investing into the companies. And this conversation is starting to breach into the mainstream because it's getting so
all the
ridiculous
companies
that
all
we got
invest in the top companies.
or how I like to type it apparently, Drew Gideb. But I'm sitting here thinking like, huh, you too? It's about time that people start to notice. I feel like people in the tech community have been seeing this for years and years, and we've just been screaming into the void, but now something is finally screaming back. And nothing shows this more is when Jensen went on Joe Rogan, and he went into the fact that Nvidia started as a scrappy company, that they were barely getting by.
Everybody had chosen the right technology approach, and we chose the wrong one. We found ourselves essentially dead last with the wrong answer. I was in a contract with Sega, and I owed them this game console. That contract would have been canceled. We'd be dead. We would have vaporized instantly.
And they eventually figure out how to make graphics.
Instead of building a 3D graphics chip for every 3D graphics application, we decided to build a 3D graphics chip for one application. We bet the farm on video games. You know, GeForce is really, today, it's also the most advanced 3D graphics technology in the world.
Yeah, because they weren't using triangles. Instead, they were using squares or something like that. I forget.
A company for gamers. And now look at them.
We put it in all of our graphics cards. Kids were buying it to play games. Kids were buying it to play games. You probably don't know this, but we're the largest gaming platform in the world today.
Oh, I know that.
Oh, okay.
I used to make my own computers. I used to buy your graphics cards.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Set up SLI with two graphics cards.
Yeah, I love it. Okay.
Yeah, SLI.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Okay.
PC is usually a personal computer.
It never worked well, but okay, it worked well sometimes.
We are the target audience.
But it was cool just to see that you could connect two graphics cards. But yeah.
He barely ever mentioned gaming anywhere past that.
Yeah.
Because that isn't really his focus anymore.
You know, until now, our knowledge.
We're an AI company.
We propagate and we send to each other.
We're an AI company.
Add to it. In the future, maybe 2 or 3 years, 90% of the world's knowledge will likely be generated by AI.
That's crazy.
I know, but it's just fine. And the reason for that is this. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
What difference does it make to me? I'm learning from a textbook that was generated by a bunch of people I didn't know to knowledge generated by AI computers that are assimilating all of this and resynthesizing things. To me, I don't think there's a whole lot of difference. We still have to fact check it. We still have to make sure that it's, you know, based on fundamental first principles, and just like we do today.
Tim from Hardware.
None of this is about gaming.
Which is a leading partner for AMD graphics cards.
Gamers are what created a lot of the GPU market. It wouldn't have existed without gamers. 3DFX created 3D gaming. NVIDIA wouldn't be what it is today without PC gaming. AMD wouldn't exist as a company without gaming. Gaming kept it alive when it was on life support.
And to be honest, I don't really hate Jensen. Like, this is a logical step for his business to take. But the fact that the incentives that are out there now only prioritize businesses to make as much money as possible and get as greedy as possible. If you're a publicly traded company, you have to prioritize making money for your shareholders. And one of the major issues is this can prioritize short-term profit over long-term growth. We do quarterly earnings calls. Every 3 months, the company needs to look like a line going up and to the right. But realistically, should it behave like that?
The thing is, they are investing in long-term growth. It's just that us as gamers are the ones suffering.
So they're just going to leave and make more money elsewhere and abandon us or even charge us more for the scraps that are left. Like recently, this has been a crazy thing, but Micron, one of the 3 major players of companies that make memory for all of our devices, they just announced they're exiting the crucial consumer business.
That's good.
Ignoring the fact that crucial, the irony, and apparently it wasn't that crucial because they just kind of gave it up. But ignoring that, this is just crazy. Like, they specifically just call out that they want to prioritize their enterprise customers. The AI-driven growth in the data center has led to a surge in demand for memory and storage. Micron has made a difficult decision to exit the crucial, not so crucial, consumer business in order to improve supply and support for our larger, strategic customers in faster-growing segments because apparently they can't make enough money off of us, even though Crucial has been a successful business for 29 freaking years. Micron aims to improve long-term business performance and create value for strategic customers as well as stakeholders. So apparently, what they're thinking, and this might even be true because these companies probably want to shift us to not even owning computers anymore, but pushing everything into the freaking cloud. But they said this is a long-term business decision because their consumer branch apparently isn't going to be a long-term thing. So they cut it. Also, the strategic customers as well as stakeholders, so shareholders for the company.
That's also one thing. You're not going to need gigantic PCs anymore. No one's going to, like, in the next couple of years, people aren't going to be buying giant PCs when you can have a small tablet that's going to be as powerful as my computer 5 years ago.
And shared success. Crucial wouldn't have been where it was without you. Difficult decision. It was a very difficult decision. Spineless and embarrassing. When you come crawling back to consumers after the AI bubble bursts, you'll know where you can shove your products. So there's a lot of people online that are saying that Micron will pay for this decision. But will they actually? Obviously, as you expect, following this decision, it did go up. So this was announced about like December 3rd or 4th, I think. And since then, it's gone up at least 12% in terms of their share price, or 16% if it's on December 4th. People, at least on the stock market, think it's a reasonably good decision to make. It went up pretty quickly. Now, that's part of the problem, is it's the short-term growth instead of the long-term business decisions. And just because of this decision, I went out of my way just to buy a Crucial drive. What the hell is going on? Like, is this drive good? Why the hell are they getting rid of this brand? Because this Micron Crucial situation is only one part of the problem. Like, every computer needs memory. Every computer needs storage. And Micron, Samsung, and SK Hynix are really the only manufacturers that make these things for all of our devices in the world. And right now, we're going to see prices change like crazy. I bought this memory. It is a 48 gigabyte kit. It's really fast memory. It's 8,000 mega transfers per second. I bought this kit for $235 back in August of this year. And I thought at the time, I was like, I don't know if I want to buy this kit of RAM because that's kind of expensive. But if you go and try to find this exact same kit of RAM right now, it's sold out on Amazon because there's a shortage. This RAM, same kit pretty much, $500 right now. It doubled. There's another kit of RAM that I bought earlier this year. This was in January of this year. $120 for 64 gigabytes of RAM. That is so freaking affordable. It's amazing. $350? Like, what just happened? That's almost 3 times the price of the RAM. Here's another thing just to shock your eyeballs. 128 gigabytes of RAM. That's a ton of RAM, but freaking $1,000, more than $1,000 for some sticks of RAM. Holy shit. Ain't it wild to be at a point where Apple and their memory prices are looking more affordable? Apple looking downright affordable right now. RAM prices on computers have been going up like crazy. The thing about it too is these 3 companies, Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron, they all make the memory, okay? But they just make these chips and they're kind of detached from the global market. Like, companies need memory. They can control the supply and kind of decide how much it ends up costing. RAM is a commodity. So Micron pulling out their Crucial consumer business, memory prices are skyrocketing like crazy. They're basically going to be shorting the supply even more. So the other companies that are still selling to consumers, like Samsung, which sells drives to consumers, or SK Hynix, which also has their own brands and stuff, these prices are only going to get worse. Now, I will say with this Crucial, not Crucial, it might not be as bad as a lot of people would like to make it out to be. It seems like they're going to stop making all of their Crucial products by end of February 2026. So that is not really that far away. But something to consider is that Micron is a manufacturer and they make memory for a whole bunch of different devices. Like, I know I had a graphics card. It was a
February 2026.
When I tore that thing apart, I could see that it had Micron memory on it. And just because Crucial isn't a thing, that they're not selling specifically Crucial branded RAM or Crucial branded SSDs, that doesn't necessarily mean other companies won't be able to get those chips and still make those things. This isn't great. We're still losing another consumer-facing business from the major manufacturer too. Now, as I said here, Micron is also prioritizing things like the memory, like HBM IBM, which servers tend to use a lot more and not consumers. We don't use that shit. So we're probably gonna have less opportunities to even buy it still. There's gonna be less supply out there. And this stuff gets like nasty. Like this memory stuff has happened so many times in the past where they tried to price fix. What's terrible is because there's really only 3 companies that control all the memory and storage that's made in the world. Hey, if we just work together, we could just raise prices and nobody's gonna have any other option and we're gonna make more money. So why wouldn't we end up doing that? Back in 2006, this case investigation actually started in 2004, I'm pretty sure, were investigated by the Department of Justice. They said they owed more than $731 million as fees because of this investigation. They were basically found guilty of colluding and price fixing. There's been another antitrust lawsuit that happened just as recently as 2018 about these companies also colluding to raise prices. Now, I don't know how this one has worked out. I would think that this case would have gone through by now. So this has happened in the past that these memory companies have worked together to screw over consumers. And all at the same time, they're making more margin on every single product. So we're paying for this screw up. There's been situations recently where NVIDIA and AMD, they're invested in the same companies. NVIDIA owns a portion of Intel nowadays. Like, what the hell is happening? They are competitors. OpenAI is getting a cut of AMD, which NVIDIA is getting a cut of OpenAI. So it's like, how the heck is all this working? Like, these companies, are they really competitors, or are they just acting like they're competitors? And I think that's how it's been with gaming graphics cards for quite a long time. NVIDIA used to be a gaming company. Jensen talked about it.
We bet the farm on video games.
But there's only really been 2 major players in graphics cards. That's been NVIDIA and AMD. And for the longest time, I mean, people come out.
The thing is, they're too big for anyone to compete against them.
But it seems like at every single step, AMD falls short for some reason. It's like, oh, they can't make a competitive enough GPU, or they get the supply wrong. They want us to think that they're competing, but it seems like AMD is more than happy with just taking the scraps from NVIDIA and just letting NVIDIA own the market, basically. And let's dig into NVIDIA first. We can break down all the major chip companies. But let's start off here with NVIDIA, with the GeForce Partner Program. This was in 2018. It was just a disgusting program. Like, on the surface, they tried to make it sound really, really freaking good. Like they said out here, they want to make advertising more and more clear for these partners. But really, what NVIDIA was doing is they're already a pretty large majority market share. They're trying to leverage that position to make other board partners that normally could work with NVIDIA or AMD. They tried to force them to only working with NVIDIA, which was build up the market share and basically force AMD out against their will because they wouldn't be able to work with these other partners. It made companies like Asus, they were going to launch Ares graphics cards for AMD because NVIDIA wouldn't let them have ROG AMD graphics cards. And even to this day, Asus still struggles to put out high-end, top-end flagship graphics cards for AMD. And really freaking quickly, this whole thing got knocked out. Everybody saw right through this and how his manipulating partners are going out there. Like, did this ever really end? Or did it just kind of take under a new reign? Like, NVIDIA still has to this day an NVIDIA partner network of companies they partner with. You do get
I was looking that up earlier.
And NVIDIA has shown that they are very willing to cut into consumers. Really, we're just numbers on their spreadsheet of the freaking line going up and to the right. But this wasn't nearly as bad as some of the stuff that happened during cryptocurrency. Now, if you guys don't even remember, it was around 2018, 2019. There was already a push for crypto miners to mine things. I think it was Bitcoin at the time. And I know I mentioned cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
From everybody, because during COVID, there was a GPU shortage. Prices were up like 2 to 3 times of what they should be, and that was even if you could buy one in the first place. Like, graphics cards was awful. You know who won? All the companies are getting insane.
The whole RTX 2000 line got destroyed by mining.
A ton more because the supply was limited. People wanted graphics cards. Apparently that wasn't quite enough because even at the time, they tried to make things like a low hash rate graphics cards from NVIDIA at the time that mines coins slower. Apparently they're trying to virtue signal that was the case. But at the same time, companies like AMD and Power Color and Sapphire caught selling graphics cards directly to miners, even though they're clearly gaming graphics cards. MSI was making specifically minor graphics cards. They saw the opportunity to make money, and even though they're supposed to be consumer graphics cards companies, they're going to sell it to these people that are taking advantage of the situation. 700,000 GPUs just in the first quarter of 2021 at the time was shipped to crypto miners. Not even to us. We never even saw a lick of that shit. To be honest, this whole situation reminds me of what's going on right now with the AI boom. And they're selling graphics cards.
A lot of them went to China
out there, and they're even smuggling graphics cards into places like China because a lot of these cards were banned in China from even going through. So Gamers Next has made a whole freaking documentary about the process of how these GPUs specifically aren't even going to us, but they're getting smuggled into other countries. The moment that NVIDIA realized these graphics cards could be used a lot more than just consumer stuff was the moment that we did not matter anymore. And yeah, they're going to try to maintain their gaming business, but is that their priority? Because right now, the H200 AI chips, which takes away chips that could be made for consumers, these are getting sold into China now. They were banned at one point, and now that they're approved. That's crazy.
Literally the first conversation I had with Secretary Letnick, I just want to let you know that you're a national treasure. NVIDIA's a national treasure. Whenever you need access to the president, the administration, you call us. We're always going to be available to you. And it was completely true. Every single time I called, if I needed something, I want to get something off my chest, express some concern, they're always available.
But all this AI profit is never enough. NVIDIA's got to keep consumers.
Yeah, that's how essential NVIDIA is.
More and more money every single generation while finding a way to give us less and less.
Miner equals Minecraft.
There's other ways to keep us.
I needed to play Minecraft,
which is pretty cool because graphics cards that came out all the way back in 2018 can support some of the latest things that are out right now, like ray reconstruction, the newest versions of DLSS upscaling. Those are really, really cool features if you can take advantage of them. At least gamers get something out of AI, if you know what I mean. Something that NVIDIA found out they could do is limit one feature to upgrading generations. And if you can hold one feature back, you can keep people that think
multi-frame generation.
Because performance-wise and value-wise, these graphics cards haven't actually gotten that better since like 2020. I mean, they are better, but marginally so. NVIDIA could hold things like DLSS frame generation. Like when RTX 40 series graphics cards came out, this 2x frame generation could only be run on the cards because it needed the specific optical flow accelerator.
The second component is optical flow accelerator.
Whereas that wasn't available apparently on RTX 30 series cards or 20 series cards. They got people like, oh, you could double your frame rate. That's a feature you don't want to miss out on. But by the time RTX 50 series graphics cards came out, NVIDIA revealed that 30 series cards, 20 series cards even, could have ran this stuff all along.
Today, we're introducing an enhanced single frame generation
generation model for RTX 40 and 50 series GPUs, which, like the multi-frame generation technique for Blackwell, uses
So
two
it's
VRAM
just
modules, one
software.
for optical flow and another for frame generation. They really wanted to. They could have made it work because NVIDIA switched to a model that doesn't use the optical flow accelerator anymore. It uses 2 AI processing, and to this day, those
Oh, okay.
still can't do 2 times frame generation. But also when 50 series launched, and I don't really like these features that much. I don't really use frame generation that much, to be honest. But 50 series launched with multi-frame gen, so you could do 3 times or 4 times frame gen.
The Blackwell architecture, the display engine was improved to leverage flip metering when generating multiple frames.
And this time around, they needed a flip metering technology in order to pace the frames properly.
Flip metering.
Oh, he's explaining what's occurring.
We've seen third-party software that can do this without.
He's giving the
A little
news.
more latency at that cost, so maybe it is true that 50 series has a special hardware on it that older cards can't.
But yeah, but Luther scaling, goated.
Flip metering. Flip metering. Which is maybe true. We've seen third-party software that can do this without any of that stuff, but does have a little bit more latency at that cost. So maybe it is true that 50 series has a special hardware on it that older cards can't do multi-frame generation. So if you want this technology, you're gonna have to buy the latest shit. So these kind of features.
The thing is with Lusa scaling, there's videos where people use 2 graphics cards, and you have the primary in the main slot, and then you have the other one in a 4x PCIe slot, or you can get 2 16x. But those motherboards are kind of expensive. But then you just plug into the second graphics card to render the frames, and you get amazing results from it. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like you can do 2 older graphics cards, and it runs really well. Like you get really good frame rates using loose scaling.
Because they know that you might want to try it or get it, and it keeps you on that upgrade horse, and they're going to charge you even more for graphics cards all along. This is the current generation of graphics cards with the 5090, 5080, 5070 Ti, 5070, 5060 Ti, and 5060 and 5050. Top-end cards back in the day used to be around $1,000, and nowadays a 5090 is like a $3,000 graphics card. We also got cards like the RTX 5080. You know, 80 class cards back in 2020 used to be a $700 card, and now in 2025 it's a $1,000 graphics card. And the 5090 on paper is literally double the 5080. It's got like twice the cores, twice the VRAM, twice the bit bus, and it can do things that the 5080 struggles to do a little bit more. Even as you go down the stack, NVIDIA keeps you wanting to upgrade because the RTX 5050, 5060, and 5060 Ti all have 8 gigabytes of VRAM. And 8
Yeah,
gigabytes
those
of
are all
VRAM
trash.
in 2025 really does struggle in quite a few games. So they get you to want to spend all the way up into the 5060 Ti 16 gigabyte, which is a $430 graphics card. If you just want to get into PC gaming and have a graphics card throughout the years, it's going to use more VRAM in these games. If you want it to last for a few years, you're going to at least have to spend $430 just to get into PC gaming. The new graphics cards were going to come out too, like the Super Series ones, and these ones have more VRAM on them, like the 5070.
Yeah, and I think they canceled the Supers.
The 5070 Ti
So
is going to go
yeah,
from
we'll see.
16 to 24 gigabytes, and that's because they're upgrading the physical chips on them. And that'll be a lot more VRAM, but as you can tell, there's no 5060 Super.
You could
in the
game
room
at
at all,
30,
which would
but
be a 12
honestly, you want to run a game at least 60.
NVIDIA, they don't want to do that because that would be way too generous. But also, what the heck happened to the super cards? Because apparently they were going to be announced around the beginning of 2026, and now all those rumors are cut out. They're going to be delayed because the memory situation. Not only is memory hitting DRAM prices on systems and everything, but it's also hitting graphics cards because apparently there's so little VRAM out there right now. They can't even release the Super Series cards for consumers because all that's getting taken up by data centers. NVIDIA used to also sell the memory along with the chips to the partners. Now since they're so
Well, because for a while, a lot of it was going into people crypto mining.
at all. So not only did the VRAM options
Yeah, I was part of the computer science club at my school, and then people would be crypto mining because they knew they're like, hey, this is gonna be a big thing. So some people were gaming where you had a LAN party. Some people were gaming, but there were some people who were there just to crypto mine. I thought that was funny. I was like, okay, but hey, they knew at the time. This was like 14 years ago, but they knew, hey, I'm gonna mine crypto, and this is gonna be worth it. And they were right.
Like $500 plus.
The
really,
techies
you
knew.
aren't going to get any upgrades to the VRAM. Not for a long time. Probably till late 2026, and that's even if the rumors that they're going to be released later in the year are even true. So it seems like being just a normal consumer with a computer sucks right now. You might think that this would be a perfect opportunity for a company like AMD to strike. Well, don't forget that AMD is also a public company. Don't forget that none of these companies care about you more than a number on a spreadsheet. AMD is no different from NVIDIA. NVIDIA made 2 graphics cards. They made a 5060 Ti 8 gigabyte and a 5060 Ti 16 gigabyte and made a separation in prices there. But AMD, whether you like them or not, they did the exact same freaking thing. They put an 8 gigabyte card and a 16 gigabyte graphics card.
The 9060 gets a lot of bad press, but even the 9060 8 gig is not a bad card. It's a very capable gaming card if you have to keep your costs low.
They couldn't undercut NVIDIA here and just do the pro consumer move and just name it at least 2 separate graphics cards.
I think the early criticism was not unfounded. The naming convention was done wrong, in my opinion. By calling them both the XT, it did create some confusion in the marketplace. We tend to forget sometimes people like you and me, we're actually the upper like 5-10% of PC gamers. Most PC gamers don't care about hardware. They really could care less. They just want to know, does my game run good? Does it look pretty? Is it crashing? It was a valid criticism.
AMD is also going to take every opportunity to cut corners. They just can't get away with as much as NVIDIA does. And something that happened recently, just insane.
The last AMD I had was a 5080.
They just said this. Tried to drop their old graphics cards. You know, NVIDIA just recently dropped support for their 1000 series cards, Pascal, which came out in about 2016, 2017. And technically RX 5000 series cards are like 2019 when those cards started to come out. But they're also going to drop support for the RX 6000 series cards, which would mean these
just in
cards would be
case
getting day 1 driver updates. They would only be getting quarterly security updates on their older cards. And as you would expect, the community response was pretty freaking rough to this stuff, and they deserve it. AMD never misses an opportunity to miss an opportunity. That's the AMD.
Always watching.
Some of these graphics cards are really not that old. Like these 50 XT cards started to come out in what was that 2022? When these cards came out, it's only like 3 years
50
old.
XT.
It's like the graphics card only lasts for 3 years. That's crazy. But this card, as little as just summer of last year, was $300. going consistently.
Yeah.
Like AMD was just going to drop support for a card they're selling as little as just a year ago.
Smart.
What kind of product support is that? I mean, you're actively selling this. It's not our fault if you didn't mean for it to exist that long in the market, but still. And this RX 6600, for example, is an older card. I think this was 2021. But this card is still actively being sold as little as literally a year ago. And AMD's just like, we're just not going to support it anymore. They just thought nobody was going to notice this. Now, pretty soon after, AMD completely reversed this decision because the blowback was insane. So I'm glad like AMD didn't get away with that. But we can see if they can try to get away with something, they're going to attempt to do that. These are new products still. You're going to drop support on them. Just like how this is a new product. The RX 7600 is still being sold actively right now for about $250. This card came out in 2023. It's like AMD's entry-level lineup. Now, it's not really that great of a deal because I would probably spend a few bucks more in order to get the 9060 XT 8GB at the very least because it has the modern features. And that's one of the major things about this is the RX 7600 is an older
tactical typo.
Just recently released
Wink.
a set of features called FSR Redstone.
Which
includes things like their AI upscaler, which looks really freaking good. I just made a video on ray regeneration, which tries to make ray tracing.
Yeah, FSR 4 looks pretty good.
There's their new machine learning frame generation, and there's another ray tracing feature coming down the pipeline that should also make it run more efficiently. All these things seem pretty cool. Then you go to these comments, and it's just like, you're not going to give machine learning upscaling to RDNA 3? Really? As a 9070 XT owner, it's nice to finally get it, but some of my friends still use slightly older cards. They shouldn't be stuck with horrible FSR 3. Their older upscaler in games looks so much worse. What about the 7000 series? Could you communicate on it, please? So basically, a lot of people out here on Twitter are just, they're not even talking about the new features out here. It's kind of crazy. Nobody gives a fuck about them. Because AMD decided to not support their old cards whatsoever. Cards that came out, the 7600 is still being actively sold right now. I'm not going to support that. Which is crazy because things like the Steam Machine are coming out relatively soon, just based on RDNA 3, and that's not going to have the new machine learning upscaling. Isn't that crazy? A new device that Steam partnered with AMD on is not going to have this feature. And even products that came out recently that AMD also partnered with, like with Xbox and ROG, Asus, AMD chips, and
yeah, they say not going to have it, but I'm guessing that they're going to get it at some point.
Is AMD is intentionally not allowing us to run the AI upscaling, which would be a huge visual improvement on these cards and on these older architectures, even though they already have developed this stuff to make it run. They developed a version of the AI upscaler because the older stuff technically doesn't have the full FP floating point 8 operations that you need for the AI upscaler that's on FSR 4, but they do have integer 8 AI engines on them. So AMD did develop an entire FSR 4 int 8 pathway for older graphics cards, and they just decided to not release that to the public, even though we have found the files. AMD accidentally released the source code to this stuff, and people got it running in games. I haven't tried this for myself personally. From what I've seen, though, is it looks pretty damn good. Now, typically, because it's running on older cards that don't have as good of AI performance, usually don't get as much of a performance lift. Like, at least if it's going to be a toggle in the driver that allows you to run it. And they could just give us a warning that you're not going to get as good of a performance increase, but you're still going to have better upscaling. So it's kind of a balance between image quality and stuff. At least support the people who supported you, especially because you're technically the underdog, even though this is more like a duopoly. It's just like AMD is not prioritizing consumers at all. At every opportunity, they're going to do the exact same thing that NVIDIA does. It makes me go crazy. It seems so obvious the move that they should do, but they're not going to do it because it doesn't help their books. Goodwill? Nah. Quarterly earnings. And what scares me is because all these companies seem like they're on the same page, that they're not going to cut into each other's margins that much because at the same time, they're all winning. They're all making record profits. So like, why would they fight each other? You'd think there'd be like an antitrust collusion going on here, maybe an investigation. But what I find interesting is, what happened to Intel? Intel is a company that went from being extremely dominant into being in a position where they got so complacent, they completely let their lead slip, and they thought they could take more from us than everybody else, and they weren't going to offer consumers more at all. During the 2010s, there was a period of time where Intel CPUs didn't change basically at all. It's kind of embarrassing of how little they actually did change. Over this time, AMD was able to build up some of that competition. And part of this really did happen.
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier, the demand for more processing power is just not going to be there.
They also missed their 7nm process.
Pretty much it.
About computer chips, they are very reliant on how efficient they are and how much
they're hitting a point where there's not going to be a demand for better CPUs. People aren't going to want faster CPUs. That's just how it is.
Allowed AMD to use companies like TSMC in order to get better fabrication, and AMD Ryzen was able to catch up to Intel. And to this day, Intel's still having problems with their fabrication because like 14A is like.
So he's not really mentioning it. It's because to actually mention what's happening is going to destroy our economy. Like me saying, hey, people aren't going to need faster CPUs. People aren't going to need faster GPUs.
This has been something that Intel has pushed for.
Will destroy all these companies.
You get a new CPU, you can't just drop.
It's the truth though, but that's how it goes.
Every single time you upgrade their CPU, so all of their partners get a cut, and Intel gets a cut of those motherboard costs for the licensing fees and everything like that. One of their more recent motherboard platforms is the LGA 1700. I'm actually on this right now. I'm on an i7 13700K with this computer, and it only supported 2 generations of CPUs: Alder Lake and Raptor Lake, which was 12th and 13th gen. There's also Raptor Lake Refresh, which is 14th gen. Even in 2025, Intel, or this is 2024, they introduced their newest motherboard platform, which is LGA 1851. Meteor Lake didn't drop on desktop, so I don't even really know why it's listed here, but Arrow Lake also came out, and it's on 1851, and that's the only set of CPUs that's going to be on here. There's an Arrow Lake refresh that's coming relatively soon. This is still like technically rumors at this point in time, but we saw that the refresh does work on the current platform because Z890 is an LGA 1851 motherboard. This is just going to be a refresh, though, of the CPUs that are already out. And Intel's next generation of CPUs is going to have another new socket. And these decisions with Intel over time has completely eroded so much trust that a lot of people just aren't buying their shit anymore. And the prices on these things, even their newest CPUs, I mean, yeah, their performance really wasn't that impressive, to be honest. There's some insane sales right now. I even saw some recently that blew me the f away. An i5, or basically an i5, 245K. Not that long ago, it was coming with Battlefield 6, and it had a discount code for another like $30. So this was only like a $140 CPU, which is an insane deal. Really, for that price, is a great freaking CPU. Or the Ultra 7, 265K, is $293. Or if you buy the one without integrated graphics in it, it's only $210. That is insane how much less that costs. Like, these aren't that expensive of products. Say with the Micron, letting Crucial go is like, will people accept Crucial if they ever came back onto the market? Or is Micron forever going to be selling to just businesses and partners? And the entire RAM market will get more and more priced out of consumers. And normal people? Is this an entire plan to us not even to have personal computers anymore? They couldn't get enough money out of us already. Why would you compete when you could just make some more money in data centers? Even though data centers still make money off of us and our data. Apparently, it's more profitable than just selling to the consumers themselves. And honestly, it's crazy just to see how all this has worked out, how the greed has gone into this stuff, and the incentives that lead these companies to keep wanting to ever chase more and more money and innovate more and more and more, but more on the front of even financial engineering instead of just giving us affordable computers. It's weird because a lot of this is getting driven by AI right now.
Impossible to imagine that it wouldn't be of national security interest to get there first.
The question is, what's there? That was the part.
What is there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It won't be a moment. It won't be as if somebody arrived and nobody else has. I don't think it's going to be like that.
I do kind of agree. Like, AI is very important, and to get ahead of that, another country is going to do it if we don't do it. But guess who comes at the cost of that? Normal people's jobs, normal people's incomes, and normal people's power bills that power the data centers. Because there's less supply of energy, we have to pay more on our electricity bills. It just kind of leaves me speechless. I guess let me know what you guys think.
Yeah, in some areas, people that live by the data centers, their electric bill, I think, tripled in price.
Because memory prices,
which really sucks.
You have to buy that right now. It sucks because I feel like you're supporting and endorsing this behavior. But at the same time, you do need a device at some point, and memory is a necessary component of that. What do you do? I mean, all I can really encourage is to make the most of what you have. Apparently, it's supposed to be that memory prices are going to calm down around like this time next year. So if you can hold off for a year on an upgrade, possibly things might quiet down. But we can't even be sure of that. It's funny because Jensen in the Joe Rogan interview.
I think you got to go back to what is the purpose of a job? The question is, what is the job? A lawyer, for example, help people. That probably hasn't changed. Studying legal documents, generating documents is part of the job, not the job.
But don't you think there's many jobs that AI will replace?
If your job is
automation.
The task. Yeah, if your job is the task.
Right. So automation.
Yeah.
Factory
If your job,
workers,
if your job is the task.
That's a lot of people.
It seems like normal people because AI is going to replace so many jobs. I mean, as long as you're not doing the task specifically, a robot could be doing that task, whereas the people can manage things and think of new ideas and interpret data that's out there. I'm just out there like, there's not enough jobs for that. People aren't smart enough to do that shit. So like AI is definitely gonna take a lot of jobs. And what Jensen even suggested was universal basic income.
There'll be so much abundance of resource that nobody needs a job and we'll all be wealthy. On the other hand, we're gonna need universal basic income. Both ideas don't exist at the same time.
Yep.
Right.
And so we're either gonna be all wealthy or we're gonna be all
How can everybody be wealthy though?
well, because there's
scenario
wealthy because you have a lot of dollars, wealthy because there's a lot of abundance.
Geothermal.
Do you really think, as much as they lobby the government, Jensen talks himself how he's in contact with Trump all the time, and Trump always listens to him.
You call us, we're always gonna be available too.
Do you really think with as much money as these companies have, how money hungry they are, and how much they influence the government, that we're gonna be getting like your universal basic income or something? Like, let's be for real. So let me know what you guys think about this whole situation. All I'm gonna say, make the most of what you have. Don't buy
So if we don't get universal base income, then the government will be overthrown.
I see it in the next video.
So he's kind of doubtful, but I'm like, people will just overthrow the government. So yeah. That's how, like, you kind of know we're gonna, in the US, we'll have universal base income. That's where, like, Valve is a private company. Remember when we were told monopolies were illegal? The good old days. Yeah, but who said that? The monopolies. Can't wait to see the third, once a lifetime financial collapse for the third time in my lifetime. 2008. That, yeah, was hard. Micron took $6.5 billion in taxpayer money through the CHIPS Act. Built more fabs and left the consumer market. They took our money and gave us the finger. And the thing is, they're still selling to businesses. So, what are you gonna do? And 90% reduction. It's a pretty good deal. Yeah. So, the U.S. sells a lot of our natural gas to Mexico, and they use it for power. And from Mexico, they get it super cheap. But then here, locally, we pay a lot for the gas. So in a way, it's subsidized for them to be able to use it cheaply. Why would I build a PC or buy a console when I can play on the cloud? It's how they want you to think and what they want you to do. Talked with ChatGPT, convinced me this is fine. Don't need a new DRAM or SSD. It said I should krill. Rip rip. Death of affordable computing would be a landmark change in human history. And NVIDIA forgot who made their... Literal CEO of NVIDIA is trying to say knowledge is just generated. Didn't take all of human civilization collaborating and thousands of years of research and advancement to even get here. Honestly agreeing with Steve. Trying to push towards cloud computing. Of course he's trying to push towards cloud computing. That's what all the money's going into. And hearing the way Jensen talks is terrifying. I don't want 90% of knowledge to be AI generated. The thing is, AI is going to make a lot less mistakes than people. Bread is stale and the circus is boring. Greed destroyed anything, not that surprising. Literally one of the deadly sins. Rest in peace, the consumer. That's fair, but the thing is, that was always going to happen. Like, consumer greed is endless. And we're hitting the point where that greed, there's a ceiling to it. Monopolize housing, food, now computer hardware. I think it's with housing. They just built the wrong kind of housing. Eat and sleep. The essentials. Well, because there's 3 main necessities for living. As long as those 3 needs are met, like, we're fine. Which is it's food, which is pretty essential because we kind of need food. And then there's housing, because we kind of need to live somewhere. It's like to live outside. And then it's transportation. Yeah. Well, it's not a base necessity, but to not have medical, we wouldn't live very long. But without the 3 essential needs are food, housing, and well, medical, I guess. But the thing is, like, for example, if you don't go without food for a day or for like a week, I'm like, how's that gonna go? If you're sleeping outside every day, then what's gonna happen? If you don't have a vehicle, if you don't have a car, then how are you gonna get to these resources that you kind of need? Or how's anyone gonna get these resources distributed? But yeah. But I'm just talking about the most basic needs for everyone. Not for specific people, but for everyone. Because these are the needs, I was mentioning the needs that everybody needs. Like, it's essential to have these things. For everyone. And then, yeah, but then on an individual case, and yeah, that's different. Kojima. When was this? 20th? What's today? 21st? This was yesterday. Hideo Kojima answers Hideo Kojima questions. Dun, dun, dun. But if you're the most important person in the if you're Jensen, the most important person in the world, then you get whatever you need. This whole time. Subtitles?
ゲームクリエイターの小島秀夫です。今日は小島秀夫に関する質問にお
Hideo Kojima, go.
答えします。This is Hideo Kojima Support.
Kojima.
最初の質問です。小島さんが思う良いゲームの条件とは、まずで作り手の愛がある。
愛が。
これ一つなんですけど、あとこれインタラクティブなんで、例えば一つのアイテムがあって、それを一つの使い方をします。で、それで終わりではなくて、そのプレイヤーが考えて、この使い方
2022? This whole time?
他の使い方もあるのかなっていう試します。するとそれが用意されてると。お、こういうことができると。で、じゃあこれはこう使えるのかなっていうので使うと、それも用意されてるっていう、そういうなんか自由度ですね。そのプレイヤーが自ら発見して、その仕様がその中に含まれてて、まあ全員が全員それをやる必要なんですけど、そういうギミックがいっぱいあると。その発展系みたいなものが中に入ってるっていうのがいいのではないかと思います。ゲーム開発者ですと、趣味でいろいろ作っていますが、昔のゲームのように何回
How do I make a game that never gets old?
コンプリートしてもまた遊びたくなるようなゲームを作り何に注意を。
What should I focus on?
まあゲームはインタラクティブなので、まあ僕ストーリーを作ってると言いますが、あんまりストーリーじゃないと思うんですね。
Write stories.
感と操作感、特に臨場感だと思うんですけど。
The worlds of controls, especially immersion.
その空間にずっといていろいろ遊んでみたいっていうこれを思わせる。
The music.
例えば今日はもう夜になったからやめますと。で学校に行くもしくは会社に行って夜帰ってきてもう一回その世界に行きたいかどうかが重要。
You like walking simulator too?
その世界に入りたいと思わせることがこの。
Oh yeah, you gotta play the games though.
その空間ならではの世界がそこにあってその中で日常の。
Because I played the original Metal Gear Solid, and I played the NES games too.
そこが重要だと思います。次の質問です。物語に盛り込まれている科学や歴史など。
Specialized science, history, knowledge.
ご自身で勉強されているのか、専門家のアドバイザーがいるのでしょうかと。専門家のアドバイザーがいればいいんですけど、うちいませんので、日々勉強、いろんな。
I study daily. Literature, watch documentaries, catch special news.
ニュース特番を見たり、
catch news specials.
ちょっと最近読んでないですけど。
Research papers.
日頃こう。
Yeah.
でそこから、
The thing is, you have to educate yourself every day.
ネットで調べたり、より詳しく知る。
That's why I tell people not to doom scroll on Instagram. I'm like, you're not learning anything.
私が小島秀夫の右腕になってやるという人がいれば、ぜひご応募ください。 小島監督はゲーム制作において最後の仕上げに監督自身
Like, you might get some laughs, but I'm like, or you can educate yourself.
ところを見られているのですが、ゲームの制作結構長期間にわたるんですけど、最初企画をして仕様書を書いて各スタッフと打ち合わせをして、
But it also depends on your algorithm.
作ったものを個別に調整チェックをしてやってます。で、最後の1年ぐらいはそれを全部ひっつけて実際にコントローラーを握ってゲームの最初から終わるまで何回もプレイするんですけど、そこで見ているのは操作感とかグラフィック、
follow my Instagram.
モデルの出来不具合とか、あるいはその、アニメーション、あとサウンド、効果音、音楽、それからゲーム性ですね。
You don't have to. All I post is memes.
エフェクトも含めて、全てを見てます。マップもそうですけど、なんでそれを何回も何回もやりながら実際にゲームプレイ
All I post is memes and self-help.
ゲームのプレイヤーの視線で
What
同
else?
じようにカメラ
I
で
don't know. Other stuff, cool pictures.
同じようにヘッドホンで音を聞いて、あるいはヘッドホンじゃなくて、画面から直接音を聞きながらボリュームをどうするかということも含めて、調整をしていきます。で最後はバグチェックなどをしながら難易度調整もやります。そこはノーマルのモードは僕が調整したものなんで、そこだけはやります。なんで全てにおいてです。ストーリーもリズムがおかしければその時点で直しますので、なので全てにおいて演出も含めて、調整すると、そういう段階で。
It's very crucial.
あんまりこういうことやったりするねと思うんですけど。では次の来ましたね。質問。
That's an A.
今までで最高傑作は何ですか？
最高。
これいつも聞かれますけど、一番最近に作ったものが僕の最高傑作なので、この間発売しましたデストランディング2になります。小島監督の作品であるデスストって、配達するゲームでそれが成立するように世界観を作ったのか、世界観が先にある状態で、配達するゲームを作ろうと思ったのか、ゲーム内容と世界観どちらを先に作っているんでしょうかと。デスストに関しては、謎の現象というか、デストランディングってここをまず考えたんですけど、死者がこの世に戻ってきて死者と出会うと爆発するという、そこで、人々は外に出なくなるので孤立すると。で孤立した人々を、プレイヤーがサムがつないでいくっていうところで、じゃあそのつないでいくゲームは何なのかというと、配達がいいであるということで考えたんですけども、僕の場合は
the only playthrough I really watched was Midge playing this.
ゲーム性というかゲームデザインが
And she kind of just drives around and then plays cool music and then talks to chat.
続きまして、今後新たに制作をチャレンジしてみたいゲームのジャンルなどありますでしょうかと。ジャンルを作りたいので、既存のジャンルはあんまり考えてないんですけども、世界観でいうとハードな SF というか宇宙を舞台にしたものが大好きなんで作ってみたいな。あと西部劇も好きなんでやりたいですけど、時代劇もそうなんですけど、
Also Midge.
時代劇も西部劇も
Formerly also Midget.
どうかなといろいろ考えている次第でございます。では次いきます。ゲームにしてみたい映画はありますか？
Yeah, I would watch Midget's streams, but she streams when I'm sleeping.
プレデター・バッドランドを見まして、あれ結構ゲームっぽい、背中にエルファニングを背負って旅をするというのと、最近見ましたけど戦神とかなかなかゲームっぽい、プロットがゲームっぽいんで。
Are they gonna ask him about feet? Are they gonna ask?
非常にゲーム向きの
Oh yeah.
というか世界観だと思います。はい。これからのゲームの進化について。
Do you like feet, Kojima? Absolutely.
スマホゲームや PC ゲームなどは
Feet and big women. Whoa! Kojima.
ゲームも映画も写真も絵画もそうなんですけど、でもスクリーンなんですよ基本が。四角いフレームの中に、どういう情報を入れるか、そのタイムラインも含めてそれで演出をして効果を測ってきたんですけど、今のゲームもそうですね。テレビの画面とかパソコンとかスマホとか iPad とか、それが携帯機になってどんどんどこでも遊べるようになったんですけど、やっぱり四角の画面から逃げられないと。それがVR あるいは AR になるとそのスクリーンがなくなるのでフレームがなくなります。これは今までのエンタメアートにとっては未だかつて誰も経験したことないもので、
Keep trolling shady.
ないんですけど、フレームを取った時にどういうエンタメが生まれてくるか。
Midge does have good taste though. That's why I like watching her streams. She just streams at when I'm sleeping. Because I wake up early. Yeah. Because I wake up early, and so that's why I'm able to watch shady streams. I watch the end of her streams. But now I adjusted my sleeping schedule. Now I wake up at 5:30, so then I don't watch as much of her stream.
やってる分だとあんまり成長はしないと思いますし、あとゲームはその映画とかアートと違いまして、タイムラインは自分で決めれません。
Yeah, decide the timeline.
自由に動くので、どちらかというとサービス業なので、
Service industry.
サービス精神がある人ですかね。喜んでほしいと思う気持ちが必要ですし、いろんな人がどう行動するかを見ながら、なんでしょうね、こう先手を打っていくという そういう作り方になりますんで、まあアトラクションを設計している人とかは近いと思います
Yeah, there's some streamers. I'm not actually watching the stream. I'm just talking through
ことが好きな方、
Arena.
人を驚かしたり喜ばしたりするのが大好き
Or I'll just send emotes.
そういう人、プラスに大体1人か2人いますよね、いたずらする人。そういう人が一番いいかもしれません。これまでで
I used to watch a lot of Twitch though.
ゲームは何ですか？
Back in 2020, I would watch a lot of Twitch. I'm like, well, can't go outside, so
1年ぐらい遊んでたかな。大学生だったんですけど、
I'm like, can't go outside, can't hang out with my friends. I'm like, well, what are you gonna do?
スーパーマリオがなかったら多分ゲーム業界に来てなかったかもしれませんね。
Yeah.
はい。まあ今はもうちょっと全然できませんけど、
Can't really play it now though.
横スクロールのアクションなんですけど、
What's wrong with side scrolling?
だけなんですね、マリオが。で、ジャンプするだけなんです、基本的には。でも加速ボタンがあって、その加速ボタンとジャンプボタンを微妙に使うとこう飛び方が変わって、それで攻撃をしたり敵を避けたりするっていうのと、あとストーリーはほとんどなかったんですけど、なんか冒険をしてる感じがあって、これであれを見たとき
It's in
に
your queso.
ま
I like his
あ
streams.
ドット絵でしたけど、この
It's like the only troll stream
今後多分
that I watch. He's the only small streamer I really watch.
まあ確信があった
All the other streamers I watched are pretty big streamers.
これまで小島さんのゲームに最も大きな影響を与えた映画監督は誰だと思いますか？これは難しいんですけど、まあ、
The past like 2-3 months, I have been watching a lot less.
されてましたんで、この3人はもう僕のコンテン
Oh yeah, Queso.
で10代は、
What's funny is I don't watch Queso that much, but he is funny. He just yells a lot.
ダリオ・アルジェント
He just yells and goes, "Rah, rah," and I'm like, okay.
その辺が非常に
Which I'm guessing the people that are watching are probably teenagers.
スキーとか、その辺に行きましたけど、まあ大体そんな感じですね。やっぱりこっち10代の頃の影響が一番大きいと思います。特にカーペンターとかジャンルノンジャンルというか SF ホラー、
He is funny though.
西部劇を全部混ぜた作品が多かったので、結構大きいですね。
There was a whole joke with
AI による統制はすでに
what was it?
降りてきていますが、
I can play it. I'll play it in a bit.
からその件に言及されているような作品でした。当時からこのような時代が来ると予
It's
測
true.
していたのでしょうか。予測されていたのであれば、当時なぜそう思ったのかを教えてくださいと。MGS2 は AI の話と、まあ、そう勘違いがされるデジタル社会の話でして、メタルギアソリッド1が DNA の話だったんですけど、DNA に残らないものは何かというとミームなんですけど、でその時に考えたのが、まあ、アナログからデジタルになりますと。でデジタルになるとどうなるかというと全てが残るんで、まあ、今の SNS もそうですし、まあ、壁の落書きみたいなのも含めてそれが劣化せずに残りますと。でネットがつながってあらゆるところが直接、意見を交換できるようになった時に人の生活はどうなるかということを考えて作ったのが MGS2 ですね。あれは AI ではなくて
It wasn't about AI.
デジタルデータが、まあ、一つの意思を持ったというかそういうストーリーだったんですよね。なんでまああれからまあ24年経って、まあ、ちょっと現実味を帯びてきたんですけど、そういう意味では、予測したというよりもこうなってほしくなかったという一つの未来だったんですけど、まあ、残念ながらちょっとその方向に向かってます、はい、新たなアイデアや世界観を生み出すために普段から意識していることはありますか？なるべく刺激を自分自身に与えるようにしています。なのでまあ、映画を見たり本を読んだり美術館博物館行ったり人と喋ったり
Movies, books, museums, talking to people.
旅行したりとか
I mix travel with business. That's the move. Yeah, that is a smart move. If you're gonna just travel for business and then just extend your stay. Because people want to go like, oh, I'm gonna go here on this random vacation. I'm like, or if you have business there, extend your stay. Well, I think it's much more cost effective on paper.
後ろ向きに歩いたりとか、違う角度で、道を見たりとか、ちょっと子供の視点とか見たりすると、またちょっと見るものが変わってくるので、そういうことは意図的にはしています。まあ、でも、本とか読んだり映画見るのは好きなことなんで全然苦では。
Like taking the train in the opposite direction or walking backwards.
今まで見てきた映画でこれは名作中の名作とお勧めするなら何ですか？
I'll do that next time.
これも毎回聞かれるんで、もう一つ決めました。やっぱり2001年宇宙の旅ですね。これは人類が
Confirmed Hideo Kojima likes moonwalking.
神のような宇宙人が
Walking backwards.
モノリスっていうのが出てきますけど、
Monolith
毎
appears.
年数回見直しますけど、毎回僕にとってのモノリスなんで、ものづくりの
Kojima.
なかなか完璧な映画ってないんですけど、あれは僕にとっての完璧な映画で、アポロが月面に行く前
Perfect films are rare.
に公開されましたけど、全く今見ても古さは感じませんし、CG もデジタルも使ってませんけど、非常に新しい。
Yeah, a lot of films. Because I had a lot of films to my list recently. I'm like, are they the best to watch? Are they even worth watching?
オールタイムベスト1ですかね。はい。
I also recently watched Soylent Green. Yeah, it's pretty good.
どんな意味を持ってますか。また小島監督が考える
Creativity.
の本質が何かあれば教えてもらいたいですというか、これは僕も教えてもらいたいんですけど、僕に
I'd like someone to tell me that.
するっていうのは別に特別なことじゃなくて非常にこう日常的なものです。寝たりご飯食べたり散歩したり
Sleeping, eating, walking, bathing.
排泄したりするみたいな、それが体の中に組み込まれているので、まあ
The hard part is accepting that most of your day will be mundane, and to do great things just takes time.
ずっと何かを考えてますんで、
Not all parts of your life are going to be exciting.
すぐ反応して何かを考えたりイメージをしたりで、
Was it too long?
まあその考えたものを会社に行ってまあ形にするだけのことなので、別に特別なことでは
Nothing special.
特にプロとして何かものを作ってる人は僕とあんまり変わらないと思います。なのでその今の生活、まあ、一日の生活の中からクリエイティビティを僕が取ってしまうと多分生きていけないのかなというようなことを考えます。ご覧いただきありがとうございました。いろんな質問をいただきました。毎回
ありがとうございます。
質問とかも多かったんですけども、中にですね質問されて自分でもハッと気づくような質問がいくつかありまして、そういう意味では非常に勉強になりました。自分でも深く考えずにゲーム作りしてきたのかなというところがありまして、
I've been making games without thinking so deeply.
変わったのでありがとうございました。
These questions change my perspective. Brought to you by Wired. Do do do. But yeah, that's the thing with older movies, they have much slower pacing. But it's because a lot of the acting, there's subtleties in their acting, and they convey how they're feeling with their acting. That seems to have become like a lost art. And yeah, it kind of requires patience to watch older films because they're slower paced. And what helps is, yeah, having a good score. What was it? Music theory? Being able to actually get emotions out of people. Yeah. On the daily. What was it? When I was doing IT, all the basic things that I thought I was doing, they were like, oh, how'd you do that? And I was like, I don't know, I just did it. It just seemed normal to me. But I remember sometimes in my head, I used to think like, oh, everyone doesn't know what I'm doing? That's weird. I'm like, unless everyone educates themselves in the same way as you, they're not going to know. Not a game developer, consider myself an intellectual person. It's fancy about his process or thing, or just about the way he sees things is delightful. Intellectual person. Is that how they call themselves intelligent? Oh, he didn't even answer the question. Did you watch the video? I feel like the person typing misunderstood his comment about his masterpiece. He was saying that whatever game he released most recently, when you ask him the question, that's his masterpiece. Is that true? Which is basically the same thing. But the answer ages incorrectly. Okay. He was doing Hollywood-style cutscenes on the PS1. Well, because the thing is, like, for me, like, when I started doing construction, I didn't know anything about construction. Everyone I was working with had, like, 20 years of experience. So when I went into something that I didn't know, I knew nothing about building. Now I do, but at the time, I didn't know anything about it. That's also why I did IT, because I'm like, well, I did this since I was a kid, so it's going to be easy. But then moving into another industry, where you know nothing, and that's just how it is. You're going to be the dumbest person in the room. And, you just have to find good teachers, though. I found a few, but it was hard. Like, the older generation just seemed angry all the time, and I was like, man, you guys suck. Like, no one expected it, but everyone needed it. Can't wait for a Hideo Kojima Cowboy Bebop movie. Oh yeah. Whoever had the idea for this deserves a huge raise. Oh no. Yeah, so that's why people tend to just stick to one sector that they know. Like, they just do IT. Like, I remember talking, because I knew a bunch of computer science people, they didn't know how to build a PC. They knew how to code and everything, but they could not build a PC. And I'm like, well, because it's not your expertise. But could I code? No. I only took one computer science class. Gabe Newell defines fun in games as the degree to which the person recognizes and responds to the player's choices and actions. Kojima talks about mainly the same thing. Great minds really think alike. Or he watched the video. Interviewer, Hideo Kojima. Cast, Hideo Kojima. Director, Hideo Kojima. A Hideo Kojima video. Yeah, one thing is, in being able to learn more from others, you have to realize that you know nothing. Because if you know everything, then it cuts you off from ever learning from others. Which I knew people like that, and I was like, well, there's so much you don't understand. And you don't realize it until you get older, and you're like, oh man. Because it's also impossible to learn everything. It's just never going to happen. Let's see. We have this video. Then we have this video. And that's it. Bonk. Oh, how long has it been? It's been 2.5 hours. What did I get? I can summarize this video. Well, actually, I can show this tomorrow in a couple days. It's about GeForce Now. I technically already watched this video on the projector. Pretty much what happens is I already watched the video.
Are raving about the indiscernible experience of the latest.
Pretty much GeForce Now works really well. That's the end of the video. I don't know why he shows Apex though.
15 milliseconds.
Yeah.
The GPU.
15 millisecond. And I'm not sure when, but eventually he realized he has frame generation on, and frame generation was causing the lag. Where's that? Oh no, it was right there. Dang it.
Feels a little jello-y, if you kind of get what I mean.
I'll just put the last of the video.
So how do I evaluate what it feels like? Because there's sort of two different versions of it. It's definitely better. It looks so smooth, but it feels so spongy. Say 35. 30. Damn. To its credit, FrameGen bamboozled me here. I don't know what's more interesting here. The fact that FrameGen seems to be adding almost as much latency as GeForce Now was, or the fact that my perception of it is better than it actually is. It's definitely the kind of thing that, like older TVs...
Yeah, with GeForce Now, the latency is pretty low, so...
Locally, without FrameGen, it was 20 milliseconds, just under.
So it's adding like 20 milliseconds, and it was only, what, like another 25 to get to the GeForce Now results? Like, that's crazy. Here we go, and... yeah, it's sharper, but one of the things that...
So gaming with GeForce Now adds about 20 to 25 milliseconds of lag. So if you're just playing first-person single-player games, GeForce Now is fantastic. Also, I'm like, does anyone ever play with film grain on? I always turn it off.
Totally makes sense. I mean, streaming, by definition, can only add overhead.
Also, I just realized you can't hear it.
That doesn't mean that the value proposition is total trash either. It's true what the devil said. If you commit and buy GeForce Now annually, you're paying $1,000, which is the RTX 5080's MSRP, over 5 years. And during that time, you probably won't need to upgrade your other hardware. So if you're on a 5-year upgrade cycle for your computer, that's some pretty significant savings. And if it works as well on LG TVs and Chromebooks as NVIDIA says, you might not need a computer at all. But the angel meant to make some pretty good points too. You don't own your cloud gaming PC, which puts you completely at NVIDIA's mercy for price increases and hardware upgrades. At least you can install your own Steam Cloud storage now, but unless you pay extra to NVIDIA storage, you're going to need to install those fresh every time you fire up GeForce Now. And yeah, what if your internet goes down? Steam has an offline.
Yeah, there's ready to play and install to play.
Always online, all the time.
Ready to play, you can just immediately play the game. Install to play, you have 100 gigabytes to use
Was there anything else you wanted to add?
per session.
Sponsor.
That gets reset. That's it. That's the whole video.
Super safe online. Your data might still be compromised with.
Boop. That's the end of that video. I'm gonna play this video and then bonk. But then I'm gonna take a break and then go to the bathroom and then bonk. Smart.
5 minutes there, Mr. Sasso.
I don't know if this shows the beginning of the video. Oh, I don't think it shows it. Alright, is this even the video? Pretty much, they joke about Will Sasso. He used to be really fat, and then he lost a bunch of weight. And then like, oh, you're not funny anymore because you're skinny now. And so then that's why he's doing this. I think this is the follow-up video. This is from an old show called Mad TV. It came on Fox News. Owned by Disney, which is now owned by Netflix. Ooh. No. No. What the heck?
cannot.
Okay, good.
Good dog.
And yeah, I used to listen to music locally, but I stopped. 1 minute.
Make that funny. 30 seconds, Mr. Sasso.
It's the same guy. Oh, I didn't show it. Oh. But pretty much what happens at the end of the, I don't know if that was the video or not, but then he pretty much like gets super fat in like minutes and he's like, I'm funny again. That might have been the wrong video. But yeah, that was from an old show called Mad TV. Classic. Came out a long time ago. The dog bit was classic Mad TV. Oh. You got the, oh yeah, so I think this was the video. He falls to the floor and yells, I'm a fat guy again. Will is and was an absolute unit. But yeah, Mad TV was so funny. We grew up watching it as kids. It's not a kid show. But yeah, I was like 7 when I was watching it. Late night TV. The best part is cut out. Yeah. I'm guessing if this is, this might be the only video. Whatever. Skirt. Oh wait, so you couldn't hear this music then? Because I had it at super low volume. Smoosh. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we're gonna play MegaBonk. MegaBonk! Hello, welcome back to my channel. We're gonna be, as you can tell by the background, we are gonna be playing MegaBonk. What do you mean? That was a joke. Didn't put my jacket on. I gotta do the reveal. No, you don't. Yeah, I do. Hello. Uh-oh. This interview is over. I did it. You know what's funny? I forgot so I put my sweater over here, this that I'm wearing now. Cozy. It's got cool pockets too. But then I forgot I had this up here. Also, the last time I put this on, I put it on inside out. I was watching the VOD. It was inside out. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna mess my hair. Yeah, I was wondering why it looked weird. I'm like, oh, it's inside out. It's inside out too. Hello, today we're going to be playing MegaBonk. Game of the Year contender. Game of the Year winner. MegaBonk. I should probably wear this when I'm robbing a bank. In-game. 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 Exo. Anyways. Did I do that right? Did I do that right? No, I didn't do it right. Yeah. What do you mean the bank's out of money? Or when I go to the snow? Yeah. There we go. I look cozy now. It doesn't match my jacket, or it doesn't match my sweater, so I'm gonna take it off. Oh. But I do like wearing it like a beanie. Like I've done that to friends. When we go to like the snow, I would roll this up like a beanie, and then when they turn around and look back, I just put it all the way on. God. Oh yeah. Which Pedro? It's all linty. My name Pedro. I know the song. Why am I so cozy? Ugh. Also, I like the pockets. Yeah. So soft. What time is it? How'd it get so late? It's not even late. So I'm gonna be streaming for, I don't know, like I'll be up for at least 3 hours. 3 hours. It's gaming time. Time to game. But I'm also just gonna wake up early tomorrow and then stream again. And I'm just gonna cut into my sleep schedule. I can sleep in the middle of the day, probably. Yeah. It's game time, guys. Skirt. Where'd the music go? Bring the music back. Bring it back now. Or the game capture. Welcome to my MegaBonk Game of the Year stream. Dayo. DirectX 11 recommended. Use 12 only if game crashes. Okay. Okie dokie. Oops. It's game time. Do all games have this now? Photosensitivity warning. This game contains flashing lights or patterns that could trigger seizures in people with photosensitive epilepsy. Player discretion is advised. Bonking is a lifestyle, not a choice. I didn't know it said that. Does it always say that? Did it say that when you played it? The phone charged? It sure is. That explains why I unplugged it. Wait, do you play with keyboard and mouse or controller? It's keyboard and mouse, right? Oh, okay, changes. That's cool. I'm just gonna play with keyboard and mouse. Okay, cool. Settings. 4K HDR. That's fair. Time to play the game. Smart aim. This game has aim assist. You ready? Welcome to my MegaBonk playthrough. This is my first time playing it. I've watched a few people play it. All I know is the monkey is the best. Coincidence? Monkey. Mr. Monkey Mana and time to bonk. Where's the monkey? Oh, you gotta unlock him. What kind of game is this? I feel cheated. What up, man? So I can either be a fox or Sir Doofus. He's slow, but his armor makes him pretty chunky. Too thick to quit. Slashes through multiple enemies. Let's just start. A green place. So this is pretty much 3D. Whoa! Hi. Green place full of trees. Oh yeah. Thank you for the sub. Welcome. I didn't even notice. Yeah. Hi, new person. Thank you for coming to my stream. We will be playing MegaBonk Game of the Year, MegaBonk. So there's Forest, Forest 2, Forest 3. That's not what it says. I know how to read. don't know what to do. Talk to this shady guy. Meatballs. Everyone wants meatballs. Ice cubes. 20% chance to inflict ice damage. Well, I can afford nothing, so... Ow. I don't know why I did that. Can I, one-shot you, please? This game looks so much better with me actually playing it than watching someone else play it. Shoot faster, please. Ah, I got him. This begins my furry arc. I'll see you at FurryCon 2026. Be there or be a furry. What's that? What? Give me the ear. So you got a min-max. I gotta kill as many enemies as quickly as possible. Give me the test. Open. I can be a furry. That's all I ever wanted. After evading, deal 2x damage next attack. Temporarily increase attack speed and movement. Okay. Okay. Please die. No. Leave the trail of fire behind you. Shoot arrows. I got this. I know how to bonk. Hey. Hey. Summons chunky rocks that orbit around you. Shield. Shields are kind of useful. Guess I'm gonna be going to Phoenix, Arizona. Bow, shield, chunkers. Summons chunky rocks. That's good. Protect me. There's a magnet. Everyone knows what the magnets do. Evasion 15%. Don't think I need evasion, but okay. Nope. I'm broke. Give me the goods. Oh, now I can open it. What's the difference? I don't know. Ah, I'm so broke. Give me the goods. Give me the money. Oh yeah, I'll play that next. Deal 50% more damage when airborne. That's kind of useful. Projectile speed. Bigger chonkers. Look how chonky I am. Be looking. There's a ghost. That's not a ghost. That's what is it? It's a blue skeleton. You gotta go to where all the action is. Why am I jumping? I'm already one-shotting them. Hey, I evaded that. No. I probably should be going around to the other areas. Silver gain. Gold. No. Give me the goods. Critical chance, size, max HP. Why would I want to be bigger? What would that do? Ow. Ow. I'll probably start moving around, so let's do that. Did I save this? Critical chance, gold gain, chonkers. I'm just gonna use it. Do they have Joypack Jet Ride on console? Or on console, on PC? Guess I'll have to stream from my phone. Oh yeah. What's in here? Ow. Did I just do this? Ow. Extra jump, damage. You can just hit me like that, huh? Huh? Kill you. Circle strafe. That's why I always tell people circle strafe. Easy. Emily. Defeat a mini boss in 25 seconds. Increase max HP by 25. This is my first MegaBonk game. This is my first game of the year winner MegaBonk stream. And I know nothing about this. Bleep bloop. Emily, bleep bloop. 2% chance to spawn Boger upon killing an enemy. Ooga. How do I run? Give me the goods. Knockback, critical damage, critical chance. I guess this is okay. Give me the goods. That's not that big of an upgrade. Gold gain. Cheeseburger. Swarm incoming. That's good. Ow. Projectile speed, damage. That's in the upgrades vary, don't they? Critical chance. Give me the goods. Oh yeah. All I ever wanted were burgers. Size, knockback. Look how big they are. Ow. Where does this money come from? Bigger. What's that do? What's this do? No. Everyone's frozen. Wait, so everyone freezes but doesn't stop the actual time? Okay. Critical chance, gold gain, projectile count. All that gold I have. I don't need any more gold. Or do I? Give me the goods. Give me the upgrades, old man. You got money, I got stolen goods. Blood mark when hitting an enemy. Projectile count for all weapons. I'm probably gonna get that. Charge shrine will turn into a healing zone. 2 extra charge shrines for future stages. Backpack. What? What did you call me? You called me an idiot. How do you know? Did you tell him? How dare you? Critical chance. There he is. Whoa! He exploded. Critical chance. How do I open this? Can I break these boxes? Crit 100 times. Easy. Crit 100 times. Deal 50% more damage while airborne. Increase damage by 20% per 100 max HP. So I'll do 20% more damage, and then I won't have to jump like an idiot. Cast blood magic upon hitting an enemy, damaging nearby enemies, and healing you for 7.5 seconds. It's kind of pretty useful. But I'd rather just do more damage. It would be nice to be able to heal, but I'll live. That's the other guy. Give me the goods. Oh, I gotta find the boss portal. I have not been doing that. I got 4 minutes. Uh, 1% chance to proc on effects. Proc what on effect? Be nice if I could run faster. Yeah, well, you didn't choose it. Oh. Oops. Hey, get out of my way. But didn't I already do this? Reflect any incoming damage back to the attacker. Gain short invulnerability. Does it stack? I'm guessing it stacks. Here's a map. Critical chance. Heal me. I have too much gold. Where am I going? I have too much gold and I haven't opened enough chests. Epic. Okay, cool. I don't have enough. What's this? Ow. That was easy. Evasion by 15%. So now I have 30% evasion? Yeah. Whoa! Where'd that come from? Ugh. What's that thing behind me? What are you? What's the matter, you? Jonkers, critical chance, size, critical chance. Swarm incoming. Difficulty, pickup range, critical damage, pickup range. Ow. I'm gonna start getting overwhelmed. What's this? Money! Give me more money! Increase luck by 7.5. Okay. Give me shield. I guess that wasn't a shield. Critical chance, projectile count, critical chance. Give me the goods. Don't touch me. Nuclear missile. What's this? Oh, is this the boss portal? Oh. Damage, projectile speed, damage. I'm guessing this is the boss spawn? Oh, that wasn't it. Whatever. Come to me. Oh, I screwed up. I made a huge mistake. Run away. What's this? Keep shooting. Microwave. This uses a random item of the same tier. Choose an item to clone. What's this? I don't know what I did. Oh. Can you use it again? Run away. Ow. Getting wrecked. You want to help? More money. More money solves all problems. Oh, I missed the burger. Oh, I got him. Where did he die at? Oh, there it is. Give me the burger. Give me the goods. Oh no. Projectile. Easy. 40% chance to poison enemies on hit. Ooh. It's the cheese. Run away. I need to heal. Somebody heal me. What's this? Greed Shrine? Looks like a plan. Ooh. I need that. The goods. No, those are not good upgrades. Ow. Projectile count. Yes, please. Projectile count. Yes, please. Getting wrecked. 20 seconds. I'm dead. I did it. I survived. Wrench. Charge 4% faster, 7% increased rewards. I'm dead. Oh yeah. Game of the year. Good extra gold and taking damage. Well, I'm dead, so. Save me. 8% experience gain. Definitely just not a normally watch. Give me the goods. Power drop chance. Circle strafe. HP. Give me more health. Chonkers. Hamburger. Give me the goods. So this is my first game, so I've never played this. I've watched people play it, but I never played it. Smash the pot. Give me the burger. No, I missed it. Where'd that come from? Where'd you come from? I'm definitely opening this. Ow. This can in no way go badly. Yeah, it fell down. Ah! I'm dead. Oh. 8 hours? I've been playing for 5 minutes. You died, maybe him skill issue. Checks out. New record. Top 75%. Yeah. So I got 14 silver and 2 unlocks. Skirt. What are these supposed unlocks? 100% organically sourced bonks. That's good. That's all I ever wanted. Buy organic. 20% more damage. Increased crit chance. That was weird. Shouldn't have used this. Maybe not. I don't know. Skirt. Oh yeah, this game. I've wanted to play this game for a while. I saw people playing it, and so I was like, game of the year. Monkey. Find and release Monkey in the forest. What? We're not releasing him. We're never releasing him. He'll never leave us. Never leave me. Skirt. Do 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 do. It's a monkey. It's a skirt. 8 hours. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I've always wanted to play this, so I was like, yeah, let's do this. But I mean, what games do you like playing? Mega Chad. Kill 1,000 skeletons. Complete forest tier 1. Kill 10,000 zombies. RNG blessing. 2% luck per level. The Mega Chad. He uses his aura to defeat people. And what was it? I remember watching a video, or I saw someone playing him, and the entire playthrough, they just didn't move the character. Was that like a mode or something? All you do is you just use your aura to kill everyone around you. And then you try and live as long as you can. Which I just thought that was funny. Da-na-na. Time to speedrun this. Do. Hey, this is the Castlevania song. Vampire Killer. How do they have the song? Okay, it's technically not the song, but it sounds a lot like it. Coincidence? Of course not. It's absolutely from it. Damage Tomb. I usually stream in the mornings, so technically I'm doing and I usually don't stream on the weekends, but then I took like 4 days off, and so then I'm like, I'm just gonna stream on the weekends. But I usually stream AM PST, and I'm in Cali. Bump, bump, bump. Yeah, so I normally don't stream at this time. Cool. A ring that helps me in no way. I'm just gonna go with the Firewalker. Oh yeah. If you know where Disneyland is, I live by Disneyland. Florida. You live by the Disney World? Oh, okay. Where were you at before that? You know what's funny? I thought somebody was attacking me, but it was the flames. Oh. It's very effective. Movement speed. Giant magnet. Yeah, what are you studying? Vengeance. Whoa. Shield. HP max. Shield. Does shield regenerate? We'll see. Arts. Cool. So you're gonna be making video games? You should definitely make video games. It's my favorite form of media, so I'm heavily biased towards everyone producing video games. It's the #1 form of entertainment. Yeah, nice. Especially as automation takes over, more money will go into entertainment than anything else. Ta-da. People are gonna be like, oh, what's gonna happen when all the AI takes all the jobs? Well, people still need to be entertained. That's not going anywhere. And that's why I'm playing MegaBonk. Game of the year. Winner. Yeah, this. At my shield. What's this? Oh. What did that do? I should have watched more playthroughs. Feel free to follow. I'm gonna be streaming all year. Hey yo, thank you for following. Skirt. Yeah. I know. Ability. What is the thing doing? I'm running away. Ah, there goes my shield. Is that the golem? No, it's not him. Oh, there he is. Oh, I didn't break that. Yeah, yeah. Ow. Circle strafe. It's not working. I need to make it bigger. Ow. Ow. Duration. It's working. It's working. Ow. Stop hitting me. Da-na-na-na. Oh yeah. What else is moldy cheese? The moldy cheese. Da-na. Stop. 50% more gold from killing enemies. What's funny is I like wearing my sweaters But now that I put it on, it's so warm in here. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. I started streaming like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I forget when I did my first stream. But I didn't do an actual setup. Like I bought a camera, I bought a light, I bought a mic, a better mic. What was I using before? No, I had this mic. But I bought a better camera and lights and stuff. And a green screen. More movement. Yeah, I started streaming like 3 years ago. But I'm going to be streaming a lot more this year. I just had to be organized with my life. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. I'm gonna die. Shield. Everyone die. Right now I don't need any PFPs or anything. It's cool though. Fire staff, flame walker, projectile speed, movement speed. I died. If you want, it's the same as this. I have a Discord and everything too, so if you want to send me stuff. Oh wait, I'm in your walls. Number 1 MegaBonker. I'm number 87,251. I'm on my way. Doo-doo. Yeah, that's my link to my Discord if you want to add me. And my socials are all the same on everything, so. Do 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 do. Yeah, if you message me, then I'll see your message. I don't know what that does. Yeah, if you do exclamation mark socials, it'll show all my socials. Boop. Projectile speed. I'm gonna throw a bone. I don't know what that does. It throws 1 bone. Okay. Movement speed. Stonehenge. 4% faster, 7% increased rewards. Cheese. I need moldy cheese. You're right. I don't know what I was thinking. Cool. Finally. Yeah. Let's see. Bone, silver, agility. HP regen. That's kind of incredibly useful. Is it gonna not appear again if I don't choose it? Skirt. Cool. Thank you, Emily. Let's see. Increased damage. Cool. That's incredibly useful. Now I'll definitely get this. I already grabbed that. No, I'm broke. I don't know how I missed that. Increase HP by 25. Wee! Where are the secrets? No secrets. Ow! There's fall damage? You stupid game. Not supposed to be fall damage. And if there is, you're supposed to tell me. Oops. Is this the boss portal? Nope. I don't know why I did that. Wait, didn't I beat the boss last time? Maybe I didn't. I like the way you die. Give me the goods. Ow. Increase max HP. Ow. Give me the goods. Through thorns. Run. Ow. Ow. I'm gonna die. Have enough? Give me whatever you have. Send out electric shock to nearby enemies. Hitting an enemy, clap their cheeks so hard it generates his lightning strike. That is fantastic. You reach damage by 2.5% when opening a chest. Is that permanent? Is that per chest? Clap those cheeks. Put away. 0. Whoa. So this is what we want to find. Upon hitting an enemy, create a giant blast, damaging and knocking them away. Gotta get those cheeks checked. They meant slap in the face, right? Nope, can't afford it. Run away. Ah! How do you get up here? Am I healing? Movement speed. Leave me alone. More damage. 2 bones. Increase 50% elite spawn increase. Why do I want that? I'm getting killed. Do. Ow. Whatever this is, I'm gonna press it. Two enemies. A pot. Ah! % chance to spawn burger upon killing an enemy. That's good. Wait, is that what it's from? This whole time? Ow. Ow, I missed that. I'm not going back. Here are the goods. Ow. I'm dead. Leave me alone. Movement speed. What is that? I'll do it. Inflict ice damage when hitting enemies. Ice cannot freeze enemies. I'm gonna do that. I got a shield. Run. HP. Where haven't I gone? Where am I? Give me this chest. I do? Okay. 5% damage at the cost of minus 5% max HP. Alcoholism is the way. That's what I learned from this game. No, I don't have enough. Clap their cheeks. Run. Ow. Ow. Got him. Gotta kill Little Bark. He can't even catch me. Luck. Give me the burger. Give me the burger. Ow. How do you do that? Magnet. Cool. Projectile count. Movement speed. Shield. Oh. Ow. No. I meant to go down here. I didn't. How fast I am. Ooh. HP. I got 4 whole minutes. Ow. Give me the goods. Oh, nice. You can eat so much spaghetti with this bad boy. Also, crits have a chance to become mega crits. Kill these bozos. Fire staff. Burger. No, get away. Projectile count. I have no idea what that's doing, but I'm still gonna press it. Ow! Oh! Where do these guys come from? Does Bone hit everyone? I agree. You gotta take it back. It's the only way to stop them. Come to me. I got him. I'm actually gonna beat him. I definitely had to run away earlier. There was no way I was gonna beat him. No way. More movement speed? Oh yeah, look how fast I am. Upgrade agility tome to level 5. Speed, gotta go fast. Out of my way. Got him. Hey, I did it. I beat MegaBonk in 30 minutes. Easy. Agility. Agility. Faster than the magnet. What should I... Wait, what do I do now? Upon taking damage, gain 5% movement speed. I'm a coward. That's why I use a bow. Why am I so fast? What the heck? Medkit. Credit card, which I don't need anymore. More damage. I never went over here. Chance of an enemy to drop power-ups and chests. Evasion. I don't need evasion. What's good about movement speed is you're able to get to everything. Away from me. Touch me. Luck, projectile speed, critical chance. Luck. HP. I'm too fast to grab the burger. There it is. Ugh. More health. Out of my way. More bone. Survived the final swarm for 60 seconds. That's good. Oh, I fell. That's nothing. No. I died. Maybe him skill issue? Give me the air. Doop. 3 unlocks, 11 silver. Well, I'm so far behind. Buy weapon, revolver. What's this? Revolver? Increase movement speed by 15%. That's what I unlock. Oh. Survive the final swarm for 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Success. No. I wonder if Josh is awake. Bum. That's how you summon people. Well, because some people always have chat arena open. Which I'll have it open on this computer most of the time. Hey, what are you guys gonna do? Do. I still haven't unlocked anyone else. Buy weapon, kill 15,000 goblins, damage tome to 7. I'll do that next. Kill 1,000 skeletons. Gotta kill skeletons to unlock the skeleton? Nice. Yeah, I told him, I'm like, hey, if you get a burger, send me photos. If you get a pizza, send me photos. Oh yeah, and I added my PayPal. I made a business PayPal. And then I made a command for it. But what was it? In the background, I just put a pizza. The last pizza I got, which is a giant pizza, I just put that as the background. Because you can have a photo, and then you can have a background with the photo. And yeah, it's pretty funny. I put it in my About Me. I know most people use like Stream Elements or Streamlabs, Stream Elements. And then you do like messages where it reads a message and then you get a donation or something. But I was like, yeah, I'll do that later. Done. I've done 3 runs. What's challenges? Fragile. Die upon taking any damage or touching an enemy. Kill all the bosses. Tons of items before enemies grow too strong. Kill all the enemies. What the heck? 96% chest price. Small boy. You're a small boy. God. You know too much. Also, I like the part where I always said it was too hot and I kept the sweater on. I'm just gonna leave it on. Oh, not yet. One of these days, I'll unlock the Giga Chat. Is my keyboard plugged in the wrong way? Weird controls. Challenges not uploaded online. Oh, these are permanent? You get permanent upgrades? That's kind of cool. So when he was doing that, I thought my game was lagging, but that's just how the animation is. It just threw me off. I was like, this game does not require that much processing power. Where'd this rock come from? Ah. Find the portal. Up. Out. Out. One day I'll be a Mega Chad. Oh, is his name Mega Chad or Giga Chad? One day I'll be a Giga Chad. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. When? I don't know. Oh yeah? Mega Chad. MegaBonk, Mega Chad. Seeing as this appears to be very, very good, I'll get that. Sure. Give me the goods. Extra jumps, HP regen. Ow, ow, almost dead. Purchase 25 chests. Luck. I'm so lucky. Ow. Stop hitting me. Get away from me. Ah. Wait, what did this give me then? No, hey, where'd it go? HP region 34. It's gonna be 40. I need it. Ah, I'm stuck. I'm gonna die. Sucker. Upon hitting an enemy, clap their cheeks. I'm down. Giant fork. I was just reading the message. Oh, that makes it harder. Oops. I don't know how to read. Oh. Get away from me. Projectile count. No, I'm broke. No, I'm not broke. Evasion, which I don't need. Please appear behind me. Thank you. What was that? I found the banana. Banana. Ooh, banana. Sure. Oh, and I get to use it? I just remember the banana being goated. Really? I think so. Okay, what does this do? I don't know what that said, but I should probably read stuff. Bone run? I'm gonna do the bone run. I hope it goes well. We go like that? Look at him. Got him. There's a magnet. So fast, look how fast I am. Chunkum the Terrible. Fastest thing alive. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Get over here. Ah! Get away from me. Projectile count. Three circle strafe. Ah, I thought I grabbed it. Shield. Fire 5,000 projectiles. Lifesteal. Ow. I have no idea where they're coming from. Increase movement speed. Very good. Shoot. Attack speed. Ow. Ow! Run away. Why am I moving slow? Wrench. Charge shrine 4% faster, 5% increased rewards. Ow! Attack speed, staff, firewalker duration, that might be useful. Oh yeah, Avatar, what was it? Blood and Wine? I'm gonna die. I don't know why I would want to be bigger, but I gotta jump. Nope. Yeah, the new Avatar movie came out. I watched the first movie when it came out, so I haven't seen it in like, I don't know. When did it come out? 15 years ago or something? 20% more damage to enemies above 90 HP. This is really good. No. The same thing. Cool. Got. Yeah, some movies are worth watching in theaters, because I grew up watching films in theaters like all the time. It was tradition. Because again, that's how me and my family bonded. We bonded over movies and video games, or like film and video games. Damage, HP, attack speed. Heat, classic. What was it? Al Pacino. And then who else is in it? Robert De Niro? I forget who else is in the movie. But I saw that movie maybe like 10 years ago. Oh. But I watched so many films. I grew up watching movies, so... Oh, I can skip. Projectile speed. Oh. That beat me up. I should upgrade the banana. 30 years. Is it an anniversary thing? It didn't come out 30 years ago, did it? Yeah, the classics. I have no idea what my dad's favorite movie is. Like, I just remember watching a bunch of war films. Like, what was it? Like Rambo and like Predator. Die Hard. Full Metal Jacket. I watched Full Metal Jacket when I was 5. Classic. Yeah, I was not sheltered growing up. It's cool though. Yeah. Attack speed, projectile count. I didn't press it. What's that question mark? Oh, so look how much fire's behind me. Oops. Also, where's the boss portal? I don't know. Did I miss it? I should have went up first. Whoops. Golden glove. Give me the money. Whoa, what the heck is that? Banana go big. Any more bananas? Ow. What was it? I have a letterbox, but I haven't fully filled it out, just because it'll take me so much time to fill it out. But I will eventually. Luck to him. I just what was it? Because I recently made my new a new playlist on my music with my music. It literally took me an entire day. Monk chat. Open. How much lifesteal do I have? Does it tell me? It's 6% lifesteal. I have no idea how much damage I'm doing. HP regen, attack speed. Look at the banana. Nobody touch me. Jump high, I don't need that. Power-ups, effect and duration. I guess drop chance. What's this? Oh, I skipped like two, what's it called? No way. Oh. You can't do that. Yeah. You could have been like, yeah, on our way to McDonald's. I haven't had a friend die in like 2 months, 3 months. Yeah. Donut. I'm dying. More damage. I'm realistically gonna live longer than all my friends, which kind of sucks. That's how it goes, though. But it's just because I'm aging slower than people. But yeah. Bannerang. Well, that's the thing with stem cell therapy. It does you do recover your genes, but yeah. Oh dang it! Look how strong I am. Banana. Ooh, banana. I have lifesteal. Yeah, just getting Neuralink. But yeah, realistically, people that are like my age now are gonna live to be 100 easily, which is kind of crazy. Just think about. But it really depends on what you eat. Standing still heals you. Cool. It's working. I did it. I got the skeleton. Where am I going? I'm gonna press this. What am I missing? Everything? What's the portal? I'm dead. I have like a minute and I'm super slow. Attack speed? Nice. Yeah, also fasting is good for you. Intermittent fasting. It's probably also one of the reasons why I was aging well. Or why I've been aging well. Most people don't do it. But yeah, diet and exercise go a long way. And then don't worry about anything. As long as you're having fun in your life, you're gonna age well. Oh yeah. Start good habits while you're young, and yeah, you're gonna be golden. Yeah, after 30, trying to get people to get better habits is hard. They get stuck in their ways, and they're just like, no, my way is the best way. But I'm like, reevaluate that. Ask AI. And if you don't believe one AI, ask another. Data check it. Kill 4,000 enemies using fire. Break 20 pots. Damage increased by 1,000%. Hey, rock. I have 20 seconds. I failed. I'm so slow. So slow and so powerful. Oh yeah, Doom 3. Oh, I love Doom 3, but it doesn't really compare to Doom 2016 and then Doom Eternal. Just in skill, man, that's such a good game. Luck, do I need luck? Projectiles. In the skills that you get in the game, it's ridiculous how, oh man, it's such a good game. Oh, I picked up the flame thing. More bananas. I was wondering why I was leveling up. More attack speed. Regen. Where the heck's the portal? Something over here. I don't know why I went up. No, can't open that. And then I played Doom 64. I don't know if you watched me play that. That game was so much fun. And there's a, what was it? Warhammer bolt gun. It plays like Doom 64, and so I really want to play that game. And they're making a second one next year. Ow. The heck is a portal? Leave me alone. Attack speed. Damage. What about? Person. Save me. Ow. Ow. What's the portal? Maybe? Skill issue? A new record. Cool. So many upgrades. New unlocks. Yeah. Boop. What's interesting is I thought these mattered, but I unlocked something and I didn't even have enough. It's probably just a bug, but whatever. Let's see if it still lets me do it. Nope. Aww. Wait, I should actually pay attention to what I'm unlocking. Oh, too late now. What's the key do? Actually, I should have gotten the key. Battery. Also, I'm gonna take this off. You definitely should. Wait, is Mog on already? Normally on later. There we go. Do. Oh, I see. Yeah, I used to talk in a lot of offline chats. So if I wasn't streaming now, I'd be watching T10 Nat stream. Do do do. Where's the Rat Lord? E10 Nats. She's cool. I met her in person. Bloop. Bloop. Who the heck is that? Oh wait. Do 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 do. But oh yeah, she's pretty funny. Yeah, Nat's community is my favorite community. Really? Yeah, I think so. Well, I like them because they're a bunch of nerds. Coincidence? I'm a nerd. Look at my glasses. Look how thick they are. They'd be thicker if I didn't pay more money. Is she not on stream? It's funny because I was watching this other girl. I just started watching her. Her name's Divity. But then when I joined the stream, it was just a chair for 5 minutes. And I was like, I came at the wrong time. And then I just left. But she's pretty funny. And then she's Swedish. Sweden. Yeah. Sweden. Stage boss in under 30 seconds. Die 10 times. I'm not gonna do that. 100 cactus enemies with thorn damage. 50 kills with Frostwalker. Find it graveyard. 40% difficulty. Heal for 350 HP using lifesteal. In one game? No way. Good old Casta. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna watch my Grinch stream. Okay, I'll be with family. I might stream Christmas. What was it? Eve, maybe in the morning. I don't think we usually don't do stuff until later in the evening. So. But then we do like 3 Christmases. Today's Christmas. It's already coming up. Yeah, Thursday or Wednesday. So I'll probably stream Wednesday, shorter stream. And yeah, and then Christmas. Oh, okay. Well, we have Christmas Eve on the 24th, and then Christmas Day is the 25th. What? I'm looking at my phone. How dare you? One person I watched, named Q Cinderella, she dropped another song. Hey, yeah, Queen. No. Using microwave duplicate moldy cheese 3 times in a row. I gotta grow that cheese. I wonder what happens if you multiply it. Survive the final swarm for 2 minutes. Reach level 20, level 30 as calcium. Kill 10,000 enemies as Berto. Small. What the heck? It's crazy. That's not sustainable. I do watch someone, she would just like get super high and then just like watch movies, but she just sits there and I'm like, why am I watching this? I did watch her for a while because she would watch some cool stuff. But then she was also like an OF girl, and I was like, I don't know. And then because I saw her from another stream, or I saw her in other chats, and I was like, this girl's, there's something off about her. Yeah. Because you can tell when someone's just numbing themselves, and I'm like, man, it's kind of hard to watch. Because if it's not done in a healthy way, it's really just, I don't know, just hurting you. That's what doctors are for. Then some people just self-medicate, and I'm like, you're not a doctor. Go to a doctor. Yeah, it's really bad for you. It's habitually addicting. Like, I think I mentioned when I was playing, yeah, disclaimer, when I was playing Schedule 1, I'm like, drugs are bad for you. Yeah, what they do to your brain is just, like with weed, is just too much dopamine. The thing is, you can also have the same effect with coffee if you drink a lot of it. But then coffee is not addicting somewhat in that way. Kind of is, but yeah. Because it's psychoactive. But it's also just more socially acceptable, so yeah. 1 coin. I'm just gonna keep using the fox until I get this. Ice fox. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, if you smoke too much, just you gotta have balance. Well, let's balance with weed. There isn't a balance. Just because it increases your base dopamine levels. So people that tend to smoke, when they stop smoking, they're like, "Oh, I'm depressed." I'm like, "Yeah, because you're raising your base dopamine level, and in order for you to be happy, you have to keep smoking." But yeah, I remember. Yeah, just a lot of experience. But yeah, real. See, even MegaBonk agrees. Real. Yeah. Well, if you drink yerba mates are a lot better. I don't know if they're sold out there, but they're pretty good. Yerba mate. Hashtag ad. Use my affiliate link. You don't have one. Oh, dang. Let's see. 1 run, 2 runs. Yeah, it's because your country's smart enough to be like, hey, let's not give our citizens poison. What? I immediately got a coin. That's good. But even the energy drinks we have here, we have a large variety. You don't want to be drinking Monsters and Red Bulls every day. Banana. Pick a range. Pick a range. Summons lightning to smite nearby enemies. I kind of want that. But this is 2.4. I'm gonna do this. Banana. Nice. Yeah, a lot of products that are not in the US have different ingredients. What's interesting, like, yeah, you look at the list of ingredients. Like, there's videos where they show like Europe and then they show the US and how like significantly less ingredients there are in the same products. But the thing is, all those products, even though, yeah, they're designed to be addicting. Like, if you eat our products here, you're gonna be like, this stuff's delicious. I can see why Americans are so fat now. Yeah, it's cheap vodka. I used to drink that when I was a kid, but it's not good. Blech. It's okay. It's just not. It's only okay. That's it. Like, just drink quality. When I moved to Santa Barbara, I just started drinking. I started having better products, and I was like, "Wait, this is what people should be drinking?" Yeah. Let's see. Where am I going? Attack speed. I don't know what that did. I probably shouldn't have done that. Whatever. Yeah, drinking once in a while, you'll be fine. If you're drinking like every single day, then that's where it's an issue. Oh, I can only have 2 weapons. So I could be in the fire. I didn't realize that. Cooldown, regen tone. Yeah. As long as you stay hydrated, you're gonna be fine. If you drink later in the night, just drink a glass of water and you're gonna be fine. I'm gonna die. No, no, no. I made a huge mistake. Yeah, because even when I used to drink a lot when I was a kid, I'm like, eventually I figured out that if you don't want to get hungover, my back. Probably me. I'll just keep doing this until you say something. I took the flashlight out of the light out of this. No. Is it dropping frames? Oh yeah, I am dropping frames. I know, I'll just stop moving. Bit rate going up. Still dropping frames though. I'm not dropping frames, but I have a bad connection to on OBS. Oh, there we go. Fixed. I literally did nothing and then it fixed itself. That's how OBS works. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. Smart. Now I can't drop him. Where'd you go? Skirt. Also, this bot is gonna say schedule 1 because I changed the title on the go live notification, but then I didn't change it on I didn't hit enter. I didn't hit done, and so then when I went live, it just showed schedule 1. And then whatever you start with, that's what's going to be on the title, but whatever. Also, you can't see my red light filter. No. Sometimes, I don't know why. Sometimes the red light filter would go through, sometimes it doesn't. Up again? Oh yeah, you're right. What about now? Shh. Do 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 do. It still says I'm dropping frames, but I'm also using 17 megabits, which I usually only uses 9. I'm not sure what it's doing. Maybe I should cap it. It's fine now. Fixed. Do 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 do. Wait, what's MOTD? Yeah, also since I have a 1070, I don't have H.265 encoding. Or AV1? I think everyone... No, AV1 was what everyone was going to use, but it didn't get adopted or something. So my stream is actually like... Well, you really only see it on... No, I think you do see it. I can... My stream is 1080p compressed, but I can technically do uncompressed if I upgraded, but I don't know. Whatever. Oh, above that changed. I think it'll be fine now. Because it's only 8. I'm only using 9 megabytes of bandwidth for upload, which is nothing. And it jumped to 12, which still shouldn't make a difference. I think it's just OBS. CPU usage 5%. Oh man. Scientists agree bonking is 74% effective. Bonk all day. Bonk all day. Complete 20 quests. Kill 7,000 enemies. Kill 12,500 enemies. Heal for 350 HP. Okay. I won't get me to it. Let's do this. Yeah, that's fair. The thing is, a lot of people are mobile users. They're never gonna notice. Like, that's how it goes. This whole time. The thing is, like, for me, since I have a 4K screen, when streams aren't 1440p, I can see the difference. Like, there's such a huge difference. But I do remember the bitrate used to be higher on streams. But then they dropped. I forget when they dropped it, but I remember all of a sudden I'm like, why do the streams look compressed? It's because they increased the compression, which it's pretty simple. Lightning. The classics. I remember when Chromebooks came out, I always wanted to get one. I'm like, this is so cool. But it was really just the cost, and I was like, oh, affordable computer. I remember when the EE PC came out, it was like a small, like 7-inch laptop, and I was like, this is the future. It kind of was, because an Ultrabooks came out. Shield, lifesteal. No. How do they? Quantum Tome, projectile count. Well, because what you stream to Twitch isn't the same as what they send out to people. They compress it, and then they what was it? They put like a smooth filtering. I know, because I can see my stream, so I can see what's being sent. Attack speed. I don't need that yet. I need to stop circle strafing. Oh, I missed that. I don't know why I grabbed that. Projectile bounces 1.2, attack speed, fire stat, lightning. Oh, okay. That explains why everyone's streams look bad now. I think they increased the compression because of cost, but two, it's because there's so many mobile users that no one's gonna notice, so they're just like, oh, whatever. Who's gonna notice? Nerds. I noticed. I remember the day it happened. I was like, why do streams look worse? But to be fair, on this display, you'll see any compression, you'll see it. I remember the first time I used this, and I'm like, I could see artifacting. I was like, what the heck is that? It's artifacting. If there's any compression, any artifacting, you see it on here. 10% chance to open chest for free. Ooh, piece of candy. Ow. I gotta keep exploring. Oh yeah. What was it? Back when I used to sail the 7 seas, I remember I would get what was it, One Piece, and the One Piece streams would be fully uncompressed. It was like a satellite feed from Japan, and I remember watching. I was like, the quality on the videos are so good. It's crazy. I'm like, what a difference. What a difference of what I would watch on like Funimation compared to what they were watching in Japan. Because in Japan, the file was fully uncompressed, and I was like, man, it looks fantastic. I saw the files. What? No. The thing is, you could still compress a Blu-ray, but yeah, you do lose some clarity, but it still looks pretty good, if I recall. I guess now if I tested it now, because that was back in the day, 1080p days. No. Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why a lot of like people who do their own video editing, they're like, oh, I need 100 cores for editing. But then for gaming, it's not really that good. It's for gaming, you need fast cores. Not a bunch of efficiency cores. That's the thing, all the newest PCs are like, oh yeah, it's got 20 cores. I'm like, okay, how many of those cores are efficiency cores? They're not the same. Oh yeah, I should kill this guy. Give me the goods. Projectile count. No, I'm gonna die. Run. Give me the burger. I have lifesteal. There, I got him. Away from me. Attack speed. Lightning. Tuna casserole. What? I didn't say that. Increase damage by 10%. Ow! No, leave me alone. I got a shield. I'm invincible. Projectile count, projectile bounces. Bounce more. I'm invincible. Projectile count. I need to grab some levels really quickie. Projectile count. Projectile bounces. Do the math. No. Lightning. Okay, run. This is kind of useful now. 5 minutes. Shoot. I went the wrong way. Lifesteal. I went the wrong way. It's this way. Oh. Oh. No. I'm dead. No. Pay attention. I'm paying attention. No, you're not. Nothing appear in front of me, please. No. Oh yeah, it made a huge difference. When I did compress files, I would only get it down to about half the compression, but that was with H.264. With H.264, you can get pretty much the same video quality at half the file size. And then H.265 came out. H.265. Let's see, bounces, projectile count. It's pretty much the same thing. Bounce. Get away. Lifesteal. Kill 7,500 enemies. Deal 350 lifesteal. Steal 350 life. Another chest. Give me the goods. I don't know. What does this do? The percent chance to open chest for free. Oh, okay. Increase attack speed by 8%. Bonk. Ah, I'm gonna get hit. Damage? I guess damage would be pretty useful. Is Opus good for audio? Yeah, because I use AAC. Okay. And that's also one thing, being an early adopter, you're like, oh, does anything support this? Will it be adopted? We'll see. Damage. Ow. What are you doing up there? Oh, nice. Scarf. Blood magic. Hitting an enemy, damaging nearby enemies, and healing you for 75%. Back to the attacker. Mirror would be kind of good. It's worth the most, I'll just do it. More money means better. America. Consumerism. Let's see. Nice. Only 10. Yeah, well, because it was made for Intel. And then Intel focused on faster cores compared to a lot of cores. Oop, I'm playing a game. Turns out it's good to have a lot of cores. Where are we going? I got 4 minutes. 4 minutes of playtime. Jump. Booga booga. Yeah, nice. Interchangeable ghosts. Rock on hit effect. Don't know what that means, but I'll just do it. Hey, I know you. Check out. There's a nuke. Got him. Multi-encoding. Let's see. 6.8. Projectile balance 1. Projectile count. Yeah, I'm trying to get the Gatling gun. Interactable summon ghost. I can interact with it? Where'd the ghost go? You lied to me. Where's the ghost? It said I can interact with it. It lied. It lied. This. Yeah. Epic CPU. I always wanted to get one of those. I'm like, how cool would it be to have one of those? That's good. Yeah, I prefer people not dying before me. After me, that's fine. But after me, yeah. Fire, projectile speed. Did she start stream? Yeah. Once you get really sick, you realize how important your health is. Especially if you have family members who didn't live long. You're just like, hey, probably take care of myself. Okay. But sometimes people just don't. Oh, I died. People don't understand how important your health is, and they're like, "Oh, I'm in my 20s. I'll be fine." But if you take care of yourself now, you'll age well. And yeah, unless you're smart, people don't figure that out. People tend to not figure it out. Why? Because you notice people just don't age well, and they're like, "Okay, what do they do in their youth?" Exercising, yeah, it's a solid foundation. But for me, I did wrestling as a child. Or my teens. Really helps. Because yeah, just from that, I've stronger bones because of it. It's kind of nice. Demonic Blade. 25% chance to heal you. That's really useful. Clank. Clankers. I don't know how to pronounce his name. No. Classic. You know you could do both. Well, because I used to be like a super introvert until I met a friend in middle school, and then he taught me how to be an extrovert. He just taught me how to be outgoing. Well, he didn't. That wasn't even that. There were multiple factors, but he helped me just start going out more. And what he liked about me the most is he's like, people would say stuff to me, or I would just act however I wanted and just not care. And you're like, hey, you act this way, you have these interests, and you just share them and you don't care. Because he cared a lot about what other people thought, and then he noticed that I just did not care about what other people thought. No. The secret is having an amazing, loving mother, and then you don't really care about the opinions of other people. This whole time. Oh yeah. When you have someone giving you a lot of affection and telling you how much they love you every day, it's pretty sweet. You're just gonna have a lot of self-esteem. Increased silver earned. What? I'm broke. No. Bonk, bonk, bonk. No. Dun. I need to die 10 times. No. Complete 25 quests. Kill 12,500 enemies. Complete 20 quests. I could do that. Weapon slot 1. The thing is, everyone's built different. You don't have to be an extrovert. Just be yourself and be okay with who you are. Because some people want to be like, oh, some people create false narratives of who they think they should be, and then they just struggle with their life and self-worth. But I'm like, no, understand who you are, how you feel, how you react to things, and just accept who you are. Once you accept who you are, it'll make your life easier. Instead of trying to be fake. Like some people are like chameleons, but I'm like, that's not the real you. You're just blending into, you're just people pleasing. Yeah. No. I don't know what rank 18 is, but I'm gonna keep going. I kind of want to be the clanker. They got to me. I'll do one more. I want to be challenged or tier 2. Yeah, because I wake up happy every day, and I've only had one nightmare in the past like year, 10 years or something. Because I never have nightmares. I'll play him next. After this, even if I don't win, I'll just play him next. Yeah, but if you want to know the secret to happiness, it's serving other people. Serving other people, surrounding yourselves around people you love. After that, everything is just easy. But it's not the same as surrounding yourselves around people who are like-minded. You want to have some people who are like-minded, but in good ways. People who lift you up. People who play MegaBonk with you. Hashtag ad. I need to stop going in circles. Where am I going? I mean, people who play schedule alone with you. And then build a warehouse. Start your drug empire. Oh, wrong game. MegaBonk. Silver gain. I don't need the silver gain. Projectile counts. Ow. Should I do the sword? Yeah, so I had anxiety until I was like 23. I remember because one day I woke up. After dealing with all my problems, I remember I woke up and I was able to breathe without having a shaky core or like voice. And yeah, it was interesting. We gotta grow the empire. We gotta stop Walter White. Oh yeah. Using an interactable. Oh, using an interactable. I was like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Do I need one to? No, I want to do lightning again. We have to live like kings. At the sacrifice of Keith. Not Kyle though. Never Kyle. We're taking Kyle with us to the top. Slip gobs. Oh yeah. That's why I only give him one thing. Moldy cheese. Oh, I could upgrade the moldy cheese. I forgot what it was. While I wait, I'm gonna press this thing. Damage. I remember one of the achievements was damage, so damage. Give me the cheese. What? I have coins. Need more common items. What? Give me the cheese. Give me the cheese. Whatever. Oh, it's for different rounds. No way. Oh, that's what you're supposed to do. I should have killed him. I'll do the bow. Oh, is he? I'll still kill him. I don't care. He can't stop me. Yeah, he can. Oh, okay, fine. Let's see. That's a goal. There's a guy. There's a guy. He's a guy. There's a guy. He's a guy. Pickup range. Damage. It's crazy. Yeah, he's attacked me. I was like, what the heck? Give me this. 2% chance to bonk an enemy dealing 20 times damage. That's pretty good. But I'm definitely not going to survive until then. Me. I'll wait. Me. Dude, what happens if you jump down there? Oh, there's a ledge. Okay. I thought that was a trap. I thought that was like a pit. You just jump in the pit? Game over, man. Don't take any damage for 2 minutes. Hey, chonkers, get over here. I don't do enough damage. Yeah, I do. Nope. Like the way you die. Ooh, the banana. Fires multiple bullets at enemies. Throw a banana. Yeah. It unlocked? Sweet. I got another key. Where am I going? Don't panic. Oh, is that the boss gate? Over there. Luckily, I have 10 silver. No, you don't. I know. I'm on my way. Ow. I took damage. There goes my no-hit run. Let's see. No, I know. Ooh, what was it? If I get this to level 5, that's another upgrade. But I'll do that for now. There's the boss. Okay, so the boss is the big red thing. Okay. Hey, where's that guy that had the bonk thing? Bonk. Ow, 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 ow. What's over there? I got the gun. I'll do that. Ow. Give me the goods. Looking for your bracelet. Run. Oh, it's this. Whatever. I'm already here, so. Where's the other one? Get away. Ow, I should have dumped. Get away from me. I have 5 minutes. Okay. Whoa. Please don't blow up. Upgrade? Critical damage, movement speed, fire. Duration, I don't know what duration is, size. Evasion. Whoa! Do I want to go down there? I guess so. I meant to do that. No, you didn't. I know. More damage to enemies with a lot of health. Cool. I need a magnet. I need a magnet. Oop. No, there's a magnet. Ask and you shall receive. Magnet, please. Definitely doing agility. Get away from me. Agility one more time. Get there! Oh, no, there's more. 2. Critical damage, critical chance. Sure. Oh, I got it. Hey, I don't know why I unlocked, but I got that. Okay, I'll do more movement speed. Another bullet. Projectile count. More damage. More damage. Ow. Damage some to level 7. Cool. Just gonna go up here. Don't know where this is taking me. I have enough for it. I have 3 minutes. 2 thorn for every 1% armor. Also gain 10% armor. I don't know where this is gonna take me, but it looks like fun, so. Is this jump gonna kill me? No, it's not. Okay, cool. Oh. Apply a stack of blood mark when hitting an enemy. I don't know what that is, but... Look how fast I am. Projectile speed. What's that do? Oh, you attack faster. Damage. Oh, and I was gonna start Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I still haven't watched it. Oh wait, there's chests down there. Music. Too fast. Yeah. Backpack. How fast I am. Attack speed. Critical chance. I have 2 minutes. I need to go back. I need to beat the boss. No. So there's the boss. There's a chest that I never opened. Don't know what's happening. Leave me alone. Moldy cheese. It's the good stuff. It's the Gouda. Get off that rock. Like me. Projectile count. Damage. I'm invincible. I'm not invincible. Ow. Give me something good. Charging a charge. Healing zone. Blah blah blah. Useless. Attachment. Got him. You can eat spaghetti. I'm invincible. Thank you. Thorn. Projectile count. Damage. Yep, got this. Increase max HP by 25. Okay, open this. Let me in. Hey, little buddy. Out. Out. How dare they oppose me? Ow. Oh, I'm good. Increase critical chance by 10%. More damage. If you could die, that'd be nice. Thank you. 5 seconds. Battery increases attack speed. Ah! Got him. Complete stage of at least 2 boss curse activated. Cool. Revolver? Damage? Movement speed? Clover? Revolver? Another bullet. Ooh, that'd be nice to get at the beginning. Because it doesn't work retroactively, right? When opening a chest, yeah. Wait, I can go in here? What does this do? Movement speed, critical damage. What if I just ran away from everything? Oh, it takes to the next level? There's another level? Oh wait, so that was just tier 1? I didn't realize. Oh. I did not know that. Okay, so now I gotta beat tier 2. I regret doing the curses. No, you don't. Kind of. I think I should have farmed the other level before I move forward. At least a little bit. Ah! This is what I always wanted. Should I get Big Bonk or Thunder Mitts? Clouds of Chief's Heart, it generates a lightning strike. Every 10 seconds, 2% chance. I shoot a lot, so. The MegaBonka? I'm sold. I'm gonna bonk him so hard. You have no idea. I have no idea. Critical chance. Maybe I should have spawned elite enemies. Maybe. Who did that? So magnet. HP regen, evasion. How am I staying alive? What's keeping me alive? HP regen 100. Oh, okay. Ow. Critical chance, definitely. 17 is not very much. Mega crit. Oh man, I did a lot. Well, because I'm doing enough attacks where I'm actually bonking pretty hard. Difficulty, attack speed. Found the boss. Wait, what happens if I get it again? What's the point of having it twice? Because I can increase my crit damage 41%. Honestly, 50% crits is like the good sweet spot. Is it 4%? I guess it makes sense. Let's just do it. Whoa! Okay, so there's the boss. What are the greens? There's a guy with a hat. I can afford nothing. Get extra gold when taking damage. Where's this alleged boss? Is this him? Where's the dead man? Bonk him! What are you doing? Bonk him! Bonk him! Bonk him! Bonk! Get out of here. 10% damage. Okay. Critical chance, damage. I have 6 minutes. That's plenty of time to explore the entire map. Especially because I'm fast. Super fast. Whee! There's a shrine. Hey, what's this? I didn't do it. I shouldn't have done that. Too late now. You're right. Speed was a bad idea. I shouldn't have gotten that speed. I should have got the clap. Oh! 4 unlocks, 19 silver. Mega chat. Damage tome to level 7. DV stage boss another 30 seconds for the boss buster. Complete a stage with at least 2 boss curses activated for the speed boy. Don't take any damage for 2 minutes. Aura. Righty. On Luke's. Buy the aura weapon. Hello? Mega chat. What else do I have unlocked? No! Let me glitch the game. So I have that, a Dragonfire, which I have no idea what it does, and the Speed Boy! Should I just be the Mega Chad? XP Tome, Luck Dome. I just want to bonk. All day, every day. No, you cannot speedrun this game. Nice. Dang it. Whatever. I'm gonna be a Chad. Look at him. Wood. I'm just gonna skip to 2. Well, I don't think you need to do 1. Oh wait, weren't there quests? Let's see. Level 7. 5,000 projectiles. Oh wait. Don't take any damage. Defeat a boss in under 30 seconds. Complete a stage with at least 2 boss curses. That gave me a lot. That's it so far. We're gonna move on up. Let's see. Hello. Items. I don't have enough for these. This looks really good, just because it has dragon in the name. Let's look at this though. 50% more damage to elites and bosses. That's not that good. Whatever. Too late. I should have saved for this. I'll save for this. Speed boy. No, you cannot speedrun this game. Okay, fine. Damage enemies in an area around you. Flex to stop damage. Cooldown negative 0.2 seconds per level. Gain 2.5% damage when flexing. He wields the perfect, most powerful jawline. So I'm guessing I have to beat. Teleport to the second stage on Forest Tier 2 as Clank. Okay, so if I want to unlock the next level, I have to play Clank. Oh. You ready? Are you ready for this? I don't think it matters. I'm just gonna do Tier 2. I don't think it actually matters. Hey, Magnet. Look at him. It's a thing of beauty. Look at him shine. Glorious. Projectile count. Will that make my aura attack more? Let's just say yes. Ow. Oh crap. I need HP regen. Hurry. Dang, what other weapon should I do? I kind of don't want to push people away. I'll do the rocks. Double AoE. Projectile count. I'll do HP regen. Oh, I should probably grab this chest. Evasion. Whoa! That's a huge upgrade. Hey, get back here. He had worthwhile upgrades. Whoa. Knockback. Even the way he walks, he has the McGregor walk. More elites. And magnet. Projectile count. I didn't really need that. The goods. This one. Well, what the heck? Out. Got him. Thorns. Nope. Can you charge to like 20%? Where am I going? Dang, I haven't opened any chests. I haven't bought any chests. 20%. Whoa. Our movement speed? Don't really need movement speed, but I kind of need to get around. Swarm incoming. That would have saved me. Go. You can do it. He's a god. He's definitely S tier. More damage. Oh. I wonder which one I'm gonna get. One more or more damage? At this point, yeah, regen. Dang. That's a lot of regen. Dude, I have a bunch of money. Oh, I'm not getting the chest because I'm not moving anywhere. Oh, did you? The only reason I don't is because sometimes it's not a good upgrade. Because it's not always the same quality, rarity. So I tend to not do it every single time. Come here. The goods. Like say how it's purple. It gives you a better upgrade. Let's see. HP, more health. Something good. Yeah, that's really good. Plus 2 thorns for every 1% armor. How much armor do I have? Nothing? Hello? Armor? 0%. That's a lot. Let's see. More damage. But if I do this, if I get any more health, I'll do 20% more damage. Which one was it? 20% damage per HP. Evasion. I don't need evasion. Wait, why isn't my health going up? Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. I should have cooked the cheese. Oh yeah. Kill 12,500 enemies. 4 minutes. Projectile count. So yeah, now I have 454 HP regen. Good stack. Thanks. Wait, where's the boss at? I thought I found the boss. I was wrong. I made a huge mistake. I got 4 minutes. Oh, I found him. Only 2. Can I beat them? Ow. Ow. I'm gonna die. I'm not doing enough damage. Clover. Projectile count. I'm gonna fight them in an open area. Ow. You're right. I got the cheese. No. I do regenerate health pretty quick though. Who did that? Chonkers, HP regen. Oh, that's how much damage I'm doing with this. Upgrades. Only solution. No. Run again. Critical chance. What was that trying? Should have upgraded or 100%. HP regen. I can make aura bigger. Projectile speed. I'm gonna do that. Where did it go? We're up. Attack speed. Oh! Got him. Ow. Dude. Aura. Really goods. Useless. Talkers. Aura. Critical chance. Can't believe I didn't die. Jump higher and further. Guy's a beast. Lifesteal, damage, lifesteal. I have 0% lifesteal now. I do a lot of damage. Lifesteal. Go away. That would have been useful earlier. I can make it. How much armor do I have? 12% armor, 5 shields. I don't think I need shields. Armor. When it gets too crazy, I'll run away. Regen. I'm dead. I'm alive. Get away from me. That was scary. The beast. The vibes are off. Breeze. Do 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 do. Who did that? More HP regen. Nice. Honestly, I think if you can just get a lot of HP regen, lifesteal, and armor, and then like Thorn, then you'll just be unstoppable. And then maximum aura. Ooh. What's in the pot? Aura. Okay. How many thorns do I have now? 30 damage. Get back here. Why is he running? Hey, where'd he go? Chonkers. Hey, don't do that. Pickup range, projectile count, pickup range. Something good? Aura only? Should have started doing aura. Ooh, epic. I know. More aura. Wow! Gotta hit him with my balls. Got him. Just gotta flex. Look at me. Yeah. Evasion. Got him. Yeah, I should have gone knockback. I didn't. Ooh. I like this too. Get clapped. Get clapped. Get clapped? Question mark? Where'd you come from? Get off me. More aura. More aura. I need armor. Projectile count. Chonkers, more. Upgrade? Damage. More aura. Dude, aura gets massive. A rare honor. Damage. I could get HP. Nice. 603. I'll do knockback. Yeah. You could probably do that by just playing. Really? I don't know. We'll see. The key is to get a broken build. Oh, I missed that. Oops. HP. Pickup range? I don't know what size does. Go up that way. Let's see, what should I do? Moldy cheese? Chockers. Where am I going? No, I don't have enough. Who did that? Pure aura. Shawarma incoming. Dude, he's a beast. Ah! Oh. Maybe skill issue? A new record. No. No. 21 silver. I stepped on a Lego. Ooh. Increase level up offers. Increase shovel range. So cool. Kill 1050. 0 enemies. 500 enemies while standing still. Microwave to duplicate the cheese. The cheese. 20. Second stage of forest. Good. That's good. Sort completed. Boop. That's good. Use Shrine of Suck 8 times. Domes. Bloody dome. Definitely want that. Chance to heal for 1 when you hit an enemy. Over 100% will guarantee 1 heal. Give you a chance to heal for a total of 2. 2. A 3. Dragonfire. Ooh, confirm. A 15% chance to summon Dragonfire when hitting enemies. Fire damage can now apply burn. Gent? This is okay? That's good. Nobody die this month, please. I remember when I said that, and then somebody died. Donna. What? What are the moldy gloves? And yeah, that's one thing with having a big family. You're gonna go to a lot of funerals. Break 150 pots, die 10 times, complete 25 quests, kill 15,000 goblins. Bonking at the speed of light is highly discouraged. Yeah. Friction. Gotta be careful. What's his rank? He wields the perfect, most powerful jawline. He does. She must be watching my MegaBonk stream, where I eat moldy cheese. Oh, she's watching that one movie? I forgot the movie. Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Eat the cheese! No. Just tell her to use Shady's toilet. I'm like, you gotta blow it up? Use your roommate's toilet. Who's gonna know? What do you mean it's just them? Ow. I forgot the green shrines are. Difficulty. More aura. Hey. Give me the goods. Crits have a 25% chance to heal you. Mirror's pretty good. Collect incoming damage. I thought I had a chance to heal you. Definitely gonna get that. Thanks, idiot. No. How do you know? How does he know me so well? Like, do knockback? Do I want knockback? I'll just knock everyone back. Yeah, let's just do that. That might work. Thank you. Alright. Oh, get off me. Okay, get back here. Lifesteal. Dang it. It's kind of nice to get that, but lifesteal. Give me the goods. Stonks. Like the way you die. Hey, knockback does work. 5% armor. Oh. Okay, maybe I need knockback. Oh yeah. He's gonna invest in micro manufacturing, and then make tiny little houses, and then make YouTube videos about real estate. 2 times damage. Next attack. Temporarily increase attack speed and movement speed. Phantom Shroud. Oh, that's what you meant by Shroud. That makes sense. Ow, 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 ow. Is this character model this character? Or did they model him after this character? What do you mean, yes? I don't do enough damage. Oh, I actually got the banana. Yeah. Does he also read books? I think he's got to do both. Some people only work on their physical, but they don't work on their mental. You gotta do both. Ow. Chonkers, bow, flamethrower, flame walker. Should I do flame walker? Yeah, sure. Now. Thank you. Yeah, because I have friends who are like tech bros, and I'm like, just be a buff nerd. It's like, sometimes people are like, just be one or the other. I'm like, or you can be both. Because one thing is, if you want to like age well, you have to work out. And when I mean like age well, is like being able to pick up stuff when you're old. Because if you're too skinny, like, you just won't age well. You need the muscle. You need to build muscle mass while you're young. That, and one thing is building ligament strength. That takes it takes decades to build that, and that's just from consistently lifting. But if you lift a lot, your ligaments get thicker, and that only comes from working out for a long time. And your ligaments will pretty much stay that way even when you get old. So you'll be old and you'll still be strong. Yeah. But most people think about the superficial of working out. But I'm like, nah, I just want to age well. So I've met a lot of older people who are fit, and I'm like, what's your secret? Just keep working out your whole life. It's not like you have to put a lot, and you don't even have to put a lot of time into it. Ah, I'm dying. You just have to be consistent. The key is consistency. Oh, I like the way you die. Aura, knockback. Oh wait, I have a shield. Whoop. They're all dead. Lifesteal? This whole time. Just eat burgers and weightlift. Bench. Oh, I meant to end already. I'll be on for 30 more minutes. And then I'll be back in the morning, so... So I'll be back on in like 8 hours? About 8 hours? Oh, it's because we're watching YouTube for so long. That's fair. Ow. Turbo socks. I'll probably just do 2 more runs. I thought, dang. The thing with games like these is time just goes by quickly. Well, schedule 1, man. I just completely lost track of time. Whoops. Ow, I'm gonna die. Ow. Any more life steal? Where am I going? Thunderbins. I thought I had this. Nope. Okay. Life steal. Dang it. Nope. Dude, where's the exit? There it is. I found it. No. I have enough. Let's see. What does what? Can I have evasion? It'd be nice to have something that gives me armor. Enemies above 90% health. I thought it was 90 health. Do I have any crits? 2% crit chance, so this isn't even working. Dang it. I have 58% lifesteal. How do I maximize this? 2% chance spawn burger upon killing an enemy. Burger. 70% evasion. More evasion? Let's go with that. More evasion. I'm gonna die. Let's see. I have 34% evasion. Cool. I have like 45% evasion. 40%. That's pretty good. More life steal. More damage. 2.4. Yeah, more aura. Not dodging. Ow, no! I failed. Ooh. 15,000 goblins. Buy the axe weapon. Can I buy it? Kill 2,000 enemies using the sword. Slut rocket. Whoa. $15,000 enemies as Clank. Aegis. Block 500 damage with armor. Esther. Oof. 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 Oh yeah. Quests. Gonna complete a lot of quests. Do. Unlocks. What haven't I bought? Luck, XP. Idle juice. Speed boy. Don't know what that does, but let's get this for now. Oh, that's what it is. The longer you stand still, the more damage you do. Max 100% damage. I meant to buy this. Whatever. Well, and the microwave changed. Hello. Calcium. I beat tier 1 with him. Tier 2. Slow but chunky. Okay. Da-na-na-na. HP region? What does size do? I don't understand what size does. Ow. Like, what's the point of being bigger? Does it make my everything bigger or what? Maybe it does. Size, lightning. Ooh. Thank you. Max HP. Quantity count. Quantity count. Where'd he go? Attack speed? Projectile count? Attack speed. Back where I was. I should have got the banana. Run away. Look at him. It's not working. Evasion. I have no recovery. Aura. No! That was short run. That's good enough, I guess. No, that sucked. I tried. What matters is you tried. Unlock two? Two unlocks? Oh, I forgot I should have done this. Carry more. In the goods. Yeah, so there's that weapon slot. What was the other? There's another unlock. Hold on. What did this give me? What? What? No, I'll just save. Character. Wait. Oh, why am I doing that? It tells you on top. Characters, weapons. General? Map. Shop item. Tome slot. So I just need to do 35 quests to do that. Okay. Shop item skip. Banish. Boombox. Toggler. I know one of these opened a weapon slot. Who did it? Oh, there's an AFK mode. Okay. It's all silver. Skins. Ice Fox. I want to get that, so I should probably play him again. Items. I could have sworn there was an item that gave you another weapon slot. Maybe not. Well, because it shows that there's 4 weapon slots when you play. Then you can buy one here. I don't know. Refresh level up offers. Quests. Maybe it's an unlock. Item. The characters. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. I don't sleep. Na, 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 na. Yeah, I'll probably play this sometime next week. I'm not sure what I'm gonna play tomorrow. I might play a survival horror game. Na, 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 na. Even though I said I wouldn't play any more survival horror games, but then I remember I'm a masochist, so I'm gonna play more survival horror games. What? Also, there's one. I think it just came out. It's called Ritual. It's not called Ritual. I forgot the. I don't know. I have it installed, but that's what I'm gonna be playing next, probably. Or I can play Celeste. I kind of want to finish Celeste. I don't like starting new games and having a bunch of other games unfinished. Yeah, Side Stop Celeste, Ball Pit, Clover Pit. Grinch, I technically haven't finished it. There was one more level, and then there's a mirror level. So I might play that on, maybe I just play it on Christmas. Christmaka? Volcano Princess, I never finished. I should finish that. I like finishing games. So time. Anyways, hope you enjoyed my playthrough. I'll be back tomorrow.